Welcome to Animative 4 story of What If Izuku has a fire quirk and falls in love with Fuyumi. Support the author Blaze of Glory, Izuku Midoriya's Fire Hero Chronicles by Louis CJ 888. Let's begin. Chapter 1. Introducing Izuku Midoriya. Aldera Junior High School. Well, all of you are already third-year students. It is time for you to start thinking seriously about your future. The teacher told his students. Normally I would give you a career guidance questionnaire. But the truth is that all of you want to become heroes, right? The teacher said. Hell yeah. One student said. Do you doubt it, sensei? Another one said. Speaking of which, Midoriya, you're planning on entering UA, aren't you? The teacher asked. Silence fills the classroom. A boy with messy green hair raises his head to see his teacher. This boy is Izuku Midoriya. And his appearance is the same as the canonical one, only this Izuku has an athletic build. Yeah, UA is the best hero school in Japan, so that is obviously the best option. Izuku said. Midoriya in UA. Well, it makes sense of all of us he has the best chance. Yes, but I heard that it has a low acceptance rate. Well, I took the simulation test and managed to pass it, so I have a chance to enter also. If I don't make it, there are other hero schools. Izuku said. I think it will be easy for you, you are the best of all of us. Yes, if anyone were to become the first Aldera student to enter UA, it would be you. Thanks for your support. Izuku said. You know that we all support you here, Izuku. The teacher said. Anyway, let's continue with classes. Blaze of Glory opening. Song Jujutsu Kaisen opening 1 Kai Kitten. In the darkness a flame begins to burn and then transforms into Izuku, who is sitting inside a train while sleeping. At that moment a small snake slithers between his legs. Yuzu Hito no Nari, Kyosei Shinso Jingai, Ae Mononoke Mitai de. Inside an underground traffic tunnel, Jiro is seen stretching his legs. The shot focuses on his face, which has a determined look. Kaishin Tan Kayanochi Yadoshi, Auto wa Pap Para Pa Na, Nakami Naki Ninjen. Looking at the horizon, leaning on a wall is Karakoko. After looking for a while she stops leaning and starts walking. The shot focuses on her face, she is smiling. Yozuru Katai Fubiudu na Jinsei. In a shopping center, Hana is going down the escalators. Sainu Emo Nai Daiju Hai Nichiju. On top of a building is Daichi observing the city. Anshin Bayudu and Ibatsu Koziai. Sitting in an armchair in his living room, Best Jeanist is reading a book. Todoroki Kyoku Boku and Ayabasho. In a park, Sensoji is blowing on his glasses to clean them, then he puts them on and smiles. Nado Nai Kara. On top of a building at night is Endeavor, patrolling the city. Yum no Hazama de Nate Nade. The shot zooms in on Endeavor, who has a scowl on his face as the fire on his face moves violently. Donna Kao Suriba Tu Ka Wakataru Dekido Mata. We return to Izuku on the train. When it enters a tunnel, sitting in front of Izuku, a person appears with totally black clothes and a white mask staring at him. Kotit Kureyo. The snake that is still moving between Izuku's feet suddenly pounces on Izuku's face, opening its jaws to attack. Izuku wakes up surprised and fire emerges from his body. Yami wa harat Yami wa harat. Izuku runs on the falls and jumps to attack a villain. At the same time, Best Jeanist uses his quirk to trap said villain. Yoru no Tobari Ga Oritera Azuda. Endeavor, still on the roof of the building, attacks with a burst of fire which illuminates the dark sky. Itai Mawaru. Two hooded people, one carrying a large hammer in its arms, look forward. Kanjusen. Two other hooded people are sitting around a table. Behind them are several people with snake masks. Zaragoto Nado wa Hakasadike 2. People walk through the streets calmly. When people pass by, another hooded person appears who extends its arm, revealing a mouth in the palm of its hand. Mata Tomonade. Karakoko creates several bubbles. Mata Tomonade. Aoki trains with her steel baton. Dare Yuri Emo Sadaku Aru Maki and I Umarashi Kono Shotai wa Ima wa Tada Noroi. Hana runs while generating electricity in her hands. Daichi moves in the air using his jet pack. Emi smiles forward as Yukihiro adjusts his bandages. Sensoji creates two blasts in his hands. Yu starts growing. Renjiro is ready to fight while his fists are surrounded by fire. Izuku is in the park talking to a girl with white hair. Norwarita Boku no Murai wa Suzui. A snake appears with its jaw open, biting someone. The scene changes to the white-haired girl smiling. The shot zooms out, revealing that she is accompanied by a boy with white and red hair. A white-haired boy is leaning behind a door. Endeavor appears again with a frown. Hashit Kurand. Izuku is pushed by a gust of wind as fire surrounds him. Kinai Atami date wa. The scene changes and now Izuku is seen with his mother and younger sister. Sekai ga Mataru kono Ishinwa. Izuku is now seen in his classroom with the rest of his classmates from UA Class 1A. Then everything goes dark and Izuku can be seen staring, with a frown, at the guy in the white mask. The guy draws a katana and attacks Izuku. Suddenly Izuku wakes up on the train confused, not noticing that a bit of fire on his shoulder goes out. Blaze of Glory. Izuku Midoriya's Fire Hero Chronicles. Classes have finished for the day and Izuku finishes putting away his things when several of his classmates approach him. Hey Midoriya. Do you want to come with us to the arcade? One of his classmates asked. You still owe us yesterday's rematch. I'm sorry but I have things to do today. What do you think about tomorrow? Izuku said. Sure. His classmate said. Izuku, would you like to go eat something with us? A girl asked him. I appreciate the offer, but as I said, I have some things to do. Izuku said. I see, another time I guess. The girl said. Sure. Izuku said to grab his backpack and leave the classroom. Izuku walks calmly in the streets, enjoying the day. It is not a very hot day, but it is not cold either. He stops at a crosswalk to wait for the traffic light to change, and then an older woman stops too. She is carrying several bags, probably her purchases. Do you need help with your bags, ma'am? Izuku asked. If it's not too much trouble, I would appreciate it if you could help me with the bags. The old lady said. Of course not. I'm here to help. Izuku said as he took the bags and, when the traffic light indicated that they could cross the street, he accompanied the woman to her house. Thank you, I'm glad to know that there are still young people like you these days. The woman said and then entered her house. Izuku waves at her. Izuku smiles and nods to himself. Without anything else to do he continues on his way home. Midoriya household. I'm home. Izuku said as he entered his house. Welcome home, Izuku. His mother, Inko Midoriya, said with a smile. Inko is a slim woman. She, like Izuku, has large and circular eyes. Her hair and eyes are also green, but in a slightly darker shade than her son's. Her hair is straight and shoulder length, with a small and spiky ponytail at the back. Hi mom. Izuku said. How was your day? Pretty good, thanks for asking. Inko said. And how about yours? It was good. Some friends invited me to the arcade again, but I can't today. Izuku said. And some girls asked me to go eat with them. Wow Izuku, I didn't know you were such a Casanova. Inko said. Come on mom, it's not like that. I don't know what they see in me, I'm just a normal guy. Izuku said. That's what you say, Inko said. Anyway, I also helped an old lady with her shopping bags and escort her home. Izuku said. Inko smiles. That's my boy. She said proudly. The food is ready, can you go get her please? Sure. Izuku said to enter his house and stand in front of a door with a sign with the name Izumi on it. Izuku knocks on the door. Izumi. Mom says food is ready, come eat. A noise is heard on the other side of the door, as if several things were falling. After a few seconds the door opens revealing a girl with green hair. This girl is Izuku's younger sister, Izumi Midoriya. Izumi looks quite similar to her brother. They both have the same hairstyle and color, with Izumi's being slightly lighter than Izuku's. Izumi is currently 7 years old. You're back. Izumi said, hugging her brother. You say it like I've been gone for a long time, Izuku said. Now let's eat, I'm hungry. Yes. Izumi said as she follows her brother. The family sits at the table and begins to eat. So, Izumi, tell me, how was today? Izuku asked. It was good. Some guys tried to bother me but Kaken scared them away. Izumi said. I'm glad the talk I had with Katsuki worked. Izuku said. I mean, it's not that he's super nice to me, but at least he doesn't bother me and protects me from others. Izumi said. Good. Izuku said as he remembers all the problems he had to deal with Katsuki. Katsuki Bakugo is the son of Inko's friend Mitsuki Bakugo. He is the same age as Izumi. At first Katsuki and Izumi were good friends, but everything changed when Katsuki obtained his quirk and Izumi was diagnosed as quirkless. Apparently Izumi's classmates started bullying her because of her situation, including Katsuki. When this reached Izuku's ears he intervened. The children tried to attack him, but he easily kicked everyone's. After that day Izuku talked to Katsuki, more like threatened him, and after that day Katsuki made sure that no one hurt or bullied Izumi. After finishing eating Izuku changes into his training clothes. "I'll back in a moment," Izuku said. "Be careful, okay?" Inko said. "Don't worry. I'll be." Izuku said. "Anakin." Izumi said. "Let me go with you." Izuku pats Izumi's head. "I'm sorry Izumi, but not this time," Izuku said. "The UA entrance exam is close and I need to train." "Oh," Izumi said. "Come on, don't be sad, in a few years you will also be in my position." Izuku said. "Right." Izumi said. Izuku smiles and then leaves his house. Izuku arrives at Dagoba Beach. Lately this beach has seen a lot of people littering. Izuku has tried to keep it clean by picking up the trash, although he is only one person and the people littering increases. The good thing about this is that picking up trash helps you train in a quite peculiar way. However, today is not a physical training day. Izuku takes out his headphones, which are Endeavor themed, from his backpack and puts them on. After playing a song, Izuku closes his eyes and begins to breathe slowly, extending his arms. 2 fireballs appear between his hands. Izuku opens his eyes and throws the 2 fireballs at 2 pieces of trash, then jumps and throws 2 more. Izuku Midoriya. Quirk Inferno. Inferno allows the user to generate and manipulate flames from their body. Inferno is more powerful than normal fire quirks because the temperature of the flames generated is higher. While Inferno doesn't provide the user with immunity against fire, except for the fire generated by the quirk itself, it does give the user the power to tolerate high temperatures as well as greater resistance to fire, making it more difficult to cause fire burns to the user. After a few hours of training, Izuku sits down on a bench to drink some water. "I'm already getting the hang of this," he thought. Izuku puts his things away so he can go home, but as soon as he starts to leave, a scene catches his attention. "Sensoji, how many times do I have to tell you?" A girl with white hair with several red streaks said to a boy. "I'm not interested." Said girl wears the typical female school outfit and glasses. The boy, now identified as Sensoji, is a large, bulky man, possessing defined muscles and wide shoulders. He has sharp eyes and no eyebrows, a pointy nose, as well as a prominently large, square jaw. His hair has sideburns and short for the most part, except in the nape area, where his hair is a bit longer, and a pointy pompadour. "Come on, don't be like that," Sensoji said. "I'm going to become a hero, so you might as well go out with me. First of all, you haven't entered any hero school yet. Second, I'm still not interested." The girl said. "So please stop. Come on, you won't regret it." Sensoji said. "Yes, listen to the boss." Another of the guys said. "Don't play hard to get." The third one said. "I think that's enough," Izuku said. "Huh?" Sensoji said. "Listen buddy, it's obvious the girl isn't interested." Izuku said. "Rejection can hurt but it happens." "Huh? Do you think you are very brave?" Sensoji said. "I'll show you what happens when you go where you're not called." "Sensoji please," the girl said. "I'm sorry but this guy needs to be taught some manners." Sensoji said. "Yeah boss. Show him his mistake. This will teach you to go where you are not called." Sensoji said as he tried to hit Izuku. A few seconds later. "This is pathetic," Izuku said as he looks at Sensoji on the ground with a black eye. It only took one blow for Izuku to knock down Sensoji. Boss, are you okay?" Sensoji said while touching his black eye. "Please stop it, you are only humiliating yourself," Izuku said. "You're lucky I have other things to do," Sensoji said as he gets up from the ground. "Let's go." Sensoji leaves, but his lackeys stay to try to intimidate Izuku. "You're lucky the boss is someone busy." "Yeah. Pray the boss doesn't see you again." Izuku raises an eyebrow and feints to hit the 2 lackeys so that they cower and leave. Izuku shakes his head and then looks at the girl. "Are you okay?" he asked. "Yeah, thank you." The girl said. "Who were those guys?" Izuku asked. "They are classmates of mine, they are not bad people as such, it's just that the fact that they want to be heroes went to their heads," the girl said. I know what you're talking about. Some of my classmates used to be like them, but I managed to teach them a lesson in humility and now they are my friends. Izuku said. Anyway, I hadn't seen you before and I usually come here quite often. Are you from around here? Yes, I'm from Shizuoka. The girl said. Wow, what a coincidence. Me too. Izuku said. It's nice to meet someone from Shizuoka. Izuku offers the girl a handshake and she returns it with a smile. Same here. She said. I'm Fuyumi Todoroki, by the way. Nice to meet you, Fumikin. I'm Izuku Midoriya. Izuku said. Fuyumi blushes slightly. And nice to meet you. Fuyumi said while taking some bags. Thanks for the help. No need to thank. Izuku said. Do you need help with that? Well, I don't want to be a bother. Fuyumi said. I can handle it alone. It's not a bother, I'm happy to help people. Izuku said, taking some of the bags that Fuyumi is carrying. So, where to? Thanks, Fuyumi said. I live near Mizudafu. Oh, she lives near Ue, Izuku thought. Lead the way. They both start their way. Along the way they both talk to get to know each other a little more. So Izuku, any plans for the future? Fuyumi asked. I'm trying to be a hero. I plan to enter UA. Izuku said. Oh yeah? Fuyumi said. For someone who wants to be a hero, you are not arrogant at all. Thanks. Izuku said. I guess my mother raised me well. I can see that. Fuyumi said. And what about you? Izuku asked. Any plans for the future? For my part, I plan to become an elementary school teacher. Fuyumi said. Although many of my classmates say that I should be a hero, although I think that is only because of my father. Your father? Izuku said. Wait, Todoroki, are you Endeavor's daughter? Yeah, Fuyumi said, although not with much enthusiasm. I see why people say that, Izuku said. But just because he is your father doesn't mean you have to be like him, right? Fuyumi is surprised by these words. Yeah, I think, she said. It's not like I could even if I wanted to. Dad was very clear about that. Izuku smiles at her. Everyone follows their own path. Izuku said. Your family doesn't have to define what you want to be. Fuyumi looks at Izuku and then smiles. Yes, you're right. She said. They both continue walking until they finally reach Fuyumi's house. We have arrived, thank you very much. Fuyumi said as Izuku hands her the bags. No problems, like I said, I'm happy to help. Izuku said. Fuyumi smiles and was about to say something else to Izuku, but the sound of the door opening catches both of their attention. Fuyumi, why did it take you so long? At the door stands Endeavor, Japan's #2 hero. Enji Todoroki, also known as Endeavor, is a tall, sturdily built man with a very muscular physique. He has short crimson hair, which he wears spiked up around his head, and sharp turquoise eyes. His beard and mustache appear to be made of fire, but when he voluntarily turns off the flames on his face, a slight amount of stubble shows around his jaw. Father, Fuyumi said. Endeavor ignores his daughter and instead his gaze falls on Izuku. Who are you? Izuku tried to respond, but Endeavor's look and attitude intimidated him a little. He helped me get away from some guys who were harassing me. Fuyumi quickly said. Then he offered to help me carry the shopping bags. Is that so? Endeavor said without taking his eyes off Izuku. After a few seconds, Endeavor simply turns around and enters his house. Whatever, get in the house, Fuyumi. He said. Alright, Fuyumi said. Well, it was nice meeting you, Izuku. Yes, oh that's right, before I forget. Izuku said as he took out a notebook from his backpack, wrote something on a piece of paper and tore off a piece. It's my phone number, in case you want to talk or send me a message. Fuyumi takes the piece of paper that Izuku gave her. Thank you, Fuyumi said, and then took Izuku's notebook and wrote her number on it. This is my number. Thanks, well I guess I should go now, Izuku said. It's nice to meet you. Yeah, same here. Fuyumi said. Izuku looks towards the door of the house. Endeavor continues to watch him. Of course, it has been an honor to meet you, Endeavor. Izuku quickly said. I look up to you. And I'm training to become a hero like you. This makes Endeavor raise an eyebrow and then approach Izuku. A hero like me? He asked. Why? It's unusual to hear that everyone always wants to be like that idiot All Might. I'm not saying that I dislike All Might or anything like that, please, it's All Might. Izuku said. But my quirk is quite similar to yours, so I took you as a role model. I mean, you are the hero with the most solved cases after all. Endeavor raises an eyebrow at this. You say your quirk is similar to mine, tell me about it. Endeavor said. Well, my quirk is called Inferno. In essence it can do the same thing as yours, only the doctors say that my flames are hotter than normal flames. Izuku said. I see. Endeavor said. You look the same age as my daughter, I guess you're about 14 years old, right? Yeah, although in a few months I will be 15. Izuku said. What school do you plan to enter? Endeavor asked. UA, of course. Izuku said. I see. Endeavor said. That's all you can go, and thank you for helping my daughter. I don't need you to thank me, sir. Izuku said. It has been an honor to meet you. Without further ado, Izuku leaves. Endeavor closes the door to his house and then looks at his daughter. Is he your friend? He asked. Yeah? Fuyumi said with some hesitation, not because she doesn't want to be friends with Izuku, that boy seems to be a good person, but because she is afraid of what her father will say. Endeavor thinks for a moment. Good, keep being his friend. Endeavor said and then left his stunned daughter. That boy's quirk is similar to mine and Fuyumi inherited her mother's quirk. Endeavor smiles. Now I have a new plan if Shoto fails. Chapter 2. Training with the number 2. It has been several months since Izuku met Fuyumi, and therefore Endeavor, and now there is only 1 month left until the UA entrance exam. Izuku still remembers his sister's reaction when he told her that he met Endeavor. Flashback. You met Endeavor? Izumi said. Yes. Izuku said. That's great. You met the number 2 hero. Izumi said. And it seems that I will finally have a daughter-in-law. Inko said. Mother. Please don't start. Izuku said. I only met Fumikin today. And you're already calling her by her first name, you're moving fast. Inko said. Why do I even try? Izuku said, knowing that the more he says, the more his mother will be able to tease him. Onaikan. Tell me you got his autograph. Izumi said. I kind of forgot. Izuku said. Having his girlfriend by his side, he would obviously forget that. Inko said. At this point Izuku decided to ignore his mother's words. Sorry, the truth is Endeavor even more intimidating in person. Izuku said. Oh well, the next time you see him, don't forget it. Izumi said. I highly doubt I'll run into him again, but okay. Flashback end. Izuku was training on Dagoba as usual. I think this will be enough for the entrance exam, Izuku thought as he turned off his music on his headphones and went to the bench where his backpack was. This beach will never stop being dirty, that's a shame. Izuku takes his backpack and is about to leave, but a voice stops him. I finally find you. Izuku looks at who said that, and to his surprise Endeavor is the one who spoke to him. Next to him is Fuyumi too. I wanted to talk to you. Endeavor. Blaze of Glory opening. Song Jujutsu Kaisen opening 1 Kaikai Kitten. In the darkness a flame begins to burn and then transforms into Izuku, who is sitting inside a train while sleeping. At that moment a small snake slithers between his legs. Yuzumuzu Hido no Nari, Kyosei Shinso Jingai, Ae Mononoke Mitai de. Inside an underground traffic tunnel, Renjiro is seen stretching his legs. The shot focuses on his face, which has a determined look. Kaishin Tan Kayanochi Yadoshi, Auto wa Pat Para Pa Na, Nakami Naki Ninjen. Looking at the horizon, leaning on a wall is Karakoko. After looking for a while she stops leaning and starts walking. The shot focuses on her face, she is smiling. Yozuru Katai Fubiudu na Jinsei. In a shopping center, Hana is going down the escalators. Sainu Emo Nai Daiju Hai Nichiju Jie. On top of a building is Daichi observing the city. Anshin Bayudu and Ibatsu Koziai. Sitting in an armchair in his living room, Best Jeanist is reading a book. Todoru Kyoku Boku and Ayabasho. In a park, Sensoji is blowing on his glasses to clean them, then he puts them on and smiles. Nado Nai Kara. On top of a building at night is Endeavor, patrolling the city. Yum no Hazama de Nate Nade. The shot zooms in on Endeavor, who has a scowl on his face as the fire on his face moves violently. Donna kao suriba tu ka wakataru dekido mata. We return to Izuku on the train. When it enters a tunnel, sitting in front of Izuku, a person appears with totally black clothes and a white mask staring at him. Kote kureyo. The snake that is still moving between Izuku's feet suddenly pounces on Izuku's face, opening its jaws to attack. Izuku wakes up surprised and fire emerges from his body. Yami wa harat, Yami wa harat. Izuku runs on the falls and jumps to attack a villain. At the same time, Best Jeanist uses his quirk to trap said villain. Yoru no Tobari ga Oritera Azuda. Endeavor, still on the roof of the building, attacks with a burst of fire which illuminates the dark sky. Itai Mawaru. Two hooded people, one carrying a large hammer in its arms, look forward. Kanjusen. Two other hooded people are sitting around a table. Behind them are several people with snake masks. Zaragoto Nado wa Hakasudai too. People walk through the streets calmly. When people pass by, another hooded person appears who extends its arm, revealing a mouth in the palm of its hand. Mata Tomonade. Karakoko creates several bubbles. Mata Tomonade. Aoki trains with her steel baton. Dare Yuri Emo Sadaku Aru Maki and I Umareshi Kono Shotai wa Ima wa Tada Noroi. Hana runs while generating electricity in her hands. Daichi moves in the air using his jet pack. Emi smiles forward as Yukihiro adjusts his bandages. Sensoji creates two blasts in his hands. Yu starts growing. Renjiro is ready to fight while his fists are surrounded by fire. Izuku is in the park talking to a girl with white hair. Norwarita Boku no Murai wa Suzui. A snake appears with its jaw open, biting someone. The scene changes to the white-haired girl smiling. The shot zooms out, revealing that she is accompanied by a boy with white and red hair. A white-haired boy is leaning behind a door. Endeavor appears again with a frown. Hashit Karand. Izuku is pushed by a gust of wind as fire surrounds him. Kinai Atami Date wa. The scene changes and now Izuku is seen with his mother and younger sister. Sekai ga Mataru Kono Ishinwa. Izuku is now seen in his classroom with the rest of his classmates from UA Class 1A. Then everything goes dark and Izuku can be seen staring, with a frown, at the guy in the white mask. The guy draws a katana and attacks Izuku. Suddenly Izuku wakes up on the train confused, not noticing that a bit of fire on his shoulder goes out. Blaze of Glory. Izuku Midoriya's Fire Hero Chronicles. Endeavor. Izuku said. What is someone like you doing here? Like I said, I want to talk to you. Endeavor said. Hi Izuku. Fuyumi said. Fumiken? Izuku said and then smiled. Hi. You told me that you want to be a hero like me, didn't you? Endeavor asked. Why sir? Izuku said. You said your quirk, Inferno, is similar to mine, only the flames are hotter, right? Endeavor asked. That's what the doctor said, that my flames are naturally hotter than normal ones. Izuku said. Endeavor stops to think for a moment. Show me your skills. What? Izuku said. What you heard, I want you to show me your skills. Endeavor said as he takes off his jacket, leaving him in his white tank top. I want to see what you're capable of, and, if you impress me, I might help you train. Are you sure about this? Izuku asked. Yes. Endeavor at the moment of lighting his fire. Izuku swallows nervously and nods. Okay. Izuku lets Fuyumi take his backpack and he stands in front of Endeavor, both on the beach in the middle of several broken appliances. One more thing, Endeavor said and then smiled. Don't hold back. Izuku gets serious and sets his arms on fire. If I must impress you, holding back is not an option, he said before attacking Endeavor. Izuku attacks Endeavor with a burst of fire, but he easily destroys it by hitting it with his fire fist. The power is good and this fire is definitely hotter than mine, Endeavor thought. Izuku takes advantage of the smoke generated by the impact to approach Endeavor and try to hit him with a fire punch. However, Endeavor catches his fist easily and hits him with a knee to his stomach. Izuku falls to the ground after receiving the blow. That was an easy blow. Don't tell me it's that easy to defeat you, Endeavor said. Of course not. Izuku said to make an impulsive jump with his fire and attack Endeavor with a kick. Endeavor easily blocks the kick, but Izuku takes advantage of the proximity to attack Endeavor with a flash shot from close range. Izuku takes advantage of the fact that Endeavor was disoriented by the attack to jump back and create 3 fireballs in his hand which begin to spin so fast that it seems that Izuku has a disc of fire in his hand. Red Storm. Izuku launches the 3 fireballs that shoot at high speed at Endeavor. Seeing this, Endeavor smiles. Not bad. Endeavor quickly gathers fire in his hand and fires it, destroying Izuku's fireballs. But that's not enough. Endeavor creates a fire arrow and throws it at Izuku's feet. When it hits the ground it creates a pillar of fire which knocks Izuku down. I wasn't expecting that, Izuku said to himself before standing up. Is that all you got? Endeavor asked. Nah. I'm just getting started. Izuku said as he surrounds his body with fire and charges at Endeavor at high speed. Endeavor widens his eyes in surprise when he sees Izuku suddenly appear in front of him. Luckily, thanks to his experience as a hero, Endeavor is able to dodge Izuku's blow and knock him down with a blow to the face. This time Izuku doesn't get up immediately and instead just stares at the sky. Okay, that's all I got, he said before standing up. So that's all, Endeavor said. I admit it, you have potential. Really? Izuku said, excited. Yes. Endeavor said. Yes, this could work, although for now I will only help him improve his own skills. If he proves capable I will start teaching him my own techniques. Cool. Endeavor says I have potential. Izuku said. Indeed, I would like to help you in your training for UA. Endeavor said. Really? Izuku asked. Yes. Endeavor said. You can even use the gym at my house, it's definitely better than training in this dump. Thanks, but I prefer to train here. Izuku said. And why is that? Endeavor asked. This place used to be very beautiful. My mother used to bring me here when I was younger. Unfortunately people didn't think so and started using this place as a garbage dump. Izuku said. So I made it my mission to try to fix this site. And with that I also train. That's very noble of you, but Fuyumi joined the conversation. I don't see how cleaning the place helps you train. No, he's right, Endeavor said. The different objects here and the different ways of carrying them can help your body physically. Others can serve as target practice for shooting practice. Exactly. I train and help the community at the same time. Izuku said. For me it's a double prize. Endeavor observes the place. In that case you don't mind if I join? Not at all. Izuku said. Perfect, then let's start the training. Endeavor said. Fuyumi, you can go back home if you want. Actually, Fuyumi said as she walks over to a pile of trash and takes some of it in her hands. I would also like to help. Maybe I can't with the largest objects, but I can help with the small and light ones. Any help is useful. Izuku said. If that's what you want, fine by me. Endeavor said while carrying a refrigerator. The hours passed and dusk has arrived and Izuku has finished his training for today. I guess you don't train every day. Endeavor said. No, I also have to do my schoolwork. After all, to enter UA it takes more than having a powerful quirk. Izuku said. Well said. Endeavor said. You have Fuyumi's contact, keep talking to her so she can tell me when you are available to train. I will. Izuku said. Perfect, in that case I'll leave. Endeavor said. Let's go, Fuyumi. Alright. Fuyumi said. It was good to see you again, Izuku. Likewise. Izuku said, but in that he remembers something. Wait, Endeavor. Endeavor turns to look at him while Izuku takes a notebook out of his backpack. Could you give me your autograph? Izuku said. My autograph? Endeavor asked. Yes, it's for my little sister. Izuku said. She is a big fan of heroes and asked me if I see you again to ask for an autograph for her. I see, Endeavor said as he takes the notebook. What her name? Izumi Midoriya. Izuku said. Endeavor quickly signs the notebook and hands it to Izuku. Here you go. He said. I have to do what it takes to be on his good side. He is someone I can use to complete my goal. Thanks. Izuku said. Sure, Endeavor said and then turned around and started to leave. Let's go, Fuyumi. Yes. Fuyumi said, following her father. Goodbye, Izuku, good luck on your training. Thanks. Izuku said. Well, I guess I should go too. With nothing else to do, Izuku decides to return home. Midoriya household. I'm home, Izuku said as he entered his house. Welcome home, Izuku. Inko said. Welcome home, Anakin. Izumi said. Hey Izumi, I have a gift for you, Izuku said while handing Izumi the notebook that Endeavor signed. Izumi looks at the notebook and opens it and is then surprised to see Endeavor's autograph on the first page. It's Endeavor's autograph, Izumi said excitedly. I was lucky enough to run into him again, so I asked him what you asked me for, Izuku said. Thank you, Izumi said. Izuku pats his sister's head. You know I would do anything for you, Izuku said. So you crossed paths with Endeavor again, Inko said. Tell me, was Fuyumi with him? Actually yes, Izuku said. And I already told you, we're just friends, Suyer, Inko said. Anyway, the best thing of all is that Endeavor said he would help me train, Izuku said. That's so cool, Izumi said. Now I will be more ready than ever to enter UA, Izuku said. You have our full support, Inko said. After this, the rest of the day was calm, except for Izuku, who couldn't wait to train with Endeavor. After all this, Izuku's routine changed a little. After his normal classes and after eating he headed to Dagoba, the agreement being that he would train from Monday to Friday with Endeavor and on the weekends he would use them to rest. Increase the temperature, Endeavor orders. Yes, Izuku said as he does as indicated, increasing the temperature of his flames. This is harder than it seems. It doesn't matter, to be a hero you must always give your best, Endeavor said. To get to the top you need to be the best, right? Izuku said as he starts to produce more flames. However, after a few seconds the flames are extinguished and Izuku falls to his knees to the ground. I think I'm overheating. Then find a way to cool down or distribute heat away from your body, Endeavor said. Actually, Izuku said as he gets up and goes to his backpack to take out a notebook. I had already thought about it, designing my hero suit to be able to distribute heat away from my body. Izuku hands his notebook to Endeavor and he looks through it. Interesting, yes, this can work, Endeavor said. I see that you designed your suit as a compliment to you rather than a simple accessory to look good. Yes, my training has not only helped me become stronger, but also to know the strengths and weaknesses of my quirk, Izuku said. I designed my suit to maximize my strengths and minimize my weaknesses. I can see that you impress me, good job, Endeavor said. Maybe I'll take a few ideas from here and implement them in my suit. Just then Fuyumi arrives with some bento with food. Hi, I brought some food, Fuyumi said. Oh yes, thank you, Endeavor said while taking one of the bento. I also brought one for you, Izuku, Fuyumi said. I could eat something, yes, Izuku said while taking the bento. Thank you, Fumikin. Won't you eat anything? Don't worry, I ate before coming here, Fuyumi said. After all, I am the one who takes care of the food at home. Oh, Izuku said as he sits on a bench to eat. Fuyumi sits next to him, all while Endeavor watches them. Now that I think about it, I never asked you if you have any brothers. In fact, yes, I have 2 younger brothers, Natsuo who is 3 years younger than me and Shoto who just turned 7 years old, Fuyumi said. Wow, the same age as my younger sister, Izumi, Izuku said. It would be nice to introduce them to each other, don't you think? It wouldn't be a bad idea, Fuyumi said. Shoto has not had an ideal childhood, so to speak. It would be good for him to meet people his age. I see, delicate topic, I won't investigate, Izuku said. For Izumi it would also be good, she hasn't had a great childhood either, she was born quirkless and you can imagine how her classmates treated her when they found out that. How horrible it must have been difficult for her, Fuyumi said. Luckily she has me. As soon as I found out that she was being bullied I took it upon myself to teach those kids a lesson, Izuku said. You know, it is the duty of an older sibling to protect the younger sibling, don't you agree? Fuyumi gets a little uncomfortable and quickly composes herself without Izuku noticing. Yes, you're right, Fuyumi said. Izuku tries the bento food. This is so good, Izuku said while eating. Thank you, I really like cooking, It relieves me of stress from everyday life. Fuyumi said. In my house it's just Dad, my 2 brothers and me, and since Dad is busy with his hero work, I'm the one who takes care of the food and stuff. That's great. In my case I live only with my mom and my younger sister. Dad works abroad so Mom is the one who takes care of those things. Izuku said. I help her in any way I can, but lately with school, training, and studying for UA I have less time. I think it's good that you try to help, it shows how well you were educated. Fuyumi said. Thank you too, you take care of many things in your house. Izuku said. You can do things that I'm not that good at, for example, I'm not that good at cooking, I know how to cook the basics but nothing more apart from that. Well, I guess everyone is good at different things. Fuyumi said. You're right about that. Izuku said. Izuku and Fuyumi continue chatting, all while Endeavor watches them subtly. That's it, keep it up Fuyumi. Endeavor smiles. Help me achieve my goal if Shoto fails me. After eating a little and regaining energy, the training continues. The days pass until the day of the entrance exam arrives. Izuku gets up early, he can't hold back the excitement. The day has come, I can't afford to fail. Izuku thought while eating breakfast with his mother and younger sister. I know you're excited, but if you eat that fast you're going to choke, Izuku. Inko said. I'm sorry but I can't help it, I'm very excited and nervous. Izuku said. I know you will make it, brother. Izumi said. You have our full support. Inko said. Izuku smiles and continues with his breakfast, and once finished he dresses in his school uniform as well as carrying a backpack with his gym clothes. Alright, I'm leaving. Izuku said. Wish me luck. Good luck, Izuku. Inko said. Good luck, brother. Izumi said. Thanks, I'll see you in the afternoon. Izuku said and then left. The time has come, the first step to becoming a hero. Chapter 3. The entrance exam. Izuku is standing in front of the shaped building, the main building of the UA. I'm finally here, all this time I've been training for this moment. Izuku thought as he watched the entrance of the UA. I can't afford to fail. Just then, Izuku's cell phone rings and he notices that he received a message from Fuyumi. Good luck on the entrance exam, I know you don't need it but I still wish you luck. By the way, Dad says that you not only have to pass, that you have to pass with a number 1 score. Even Endeavor supports me in his own way, it's obvious that I can't fail. Izuku thought as he answers the message. With your support I will definitely pass. Thank you. Without wasting any more time, Izuku enters the building. Izuku enters the written exam room and sits in his designated place. After a few minutes of waiting, the room fills and a small creature enters and sits facing everyone. Good morning everyone, many of you may be wondering what I am. A dog? A mouse? A bear? The creature said. Well, that doesn't matter, my name is Nizu and I am the principal of this school. Nizu is a small stout creature who appears to be a possible combination of several different animals, including a dog, a mouse, and a bear, which would make him a chimera. He has the head of a mouse with circular black eyes, a large scar over the right one, relatively rectangular-shaped ears with pale pink insides slanting outwards from the top of his head, and an elongated muzzle with a small round nose. His fur is white and has large, dog-like paws with pink pads and a thin tail like that of a cat. He sports a white dress shirt, a dark red tie around his neck, a black double-bobed waistcoat and matching dress pants. He wears orange lace-up sneakers with incredibly thick soles which seem to be quite large on him. That's the principal, huh? Izuku thought. Well, I guess you shouldn't judge a book by its cover. First we will start with the written exam. This is simple, it is basic knowledge that all of you should already know. Saying this, several robots enter the room to deliver the exam papers. You have an hour and a half to take the exam. When the time is up I will return to explain the second part of the exam. Very well, the time has come. Izuku thought as he begins to read the exam questions. This shouldn't be so complicated. Yes, I can do this. Blaze of Glory opening. Song Jujutsu Kaisen opening 1 Kaikai Kitten. In the darkness a flame begins to burn and then transforms into Izuku, who is sitting inside a train while sleeping. At that moment a small snake slithers between his legs. Yuzumuzu Hido no Nari, Kyosei Shinso Jingai, Ae Mononoke Mitai de. Inside an underground traffic tunnel, Jiro is seen stretching his legs. The shot focuses on his face, which has a determined look. Kaishin tan kayanochi yadoshi, auto wa pat para pa na, nakami naki ninjen. Looking at the horizon, leaning on a wall is Karakoko. After looking for a while she stops leaning and starts walking. The shot focuses on her face, she is smiling. Yozuru katai fubiudu na jinsei. In a shopping center, Hana is going down the escalators. Sainu emo nai daiju hai nichiju jie. On top of a building is Daichi observing the city. Anshin bayudu and ibatsu koziai. Sitting in an armchair in his living room, Best Jeanist is reading a book. Todoru kyoku boku and iabasho. In a park, Sensoji is blowing on his glasses to clean them, then he puts them on and smiles. Nado nai kara. On top of a building at night is Endeavor, patrolling the city. Yum no hazama de nade. The shot zooms in on Endeavor, who has a scowl on his face as the fire on his face moves violently. Donna kao suriba tu ka wakataru dekido mata. We return to Izuku on the train. When it enters a tunnel, sitting in front of Izuku, a person appears with totally black clothes and a white mask staring at him. Kote kureyo. The snake that is still moving between Izuku's feet suddenly pounces on Izuku's face, opening its jaws to attack. Izuku wakes up surprised and fire emerges from his body. Yami wa harat. Izuku runs on the falls and jumps to attack a villain. At the same time, Best Jeanist uses his quirk to trap said villain. Yoru no tobari ga oritera azuda. Endeavor, still on the roof of the building, attacks with a burst of fire which illuminates the dark sky. Itai mawaru. Two hooded people, one carrying a large hammer in its arms, look forward. Kanjusen. Two other hooded people are sitting around a table. Behind them are several people with snake masks. Zaragoto nado wa hakasadai too. People walk through the streets calmly. When people pass by, another hooded person appears who extends its arm, revealing a mouth in the palm of its hand. Mata tomonade. Karakoko creates several bubbles. Mata tomonade. Aoki trains with her steel baton. Dare yuri emo sadaku aru maki and I umareshi kono shotai wa ima wa tada noroi. Hana runs while generating electricity in her hands. Daichi moves in the air using his jet pack. Emi smiles forward as Yukihiro adjusts his bandages. Sensoji creates two blasts in his hands. Yu starts growing. Jiro is ready to fight while his fists are surrounded by fire. Izuku is in the park talking to a girl with white hair. Norwarita boku no murai wa Suzui. A snake appears with its jaw open biting someone. The scene changes to the white-haired girl smiling. The shot zooms out revealing that she is accompanied by a boy with white and red hair. A white-haired boy is leaning behind a door. Endeavor appears again with a frown. Hashit Karand. Izuku is pushed by a gust of wind as fire surrounds him. Kinai Atami date wa. The scene changes and now Izuku is seen with his mother and younger sister. Sekai ga Mataru kono ishinwa. Izuku is now seen in his classroom with the rest of his classmates from UA Class 1A. Then everything goes dark and Izuku can be seen staring, with a frown, at the guy in the white mask. The guy draws a katana and attacks Izuku. Suddenly Izuku wakes up on the train confused, not noticing that a bit of fire on his shoulder goes out. Blaze of Glory. Izuku Midoriya's Fire Hero Chronicles. The exam time passed in the blink of an eye. Alright, time out. Nizu said as the robots collected all the exams. Now we will move on to the second part, the practical exam. Saying this, the screen lights up illustrating the exam instructions. Each one will be assigned to an area in which a simulated exercise will be carried out for 10 minutes in an urban area. In each area there will be different types of enemies which you will have to defeat to earn points. Each robot has a different value in points. Finally, at a specified time an enemy will appear quite difficult to defeat. The value of this robot is 0 points. It is more of an obstacle than a target, so I recommend you avoid it at all costs. It seems like they will divide us all into different groups, Izuku thought. I wonder if they would let people from the same schools be in the same groups. Very well, if there are no questions, please take the form at your desk. It will tell you which area to go to. Nizu said. As you can see, we have considered your schools of origin and we have divided you so that former classmates do not end up in the same area. Now please proceed to your designated area. What the hero Napoleon Bonaparte ever said. A true hero is one who overcomes all the misfortunes of life. Go beyond. Plus Ultra. After this, everyone went to their respective assigned areas. Battle Center A. Manua definitely likes to spend money. This place is huge. Izuku thought. It's like a city. In an area A, how many villains can there be? Said a random applicant. There are probably areas where more robots congregate. Izuku thought. Obviously everyone will want to go where the majority of robots are, but the smartest thing to do is to take care of the robots that are straggling or that are in separate areas. Yes, get points while I wait for the others to get tired and thus in the last moments of the exam get as many points as possible. Suddenly, the doors to enter open. Alright, the practical exam begins. Nizu's voice is heard through the speaker. Without wasting time, Izuku rushes towards the entrance, without waiting for any type of countdown or indication. Endeavor-san, do you have any advice for the exam? Izuku remembers his last conversation with Endeavor. You want some advice? Endeavor's words ring in Izuku's head as he approaches a 1-point robot. Don't treat the exam like that, an exam, treat it as if it were a real situation. Remembering Endeavor's words, Izuku throws a fireball at the robot, destroying it. That's 1 point. Izuku said to himself. Meanwhile everyone was staring at him and started muttering. What is he doing? There were no indications to start. He's gonna be disqualified. I see we have someone who understands things, Nizu said. In real life there are no countdowns. I advise you to follow the example of your potential classmate or else he will take all the points. Yeah? Everyone rushed at the city. That's not fair. It's just an entrance exam. Can't you be nicer to us? Izuku ignores the other applicants' complaints and focuses on the exam. At UA they take things very seriously, it seems. Izuku thought while destroying 2 robots. Observation room. Inside a room are all the UA professors observing the performance of the applicants. This year is interesting to say the least. One teacher said. Indeed, I don't see that many of them have the potential, another teacher said. This year seems like it will be different from others, Nizu said. Not just because, how did you put it? Because of the interestingness of the examinees, if not because we have new additions to our staff. This year we have a change in staff, many of our old staff have already retired and now we need new teachers. The first voice said. That's why we can thank Hakamada-san and Kamihara-san for joining us as teachers at UA, even if it's just for a couple of years. Nizu said. It's a good deal to nurture the next generation of heroes. Hakamada said. I agree with my friend, nurturing the next generation of heroes is a very noble thing. Kamihara said. Even so, let's not define anything yet, nothing is decided until it's over. Nizu said. I won't raise my expectations, but you're right. So let's raise the stakes, don't we? Nizu said as he pressed a red button. Battle Center A. Izuku continued with the exam, accumulating points by destroying robots. Also, while he was doing it, he helped one or another examinee with difficulties. Hey! Behind you! Izuku throws a fireball to destroy a robot that had sneaked behind another person who had not realized he had the robot behind him. Wow! Thanks! The guy said as he destroys another robot with a fire punch. That was a close one, don't you think? I guess the important thing is that nothing bad happened. Izuku said. You're right. The guy said. Well, I guess we should continue with the exam. I hope we see each other again at UA. Without further ado, the guy continues with the exam. I couldn't even ask him his name. Oh well, next time, I guess. Izuku thought. At that moment, the ground begins to shake and a giant robot appears from among the buildings, the 0 points. So that's 0 points, yes, definitely an obstacle more than a target to destroy. Izuku thought while seeing the size of the robot. Finally, my time to shine has arrived. A blonde girl said behind Izuku and then started running towards the robot. Hey, isn't that dangerous? Izuku said. Not for me. The girl said to suddenly grow to a height of just over 20 meters, interestingly her clothes grew with her. Wow, I guess her clothes are made to grow with her, Izuku thought. The girl approaches the robot and hits it on the head, destroying it. Threat neutralized. The girl said, but she doesn't notice that several pieces of the robot begin to fall. Most of the pieces of the robot that fall are not dangerous, but one of them is about to fall on some examinees. Watch out. Izuku said as he jumps up and prepares a large amount of fire in his hands. I got it. Izuku fires a large burst of fire which destroys the piece of robot that was about to hit the people. Meanwhile, the girl who hit 0 points prevents the other pieces from falling heavily to the ground by catching them before they fall and then gently placing them on the ground. Alright everyone. Time's up. Nizu's voice signaled the end of the exam. That was close, the girl said as she returned to her normal size. Good one there. You too, although you should be more careful next time. Izuku said. Note taken. The girl said before walking away. Well, the exam is over and I was able to highlight my performance. I would say it was a complete success. I'm leaving, bye. What an interesting person, Izuku thought. Oh well, I guess I should go too. I got more than 60 points, so I probably passed. After taking a breath to catch his breath, Izuku also decides to return home. He is done for the day. Later that day, the night after the entrance exam, the teachers are reviewing the participants' results and they are not very happy, to say the least. It seems that in the end you were right, Nizu said. This year the exams were not at the level of the school's expectations. We have very few people who managed to pass. Many failed the written exam, even though the practical one did not go so badly. A teacher said. Many people believe that only your combat skills are important in UA, but they are wrong. Knowledge is also important. Nizu said. A shame that this year many people have not given importance to that. What do we do now? Another teacher asked. We can't accept those who failed the written exam, Nizu said. And we have already seen everyone who passed both exams. I have an idea. What is it about principal? I want a list of people who took the exam for the hero course but have also tried the general course. Nizu said. But only those who passed the written exam. What is that for? A teacher asked. You know very well that the entrance exam is always more advantageous for those who have a combat-oriented quirk. Nizu said. That's why we have the sports festival, to give the opportunity to those who did not have that advantage to enter the hero course. Why don't we go a little ahead and give some of those guys a chance? Do you mean that we will accept all those who have tried the hero course but failed and have attempted the general studies exam as a second option? Another teacher asked. Not everyone. That is why we must review them and we will see who really has the potential to be heroes. We will review their performance in the practical exam to analyze them and see if they have the potential to enter the hero course from the beginning. Nizu said. That's why I only want to review those who have passed the written exam. I see, makes sense. Well, I'll go get the files. After several hours of extra revision, the teachers are still not satisfied. Well, even with this we barely reached the number of students just for one class of the hero course. A teacher said. What do we do now? The way I see it, we have two options, Nizu said. Either we only have a single class in the hero course or we have two classes with reduced numbers. And what will it be then? You are the principal, so it is your decision. The decision is obvious. What we will do is. A week later. Midoriya household. Izuku was eating his food while waiting for the letter from the UA. I'm sure that I managed to pass. I got more than 60 points in the practical exam and I'm completely sure that I passed the written exam. Still, I can't help but be nervous. He thought. Izuku, are you okay? I see you very thoughtful, Inko asked. Oh, yes. I'm just a little nervous about the UA results. Izuku said. What are you worried about, brother? Izumi asked. I bet you managed to pass with the highest score. Having the highest score or being the best is not what is important. I am satisfied with passing. What matters is what I do when I become a hero. Izuku said. Although it wouldn't be bad to be number one, don't you think? Izumi laughs with her brother. Just at that moment the doorbell rings and Inko went to answer the door. Izuku. It has arrived. Inko said as she handed a letter to her son. Oh my god. Finally. Izumi said. Come on, brother, open it. You are more anxious than me, calm down. Izuku said as he opened the letter. To his surprise, a small device fell on the table. This device started to project a video that showed the principal Nizu. Asterisk Izuku Midoriya, in this projection I will provide you with your scores in the entrance exam. First of all, you got a passing score of 92% in the written part, congratulations. Now, for the practical, you scored a total of 67 villain points, that is more than enough you pass. Congratulations, asterisk. I did it. Izuku said. Alright. Congratulations Izuku. Inko said. Congratulations big bro. Izumi said. But that's not all, Nizu said, getting everyone's attention. Asterisk, you see, we had a secret scoring, rescue points, we rate the heroic acts apart from the villain points. By saving other applicants from any danger you earned a total of 35 hero points, earning a total of 102 points overall, as well taking the first place in the scoreboard. Within this letter you will also find your student ID, as well for your assigned class. We are waiting, at your Hero Academy asterisk. You did it. You didn't just get in, you also scored first place. Izumi said while hugging Izuku. I did it, I scored first, I can't believe it. Izuku said. You can finally fulfill your dream, Izuku. Inko said, joining the hug. I am very proud of you. Thank you. Izuku said. I have to tell this to Fumikin and Endeavor. Meanwhile, Endeavor is in his home office going through some papers. At that moment Fuyumi enters the room. Father, I'm sorry for interrupting you, but Izuku told me about his results on the entrance exam, and since you told me to tell you how it went, well, she said, but was interrupted by her father. Yes, how did it go? Tell me quickly because I have things to do. Endeavor said. Well, he passed. I already sent him my congratulations, of course. I'm glad that someone like him was able to, Fuyumi said, but has, again, interrupted by her father. That was the minimum, what matters to me is knowing how it went. Where did he score? Endeavor asked. Why don't you see it yourself? Fuyumi said while showing her father the results of the top scores. 1. Izuku Midoriya. Dylan points 67. Rikyu points 35. Total 102. 2. Sensoji Tsukino. Dylan points 75. Rikyu points 10. Total 85. 3. Renjiro Takahashi. Dylan points 60. Rescue points 20. Total 80. 4. Hana Yoshida. Dylan points 45. Hero points 28. Total 73. 5. Matsusho Miyako. Dylan points 40. Hero points 30. Total 70. 6. Daichi Suzuki. Dylan points 36. Hero points 32. Total 68. 7. Emi Aoki. Dylan points 52. Hero points 9. Total 61. 8. Inasho Yashidori. Dylan points 45. Hero points 15. Total 60. 9. Yu Takayama. Dylan points 49. Hero points 10. Total 59. 10. Tsuruta Nampaku. Dylan points 47. Hero points 10. Total 57. Seeing the results, Endeavor can't help but smile. Perfect, you can leave now, Fuyumi, and send him my congratulations, but don't let him get overconfident, the difficult part is just about to begin. He said. Right. Fuyumi said before leaving the room. Endeavor is left alone and his smile changes to an obsessive one. Keep it up, Izuku. If you manage to meet my expectations, I will arrange a marriage between you and Fuyumi where you have to change your last name to mine. Endeavor thought. Once you become part of my family and a Todoroki, you will only have to overcome that blonde idiot and become the #1 hero. You will fulfill my goal. Chapter 4. UA High School. So what do you think of the results? Nizu asked. The teachers were reviewing all the scores from the practical exam. UA's entrance exam scoreboard. 1. Izuku Midoriya. Dylan points 67. Rikyu points 35. Total 102. 2. Sensoji Tsukino. Dylan points 75. Rikyu points 10. Total 85. 3. Renjiro Takahashi. Dylan points 60. Rescue points 20. Total 80. 4. Hana Yoshida. Dylan points 45. Hero points 28. Total 73. 5. Matsusho Miyako. Dylan points 40. Hero points 30. Total 70. 6. Daichi Suzuki. Villain points 36. Hero points 32. Total 68. 7. Emi Aoki. Villain points 52. Hero points 9. Total 61. 8. Inasho Yashidori. Villain points 45. Hero points 15. Total 60. 9. Yu Takayama. Villain points 49. Hero points 10. Total 59. 10. Tsuruta Nampaku. Villain points 47. Hero points 10. Total 57. The entire top 10 has potential. A shame that not all of the examinees had that same potential. A teacher said. I mean, look at first place, it's been a long time since we had someone score more than 100 points. And he did it with a decent amount of rescue points. Another teacher said. Well, we can say that we will have a very different year from the others. I have a feeling that we will see something very interesting with our students. Nizu said. Especially with that boy Izuku Midoriya. For some reason you catch my attention. You are undoubtedly right about that. This situation with the hero course has only happened once besides this one in all the time that UA has been in existence. Another teacher said. If I'm not mistaken, this also happened during Endeavor's student days. And in that exam he also came in first place with a score greater than 100 points. Another teacher said. It seems that things are repeating themselves. A boy with a fire quirk enters UA with a score greater than 100, and just that same year the hero course is not completely filled. The first teacher said. Let's just hope the same thing doesn't happen as that time. Nizu said. Yes, I heard some rumors. Are they true? I wasn't the principal at that time, but unfortunately I can confirm that the rumors are true. Nizu said. Well, I was hoping those rumors were just that, rumors. Unfortunately they are not, but things have changed and now things are better. Since All Might got the title of the symbol of peace, crime has decreased a lot. Nizu said. Not only that, after everything that happened that year UA has raised its standards, and now we make sure to prepare our students in a better way so that this does not happen again. Okay, now back on track. Who will be in charge of which class? Blaze of Glory opening. Song Jujutsu Kaisen opening 1. Kai Kitten. In the darkness a flame begins to burn and then transforms into Izuku, who is sitting inside a train while sleeping. At that moment a small snake slithers between his legs. Yuzumuzu Hido no Nari, Kyosei Shinso Jingai, Ae Mononoke Mitai de. Inside an underground traffic tunnel, Renjiro is seen stretching his legs. The shot focuses on his face, which has a determined look. Kaishin Tan Kayanochi Yadoshi, Auto wa Pat Para Pa na, Nakami Naki Ninjen. Looking at the horizon, leaning on a wall is Karakoko. After looking for a while she stops leaning and starts walking. The shot focuses on her face, she is smiling. Yozuru Katai Fubiudu na Jinsei. In a shopping center, Hana is going down the escalators. Sainu Emonai Daiju Hai Nichiju. On top of a building is Daichi observing the city. Anshin Bayudu and Ibatsu Koziai. Sitting in an armchair in his living room, Best Jeanist is reading a book. Todoroki Kyoku Boku and Ayabasho. In a park, Sensoji is blowing on his glasses to clean them, then he puts them on and smiles. Nado Nai Kara. On top of a building at night is Endeavor, patrolling the city. Yum no Hazama de Nade. The shot zooms in on Endeavor, who has a scowl on his face as the fire on his face moves violently. Donna Kao Suriba tu ka wakataru Dekido Mata. We return to Izuku on the train. When it enters a tunnel, sitting in front of Izuku, a person appears with totally black clothes and a white mask staring at him. Kote Kureyo. The snake that is still moving between Izuku's feet suddenly pounces on Izuku's face, opening its jaws to attack. Izuku wakes up surprised and fire emerges from his body. Yami wa harat, Yami wa harat. Izuku runs on the falls and jumps to attack a villain. At the same time, Best Jeanist uses his quirk to trap said villain. Yoru no Tobari Ga Oritera Azuda. Endeavor, still on the roof of the building, attacks with a burst of fire which illuminates the dark sky. Itai Mawaru. 2 hooded people, one carrying a large hammer in its arms, look forward. Kanjusen. 2 other hooded people are sitting around a table. Behind them are several people with snake masks. Zaragoto Nado wa Hakasadike 2. People walk through the streets calmly. When people pass by, another hooded person appears who extends its arm, revealing a mouth in the palm of its hand. Mata Tomonade. Karakoko creates several bubbles. Mata Tomonade. Aoki trains with her steel baton. Dare Yuri Emo Sadaku Aru Maki and I Umareshi Kono Shotai wa Ima wa Tada Noroi. Hana runs while generating electricity in her hands. Daichi moves in the air using his jet pack. Emi smiles forward as Yukihiro adjusts his bandages. Sensoji creates 2 blasts in his hands. Yu starts growing. Renjiro is ready to fight while his fists are surrounded by fire. Izuku is in the park talking to a girl with white hair. Norwarita Boku no Murai wa Suzui. A snake appears with its jaw open biting someone. The scene changes to the white-haired girl smiling. The shot zooms out revealing that she is accompanied by a boy with white and red hair. A white-haired boy is leaning behind a door. Endeavor appears again with a frown. Hashit Karand. Izuku is pushed by a gust of wind as fire surrounds him. Kinai Atami date wa. The scene changes and now Izuku is seen with his mother and younger sister. Sekai ga Mataru Kono Ishinwa. Izuku is now seen in his classroom with the rest of his classmates from UA Class 1A. Then everything goes dark and Izuku can be seen staring, with a frown, at the guy in the white mask. The guy draws a katana and attacks Izuku. Suddenly Izuku wakes up on the train confused, not noticing that a bit of fire on his shoulder goes out. Blaze of Glory Izuku Midoriya's Fire Hero Chronicles. Izuku. Are you sure you don't forget anything? Inko asked to her son. Yes, I double-checked. Izuku said. I'm leaving, I'll be late. Brother, you look very cool. Izumi said. I can't wait for my turn to go. I bet you look just as cool or cooler than me. Izuku said as he pats his sister's head. Izuku. His mother calls his attention. You look so cool. Izuku smiled back at his mother. Thanks. After these words Izuku begins to head towards the UA. Izuku arrives at the train station and enters, however in his haste he crashes with a guy with black hair and an expressionless face. I'm sorry. Izuku said. No problem. The guy said with a completely expressionless voice. Just be more careful next time. Without saying a single word or waiting for a response, the guy leaves. I guess he must have had a hard day although it's only morning Izuku thought as he sits on a seat on the train. Maybe his job has him tired. After a while on the train, Izuku finally arrives at UA. My first official day as a UA student, I'm ready. Izuku thought as he starts to look for his classroom. I'm in class 1A, I just have to search. After several minutes of searching, Izuku finds the entrance to his classroom. Here it is. The door is undoubtedly large, although it is probably for people whose quirks make them larger than a normal person. Izuku enters the room and is surprised, not by the people who have already arrived, but by the few seats there are. There are only 10 seats as far as I remember. Each class consists of 20 students. He thought. At that moment a boy approaches him. It is the boy he saved from a robot in the exam. Izuku takes the time to observe him well. The boy has purple hair combed back, his skin is light and he wears the normal UA uniform. Hey! It's you, great! The guy said. Thanks for the save at the exam, I'm Renjiro Takahashi, a pleasure. Izuku Midoriya, nice to meet you, Renjiro-san. Izuku said while shaking hands with Renjiro. You barely know me and you already call me by my name, huh? Renjiro said. Yeah, I think so. I don't know, I've always liked calling people by their first names instead of their last names. Izuku said. You can call me Izuku if you like. Sure. Renjiro said. Interesting that there are only 10 seats, don't you think? You noticed too, didn't you? Izuku said. Classes are usually made up of 20 students, something must have happened. Just then the door opens and a boy Izuku recognized enters. Very well, get ready everyone, I have arrived, Sensoji Tsukino has arrived. Sensoji said. Well, looks like you managed to pass, huh? Izuku said. What are you doing here? Sensoji said. Well, I passed the exam, so it's obvious why I'm here. Izuku said. You know him? Renjiro asked. Something like that. Izuku said. Look, we'll be classmates from now on if we try to get along, okay? As long as you don't get in my way we'll be fine. Sensoji said. Izuku and Sensoji stare at each other as more people enter the room. Please let's avoid conflicts on the first day. a person said entering the room. Said person is a tall, slim man with an unnaturally long and flexible neck, as shown on several occasions, and dark, heavily lashed eyes which appeared to tilt slightly inwards. He has rather long, blonde hair which he wears combed drastically to the left, covering his left eye. He is dressed in a pair of jeans, a denim waistcoat with 2 large boba pockets, and a denim dress shirt with a very high collar which covers his face up to just below his nose. He wears 2 belts, one around his collar and one around his waist, and short dark brown boots with thick gray shafts and soles. We are in the heroes course, save that energy for later. The man said. Please be polite and sit in your seats. Paying attention to the guy, everyone sits down. Very good, now that everyone is seated I will introduce myself. The man said. I am Tsunaga Hakamata, also known as the professional hero Best Jeanist, and I will be your homeroom teacher for the rest of the year. Best Jeanist, he is an incredibly famous hero. Many people believe that soon he will be part of the top heroes. Izuku thought. Incredible that UA was able to recruit someone like him. Many of you will have several questions. Best Jeanist said. The most obvious is why the reduced number of seats in the class, isn't it? That's right, I was wondering why there are only 10 students in the class. A girl with blue skin asked. Aren't classes at UA supposed to consist of 20 students each? Well, that's because this year has been something special. Best Jeanist said. This year the number of passes was excessively low. We did not even have enough students to complete a single class of the hero course. Almost no one approved? So does that mean it's just us at the hero course? Izuku thought. Then the director decided to do something interesting. Best Jeanist continued. Some of you did not pass the practical exam, but not for not trying, but because of how it is structured. Some of you do not have combat-oriented quirks and therefore could not collect enough points. Saying this, some of the class members felt uncomfortable. But you know that, don't you? That's why you also applied for the General Studies course, knowing that you would have a second chance at the sports festival, right? Best Jeanist said. That is why the principal was in charge of reviewing your files one by one and decided to choose all those who have the potential to become incredible heroes from the beginning, and here you are now. Okay, but that doesn't explain why there are 10 of us. Renjiro said. Despite doing this, we barely had enough students for a single class, which is why we decided to divide the hero course this year into 2 classes of 10 students. Best Genie said. So please, I don't want you to belittle your classmates who entered through this method. If the principal allowed them to enter this course from the beginning, it is because they are your equals. Do you understand? Loud and clear, Sensei. Izuku said. Best Jeanist smiles. I like you, boy. He said. Okay, now that I've explained this, it's time to move on to the next thing. Each of you will come forward and introduce yourself, your name and quirk. Could you give us an example, Sensei? The blonde girl from the exam said. I guess I can. As I already said, my name is Tsunaga Hakamata and my quirk is Fiber Master. It allows me to freely manipulate the threads in any nearby piece of fabric. Best Jeanist said. Now it's your turn, let's go in the seating order. The first to pass is the blue-skinned girl. Nice to meet you, my name is Kar Coco Iwata and my quirk is Bubble. She said. My quirk allows me to produce bubbles filled with any aroma that I had smelled at least once before. I can make both sweet-smelling bubbles and foul-smelling ones. She must have been one of those who came in through the principal accepting her after the exam results. Izuku thought. As Hakamata-sensei said, she is my equal now. The next one to pass is a girl that has notably straight teeth and quite long, dark hair, which is styled into 2 low plaits with a neat fringe hanging just over her eyes. Her eyes themselves are oval-shaped, and appear to be entirely blacked out, showing no visible iris or pupil. Hello, my name is Emi Aoki and my quirk is Mass Expansion. The girl said, it allows me to increase my body mass, turning myself into a blob-like form in the process. This blob form can grow larger than a residential building and is rubber-like in nature, allowing me to stretch and contract, as well as protects me from attacks. Her quirk sounds interesting. Apparently she can control the size she expands to. Izuku thought. Next is a boy who has his face, arms, and hands covered in bandages. I'm Yukihiro Kato, my quirk is Traject. He said. It allows me to redirect objects in motion that pass through my bandages. It works in both living and non-living objects. Another one who probably entered the hero course in a special way. Izuku thought. Even so, his quirk can be very useful as support in a fight. The next to pass is Renjiro. Hi. My name is Renjiro Takahashi and my quirk is Fire Fist. He said. As the name suggests, I can cover my fists with fire. This also gives me some resistance to fire. Interesting, I guess we share something in common now, our quirks are fire quirks. Izuku thought while standing up ready to introduce himself. It's a pleasure to meet all of you. I hope we can get along well in these 3 years. I'm Izuku Midoriya and my quirk is Inferno. Izuku said. My quirk allows me to produce and manipulate large amounts of extremely intense fire at will. The doctors say that my flames are much hotter than normal flames. You're not as pathetic as I thought. I guess you're worth paying attention to, Izuku Midoriya. Sensoji thought. After introducing himself, Izuku returns to his seat and the next to pass is the blonde girl from the entrance exam. Nice to meet you guys, my name is Yutakiyama, you better remember it. My quirk is gigantification. She said. My quirk allows me to grow to a gigantic size of 2062 centimeters, no more, no less. Her quirk is similar to Emi's, only she cannot change her size as she grows. Izuku thought. Next up is Sensoji. I am Sensoji Tsukino. My quirk is Blast. He said. It allows me to create blasts from the palms of my hands. Simple but strong. Now I can see why he is so arrogant. Izuku thought. Next is a girl with long light brown hair and eyes of the same color. My name is Hana Yoshida and my quirk is Lightning Generation. She said. My quirk allows me to generate electricity in the form of lightning from my hands. An electrical quirk, those are becoming more common lately. Izuku thought. Next is a girl with smart blue eyes, sloping inwards, and short, shoulder-length hair of a lighter blue color which she wears side swept to the right. Nice to meet you, my name is Aiko Honda and my quirk is Good Ear. She said. My quirk allows me to hear high frequencies and quiet sounds that normal people cannot. Another one that entered in a special way. Izuku thought. Even so, her quirk can be very useful to facilitate communication between several heroes as well as to listen to conversations of villains. Finally, a boy with cream blonde hair and blue eyes stands up to introduce himself. I'm Daichi Suzuki and my quirk is Air Blast. He said. My quirk allow me to shoot blasts of air from my hands. An air quirk, we could make a good team, after all air can enhance fire. Izuku thought. Alright, now that we're all introduced, it's time to move on to today's next activity. Best Jeanist said. Please everyone follow me as we will go to the introduction ceremony by Principal Nizu. Class 1A follows their teacher to the outside courtyard where all the first-year classes gather for the introduction ceremony. Welcome freshmen to UA High School. The principal said. I hope all of you are in great shape and ready to begin your 3-year journey. On both sides of Nizu are all the UA teachers. With our staff we will be in charge of nurturing all of you so that when you become professionals you are all ready for the challenges that life throws at you. Nizu said. This year we have a reduced staff because several of our staff have just retired, even so that will not stop us from giving you the best quality of classes and lessons. Our class schedule is from Monday to Saturday, from 8 a.m. the morning until 4 p.m., with the exception of the hero course whose classes will conclude at 6 p.m., you will all have your time to rest and eat at 2 p.m. In the cafeteria you can all order the dish you like. Our professionals will take care of your orders. Nizu said. Our school also has various clubs to which all of you, except the students of the hero course, can join. That's kind of unfair, don't you think? Renjiro whispers to Izuku. I guess because we have extra activities unlike the rest of the classes. Izuku whispers back. Our facilities have everything you need, from an infirmary managed by Recovery Girl, to the cafeteria led by Lunch Rush, all with the purpose that you will lack nothing during your studies here. Nizu said. Your classroom teachers will be in charge of giving you orientation and introduction to the facilities once the ceremony is over. With this I finish my speech, now I only have to welcome you to UA High School. Nizu said. After the introduction ceremony, Best Jeanist gives his students a tour through the facilities, ending when they return to the classroom of Class 1A. And with this we finish the orientation. Best Jeanist said. Now, to finish today's day under your desks you will find your gym uniforms, put them on, I will be waiting for you at the training ground. Chapter 5. Tests and Classes. The 10 members of Class 1A gather at the training ground each dressed in their respective gym uniforms. So, Sensei, what are we going to do here? Karakoko asked. Today is your first day but that doesn't mean we won't do anything. Best Jeanist said. As the only activity today we will have a quirk apprehension test. Quirk apprehension test? What's that? Emmy asked. You will do the same tests that you did in middle school, only this time you will use your quirks. For better understanding we will give an example. Best Jeanist looks among the students and points to one of them who turned out to be Izuku. Midoriya, you placed first at the entrance exam. How many meters did you achieve when throwing the ball at the school? Best Jeanist asked while handing Izuku a ball. Izuku thinks for a second. Around 70 meters I think. Not bad, now throw the ball using your quirk, you can do whatever you want as long as you don't exit the circle. Best Jeanist said. The objective is to throw the ball as far as possible, use your quirk and creativity to do it. Alright. Izuku said and then proceeded to ignite the ball. Then, using a fire blast, the ball is shot like a canyon. The shot was so strong that it created a gust of wind from which everyone had to cover. Best Jeanist's machine made a sound and he saw the score from Izuku. Not bad, I see that you know how to use your quirk creatively. He said while showing the score to the rest of the class 733 meters. Cool. Renjiro said. It's not that big of a deal, Sensoji said. Now, I know this may seem like fun to all of you but I must remind you that you are in UA now. You are here to become heroes, not to have fun. Best Jeanist said. By this I don't mean that you don't have fun or that you are serious all the time, what I mean is that you are no longer high school students. It is time for you to give your best in all the exercises and practices, that you take seriously what it means to be a hero. Everyone remains silent, listening to what their teacher tells them. You all decided to walk this path. Being a hero is not easy, there is always danger in this profession, but here at UA we will make sure to guide all of you on the right path. Best Jeanist said. This is not a competition, I don't want you to look at it that way, but obviously the scores you get in these tests will make you be either higher or lower on the scoreboard. So why are you rating us if you say this is not a competition? Emmy asked. There are 10 of you so we can do the following. See this as the top 10 of the hero billboard chart. These tests are how well you have done in your job as a hero and in the end we will see where each of you is ranked in the top. Best Jeanist said. So please do your best. Blaze of Glory opening. Song Jujutsu Kaisen opening 1 Kai Kai Kitten. In the darkness a flame begins to burn and then transforms into Izuku who is sitting inside a train while sleeping. At that moment a small snake slithers between his legs. Yuzumuzu Hido no Nari, Kyosei Shinso Jingai, Ae Mononoke Mitai de. Inside an underground traffic tunnel, Renjiro is seen stretching his legs, the shot focuses on his face which has a determined look. Kaishin Tankai Inochi Yudoshi, Auto wa Pappara pa na, Nakami Naki Ninjen. Looking at the horizon, leaning on a wall is Karakoko. After looking for a while she stops leaning and starts walking, the shot focuses on her face, she is smiling. Yozuru Katai Fubiudu na Jinsei. In a shopping center, Hana is going down the escalators. Sainu Emonai Daiju Hai Nichiju. On top of a building is Daichi observing the city. Anshin Bayudu Anaibatsu Koziai. Sitting in an armchair in his living room, Best Jeanist is reading a book. Todoru Kyoku Boku Anayabasho. In a park, Sensoji is blowing on his glasses to clean them, then he puts them on and smiles. Nado Nai Kara. On top of a building at night is Endeavor, patrolling the city. Yum no Hazama de Nate Nade. The shot zooms in on Endeavor who has a scowl on his face as the fire on his face moves violently. Donna Kao Suriba tu ka wakataru Dekido Mata. We return to Izuku on the train. When it enters a tunnel, sitting in front of Izuku, a person appears with totally black clothes and a white mask staring at him. Koti Kureyo. The snake that is still moving between Izuku's feet suddenly pounces on Izuku's face, opening its jaws to attack. Izuku wakes up surprised and fire emerges from his body. Yami wa harat Yami wa harat. Izuku runs on the falls and jumps to attack a villain. At the same time, Best Jeanist uses his quirk to trap said villain. Yoru no Tobari ga Oritera Azuda. Endeavor, still on the roof of the building, attacks with a burst of fire which illuminates the dark sky. Itai Mawaru. Two hooded people, one carrying a large hammer in its arms, look forward. Kanjusen. Two other hooded people are sitting around a table, behind them are several people with snake masks. Zaragoto Nado wa Hakasudike 2. People walk through the streets calmly. When people pass by, another hooded person appears who extends its arm revealing a mouth in the palm of its hand. Mata Tomonade. Karakoko creates several bubbles. Mata Tomonade. Aoki trains with her steel baton. Dare Yuri Emo Sadaku Aru Maki and I Umarashi Kono Shotai wa Ima wa Tada Noroi. Hana runs while generating electricity in her hands. Daichi moves in the air using his jet pack. Emi smiles forward as Yukihiro adjusts his bandages. Sensoji creates two blasts in his hands. Yu starts growing. Renjiro is ready to fight while his fists are surrounded by fire. Izuku is in the park talking to a girl with white hair. Norwarita Boku no Murai wa Suzui. A snake appears with its jaw open biting someone. The scene changes to the white-haired girl smiling. The shot zooms out revealing that she is accompanied by a boy with white and red hair. A white-haired boy is leaning behind a door. Endeavor appears again with a frown. Hashit Karand. Izuku is pushed by a gust of wind as fire surrounds him. Kinai Atami Date wa. The scene changes and now Izuku is seen with his mother and younger sister. Sekai ga Mataru Kono Ishinwa. Izuku is now seen in his classroom with the rest of his classmates from UA Class 1A. Then everything goes dark and Izuku can be seen staring, with a frown, at the guy in the white mask. The guy draws a katana and attacks Izuku. Suddenly Izuku wakes up on the train confused, not noticing that a bit of fire on his shoulder goes out. Blaze of Glory Izuku Midoriya's Fire Hero Chronicles. First test 50 meters run. The one who dominated this test was Daichi, who used his gusts of air to push himself as fast as possible and achieved the best time of 3.20 seconds. Izuku had the third fastest time of 3.57 seconds. Second test Grip Force. In this test, the one who obtained the best score was Emi, who, thanks to her mass expansion quirk, managed to obtain a score of 300 kilograms. Izuku achieved a score a little above normal, about 65 kilograms, since, even though his quirk does not help him much in this type of test, he managed to heat up the machine and thus managed to increase the pressure that the machine received. Third test Standing Long Jump. In this test Daichi once again obtained the best score. Not only was he able to jump over the sandbox, but he also obtained the greatest jumping distance. Izuku scored the second best distance. Fourth test Repeated Side Steps. In this test Izuku managed to last the longest, since by using his fire in his hands to simulate jumping he managed to avoid getting tired. Fifth test Distance Run. In this test Yu is the one who achieved the best score. As her size grew she managed to travel the greatest distance. The second best was Emi, who also grew in size but her speed was less than Yu's. Sixth test Seated Toe Touch. In this test Karakoko is the one who managed to last the longest thanks to her great agility and flexibility. This test was the one where Izuku did the worst. It's not that he did bad, but he wasn't one of the best either. He really needs to work on his flexibility. Seventh test Sit-Ups. In this test there was a tie between Izuku and Sensoji, who obtained the same number of sit-ups, with a total of 73 sit-ups done. 8 and last test Ball Throw. In this test Izuku did not participate as he had already did it, but he was surpassed. Yu increased her size and thanks to that she managed to throw the ball for more than a kilometer, 1203 meters, obtaining the best score, Emi being close second with 1163 meters. Other than that Sensoji was a close fourth only behind Izuku, Emi, and Yu with 692 meters. And with this last test the quirk apprehension test concludes. Good job, I see that you all took my words seriously and tried your best, like good quality genes. Best Genist said. Now I will show you the results, please look at the hologram. Best Genist shows the results. 1. Daichi Suzuki. 2. Yu Takayama. 3. Izuku Midoriya. 4. Emi Aoki. 5. Sensoji Tsukino. 6. Hana Yoshida. 7. Renjiro Takahashi. 8. Karakoko Iwata. 9. Yukihiro Kato. 10. Aiko Honda. Third place not bad to start. Izuku thought. Even so, this test taught me where I have to improve. 5th place? That's unacceptable for someone as strong as me. Sensoji thought. Dude, 7th place, I need to improve. Renjiro thought. As I said before, this is not a competition, this test is to give you the opportunity to use your quirks in situations that were not allowed before. Best Jeanist said. This also helps you realize where you need to improve, like when you are designing jeans, you always have to put them to the test to see what fails. Talking about jeans is a bit strange, but I understand what he means. Izuku thought. Now with this we finish for today. In the classroom you will be able to find the agenda and other documents, important information that I recommend you read. Best Jeanist said. Today was a quiet day, tomorrow things start in earnest. Before Best Jeanist lets the rest of the class leave, you raises his hand. I have a question, it is not related to the test itself, but at the same time it is. You said. Go ahead. Best Jeanist said. I could notice that when I used my quirk the clothes grew with me. I usually need special clothes for that to happen. You asked. Why is that? That's very simple, each one filled out your quirk form with all its specifications. UA used that information to make your uniforms, both for classes and gym. Best Jeanist said. While you were introducing yourself, I wrote down your seat number next to your name, and when we were at the introduction ceremony with the director, the person in charge of making the costumes placed your respective uniform on your respective desk. That explains why my uniform didn't burn with my fire, Izuku said. Exactly, your uniforms were made individually for each of you, so that they can function alongside your quirks without creating awkward situations. Best Jeanist said. Yeah, if my uniform had not grown with me it would have been somewhat uncomfortable, you said. Thank goodness that situation could be avoided. Best Jeanist said. Now, if there are no more questions, you can leave. The school was over for the day and Izuku was ready to go home. Today was an interesting day. Izuku thought. Hakamata Sensei is a very good teacher, he helped me find my weak points. Hey! Izuku, wait. Renjiro said as he approaches Izuku. Are you going to the station? Let's go together. Sure. Izuku said. Cool. Renjiro said as they started walking to the station. Man, today was interesting, don't you think? Yes, I didn't expect the test on the first day, but I can see why Hakamata Sensei did it. Izuku said. You got 3rd place, man, that's great. Renjiro said. For my part, I came in 7th, kind of disappointing if you ask me. Don't say that. Izuku said. You can't always use your quirk in any situation besides. It wasn't a competition and now you know what you need to improve on. I guess you're right, Renjiro said. You too, wait, it was Karakoko heading towards them. Are you heading to the train station? You are the bubble girl. Renjiro said. Yes, we are going to the station, do you want to come with us? It's Karakoko Iwata and yes, let's go to the station. Karakoko said. I'm sorry, I don't remember your names. It's okay, we've only known each other for a day so it's normal that we still don't know each other's names. Izuku said. I'm Izuku Midoriya, a pleasure, Kaoru-kosen. Karakoko, the girl said with surprise. Oh. I'm sorry. It's a bad habit of mine, I tend to call people by their first name out of instinct. Izuku said. Sorry, Iwata-san. No, don't worry, you can call me by my first name, I was just a little surprised. Karakoko said and then looked at Renjiro. And you are? Renjiro Takahashi. Renjiro said. Nice to meet you. The trio continues their way to the station, taking advantage of the time to get to know each other better. Well, I managed to make 2 friends on the first day, a good start without a doubt. Izuku thought. Midoriya household. I'm home. Izuku said as he entered his house. Izuku, you're back. How was your day? Inko asked. Brother. You have to tell me everything about UA, is it as incredible as they say? Izumi said. Much more incredible. Izuku said. Although you came back early today, right? Inko said. Aren't classes at UA in the hero department supposed to end until 6 p.m.? Yes, but since today was the first day, classes ended early. Izuku said. Starting tomorrow the schedule will be the official one. In that case come and sit down to eat something. Inko said. And of course, tell us everything. Thanks. Izuku said. Tell me, what are your classmates like? Inko asked. How are your teachers? Do I have a future daughter-in-law, Mom? Izuku said. My classmates are fine, I guess. I still don't know them completely, although I managed to make 2 friends, Renjiro Takahashi and Karakoko Iwata. How nice, I'm glad you can make a friend on your first day. Inko said. By the way Zumi, you won't believe who my teacher is. Izuki said to his sister. Who is it? Izumi asked. Best Jeanist himself. Izuku said. Oh my god. That's so cool. Izumi said and then took out a notebook out of nowhere. The notebook has the title of Hero Analysis for the future number 4. Oh, and what about your classmates' quirks? You do like quirks, don't you? Izuku said. Izumi just smiles to her brother. Alright, I'll tell you, but first let me eat something, okay? Izuku said. A new day has come, and Class 1A was having their morning lessons, right? They were having English classes with Majestic, a pro hero. English is the most spoken language in the world in general. It is very important that you learn it, especially if any of you have to support heroes from another country. Majestic said. Normal classes. Well, UA is still a school after all. Karakoko thought. This is boring. When does the good stuff start? Sensoji thought. I'm not bad at English, but it doesn't hurt to review what I've learned. Izuku thought. After the morning lessons, in the afternoon, it is lunchtime. It is first-class food at low prices in the large dining room. White rice is one of the best foods in the world, said the chef who was the pro-hero lunch rush. Even though I've already known this before, it's still impressive. Even the non-teaching staff are heroes. Izuku thought. It may be simple rice, but it's delicious. Renjiro said. I know, right? Karakoko said. After finishing the lunch, it was the moment everyone was waiting for, the basic study for heroes. Hey, Izuku, Karakoko. Renjiro called his friends. Who do you think our hero class teacher will be? I don't know, it can be anyone. Izuku said. What is certain is that he or she will be a hero. While everyone is talking, the classroom door opens and the teacher walks in, turning out to be Best Jeanist. Hakamata-sensei? Hana asked. What are you doing here? Aren't we supposed to have heroics class? That's exactly why I'm here. Best Jeanist said. Since we are short-staffed this year, some of us have more than one position. I am both your homeroom teacher as the heroics teacher of the hero course. Wow, you really are our best sensei. Izuku said. Did you understand? Best sensei. The class remains quiet until Best Jeanist speaks. I like the way it sounds, so I'll allow you to call me that. Best sensei. Best sensei. The class began to cheer. Now that we're done with that, Best Jeanist said. It's time for our first hero class exercise battle training. Finally. Sensoji said. Alright. Renjiro said. So quickly do we start the battles? Karakoko said. Shouldn't we do something simpler the first time? Aiko asked. Don't worry, it's battle training, but it won't be complicated at all. With these combat training you will learn the basics as well as being able to put it into practice. Best Jeanist said. And, of course, with that, we also have these. Best Jeanist pushed a button and from the wall a lot of briefcases emerged. Ordered according to the report of your quirks and the application you sent before entering the school, here are your hero costumes. He said. Seeing the costumes everyone gets excited. Finally. I've been waiting so I can put on my costume. You said. I hope mine comes just as I ordered. Daichi said. I still can't believe I'll have a hero suit so early in UA. Aiko said. Finally, what I came to UA for. Sensoji said. My hero suit, this is going to be great. Izuku thought. I hope it comes with the design and functionality specifications I requested. I can see that you are all excited, but remember that the hero suit should be a part of you, both as an identity and as a tool to help you in your work. Best Jeanist said. Indeed, it is important to look good in a hero costume, since both your popularity and the way the public perceives you depend on it, but it should also serve to overshadow your weaknesses and strengthen your virtues, like the perfect genes. Everyone stands up and grabs their respective briefcase. When you've changed your clothes, gather at the Gamma Training Ground. Best Jeanist said. Gamma Training Ground. You are all here for a reason, Best Genie said as everyone stepped in the room, dressed in their respective hero costumes. Now the moment has come that all of you have been waiting for. It's time to be heroes. Chapter 6. Combat Lesson. Gamma Training Ground. The Gamma Training Ground consists of an industrial site compiled by many factories that form a labyrinth. The labyrinth contains tons of heavy machinery including cranes and pipelines. You are all here for a reason, Best Jeanist said as everyone stepped in the room, dressed in their respective hero costumes. Now the moment has come that all of you have been waiting for. It's time to be heroes. Izuku's hero suit consists of a black full-body suit with a red-shaped pattern on the chest and stomach as well as a silver zipper that covers the entire chest and reaches to the navel. He has 2 metal shoulder pads that reach before the elbow with a hole right on the shoulder. He wears a pair of black fingerless gloves and a pair of metal wristbands with red stripes. It also has 2 red belts which form an X. The belts have a yellow-shaped buckle. The thighs of his suit have a flame printed on each one. He also wears a pair of red boots with metal soles that reach below his knees. Finally, on his face he has red glasses with black lenses. The glasses are large enough to cover from his forehead to just before his cheeks. Izuku, Renjiro, those are your costumes? You look great. Karakoko said approaching Izuku and Renjiro. Karakoko's hero costume consists of a skin-tight dark blue crop top with a white high-collared section, a zipper down the middle, and over the higher part of her chest, which reveals her torso from the underside of her bobas. She wears black tights with loose white shorts, 2 yellow markings down either side of them, and thick white boots with lines running down their shafts and yellow rings in the center of them. Over her entire face, she wears a transparent visor with an air filter on each side, and on her hands, she wears plain dark blue gloves. Renjiro's suit consists of a black sleeveless shirt with a gray X on the chest, a pair of black forearms with bands under them that cover the entire forearm. He also wears brown pants and khaki boots. He also wears a horned hapuri that frames his face. You look good too, Karakoko. Izuku said. Although does your costume have to be this revealing? A little bit, yes, I produce the bubbles from my skin, so I have to have some exposed skin to be able to produce enough bubbles. Karakoko said. Interesting, I see that each one knew how to capture your own personality in your costumes. Best Jeanist said. Although I see some that can improve, for first versions they are fine. So what are we going to do, Best Sensei? Yukihiro asked. Yukihiro's costume consists of a wine-colored vest, fingerless gloves that reach to his elbows of the same color as his vest, bandages that cover his entire arms, a wine-colored boot with a green belt, and metal boots. Today's exercise consists of a battle between 2 teams of 5 people. Best Jeanist said. This way you will test your quirks in battle for the first time. What are the rules? Izuku asked. In itself it is only a confrontation between 2 teams. The confrontation ends when all members of a team are captured or when time runs out. Best Jeanist said. The ways to win are for one team to run out of members, causing the other team to win, or if time runs out, the team with the most members remaining wins. Can we do anything to win? Sensoji asked. Sensoji's hero costume is composed of a tight, dark, sleeveless tank top, with the chest area of another color separated by white lines, dark trousers with knee pads, and fingerless gloves with forearm guards. A characteristic of his gloves in which in the palms there are circular ring-like elements, that is where Sensoji shoots his quirk. These rings appear as decorative elements on the shoulders, belt and knee pads of the suit. Sensoji also wore shades to prevent his quirk from blinding him. In general, yes, you can use any tactic to win, but if I see that you cross the line I will disqualify you. Best Jeanist said. Each team will start at one end of the training field and will have a cage. What you must do is incapacitate your rivals and lock them in the cage, thus capturing them. The captured members of a team are automatically disqualified. And the teams, how will they be formed? Emi asked. Emi's costume is quite simple. It consists of a white t-shirt, black leggings, and red tennis shoes. The teams will be formed at random, each one will pass and take a ball from this box. Said ball will have the letter A or B which will indicate which team you will belong to. Best Jeanist said as he takes a box in his hands. The box only has a small hole to put a hand in and take out a ball. Random? Is that the right thing to do? Karakoko asked. Many times professionals are forced to form improvised teams with other heroes, so that must be why, since we won't always be able to choose who to work with. Izuku said. Exactly, Midoriya. Best Jeanist said. Now, everyone please proceed to take a ball from the box. It's time to form the teams. Blaze of Glory opening. Song Jujutsu Kaisen opening 1 Kaikai Kitten. In the darkness a flame begins to burn and then transforms into Izuku who is sitting inside a train while sleeping. At that moment a small snake slithers between his legs. Yuzumuzu Hido no Nari, Kyosei Shinso Jingai, Ae Mononoke Mitai de. Inside an underground traffic tunnel, Renjiro is seen stretching his legs. The shot focuses on his face which has a determined look. Kaishin tan kayanochi yadoshi, Ado wa pat para pa na, Nakami naki ninjen. Looking at the horizon, leaning on a wall is Karakoko. After looking for a while she stops leaning and starts walking. The shot focuses on her face, she is smiling. Yozuru katai fubiudu na jinsei. In a shopping center, Hana is going down the escalators. Sainu emo nai daiju hai nichiju jie. On top of a building is Daichi observing the city. Anshin bayudu and ibatsu koziai. Sitting in an armchair in his living room, Best Jeanist is reading a book. Todoru kyoku boku and iabasho. In a park, Sensoji is blowing on his glasses to clean them, then he puts them on and smiles. Nado nai kara. On top of a building at night is Endeavor, patrolling the city. Yum no hazama de nate nade. The shot zooms in on Endeavor who has a scowl on his face as the fire on his face moves violently. Donna kao suriba tu ka wakataru dekido mata. We return to Izuku on the train. When it enters a tunnel, sitting in front of Izuku, a person appears with totally black clothes and a white mask staring at him. Kotit kureyo. The snake that is still moving between Izuku's feet suddenly pounces on Izuku's face, opening its jaws to attack. Izuku wakes up surprised and fire emerges from his body. Yami wa harat Yami wa harat. Izuku runs on the falls and jumps to attack a villain. At the same time, Best Jeanist uses his quirk to trap said villain. Yoru no Tobari ga Oritera Azuda. Endeavor, still on the roof of the building, attacks with a burst of fire which illuminates the dark sky. Itai Mawaru. 2 hooded people, one carrying a large hammer in its arms, look forward. Kanjusen. 2 other hooded people are sitting around a table. Behind them are several people with snake masks. Zaragoto Nado wa Hakasadike 2. People walk through the streets calmly. When people pass by another hooded person appears who extends its arm revealing a mouth in the palm of its hand. Mata Tomonade. Karakoko creates several bubbles. Mata Tomonade. Aoki trains with her steel baton. Dare Yuri emo Sadaku Aru Maki and I Umareshi Kono Shotai wa Ima wa Tada Noroi. Hana runs while generating electricity in her hands. Daichi moves in the air using his jet pack. Emi smiles forward as Yukihiro adjusts his bandages. Sensoji creates 2 blasts in his hands. Yu starts growing. Renjiro is ready to fight while his fists are surrounded by fire. Izuku is in the park talking to a girl with white hair. Norwarita Boku no Murai wa Suzui. A snake appears with its jaw open biting someone. The scene changes to the white-haired girl smiling. The shot zooms out revealing that she is accompanied by a boy with white and red hair. A white-haired boy is leaning behind a door. Endeavor appears again with a frown. Hashit Karand. Izuku is pushed by a gust of wind as fire surrounds him. Kinai Atami date wa. The scene changes and now Izuku is seen with his mother and younger sister. Sekai ga Mataru Kono Ishinwa. Izuku is now seen in his classroom with the rest of his classmates from UA Class 1A. Then everything goes dark and Izuku can be seen staring, with a frown, at the guy in the white mask. The guy draws a katana and attacks Izuku. Suddenly Izuku wakes up on the train confused, not noticing that a bit of fire on his shoulder goes out. Blaze of Glory Izuku Midoriya's Fire Hero Chronicles. Izuku looks at his team, he has to be part of Team B. His team consisted of him, obviously, Renjiro, Karakoko, Aiko and Yukihiro. Are you guys ready? Izuku asked. Of course I am. Renjiro said. Yes, I'm ready, although we are definitely at a disadvantage, Yukihiro said. Why do you say that? Izuku asked. I don't want to sound like a pessimist or a bad person, but I've been talking to Iwata-san and Honda-san, and we are the only ones in the class who entered the hero course through the principal's selection. Yukihiro said. Our quirks aren't very good during combat. Aiko said. Aiko's hero costume consists of a sleeveless white sailor uniform with a dark blue, double-trimmed collar and a short three-piece skirt which is buttoned together on either side. She wears a loosely tied red scarf and blue gloves with white striped wrist guards, and on her feet, thigh-high boots with wavy lines running down them from thigh to toe. She sports a flat hat with a ribbon around the base and two large communication devices on her ears to aid with the use of her quirk, which are shaped like large, blue fins. We will definitely have the disadvantage at the time of the fight. Karakoko said. Well, I guess I can't argue against that, but that doesn't mean we're at a disadvantage. Izuku said. In fact, that gives you the opportunity to show that you were chosen by the principal for a reason. Exactly. We just have to come up with a good plan. Renjiro said. Indeed, and, in fact, the fact that Aiko-san is on our team gives us a very important advantage. Izuku said. Me? Aiko said, surprised. What advantage are you talking about? It's very easy with your quirk, you can listen to the other team's plan, right? Izuku asked. Well, yes I do. Aiko said. Perfect, then if we can discover the other team's plan we can devise a counterplan. Izuku said. So, Aiko, do you mind doing the honors? With pleasure. Aiko said. With Team A. On the other side of the training field, Team A is preparing. Team A is made up of Sensoji, Emi, Yu, Daichi, and Hana. So what's the plan? Daichi asked. Daichi's hero costume consists of a plain crimson bodysuit, plates of white armor attached to his elbows, knees, and lower arms. He wears matching knee-high boots and a cannon on his left arm, as well as an airjet on his back. Plan? We don't need any plan. Sensoji said. Our team is realistically better. What are you talking about? Yu asked. Yu's hero costume is composed of a purple skin-tight top which is accented with orange stripes, a tan-colored skin-tight pants which also covers her feet, a pair of purple gloves with orange accents on the edge of the cuff and a purple domino mask with horn-like protrusions on the sides. Isn't it obvious? Sensoji asked. Of the members of the other team, the only ones who can give us problems are Midoriya and Takahashi. Why do you say that? Hana asked. Hana's hero costume consists of a light pink, fluffy sleeveless vest, gloves, and boots, and a hat that resembles a dog with buggy eyes and a round black nose. This is going to be a fight and only Midoriya and Takahashi have quirks that work for that. Sensoji said. The others will be a hindrance due to their weak quirks, I mean bubbles. How is that useful? Can you hear better? Please. Change the trajectory of something useless. I don't think we should underestimate them, Emi said. Well, not to underestimate them, but I think Tsukino-san has a good point. You said. I mean, we are better when it comes to combat. I guess Daichi said. But we should still have a plan, right? Do you want a plan? Fine. Sensoji said. As soon as the fight starts, we go straight at them, overwhelm them with our quirks, and win. That's easy, it will be very difficult for them to take me down in my giant form. You said. Exactly. Sensoji said. Yes, but you can't grow in closed places because that would cause more problems for you than for your opponent. Emi said. I just don't have to be in closed places and that's it. You said. And even if that happens I know how to fight. And you think they don't? Emi said. Stop complaining, Aoki. Sensoji said. I'm just expressing my concern about the plan, Emi said. Stop worrying, you have an objectively strong quirk, so don't worry about the weak ones. Sensoji said. If you say so, Emi said. She is still not very convinced by the plan. With Team B. After hearing the other team's plan, Aiko tells her team everything she heard. In short, they are confident in their superiority in that their quirks are better at the time of combat, Izuku said. So let's use that to our advantage. Do you have something in mind? Karakoko asked. They say they'll come right at us, so let's set a trap for them. Izuku said. Let's take them by surprise. A surprise attack, I like that. Yukihiro said. Not just a surprise attack, I have a few ideas on how to use Karakoko's quirk to put the other team at a disadvantage. Izuku said. The only one we should have a specific plan for is you. We have to trap her somewhere she can't grow. And what about Aoki-san? She can grow too, right? Aiko asked. Yes, but she can choose the size she grows to. Renjiro said. So it wouldn't make much difference. I think I have a plan, Karakoko said. Let's hear it then. Izuku said. Todoroki household. I'm hungry, a white-haired boy said. I'm coming, you know, it's not so easy to study and then come here to do all this. You should be more considerate with me, Natsuo. Fuyumi said while finishing cooking. If you are so hungry, why don't you eat some instant noodles? No thanks, I prefer your food. Natsuo said. Thanks, I guess, Fuyumi said, finishing cooking. Why don't you stop complaining and help me set the table? Fine, Natsuo said. Just the two of us, right? Yes, Dad doesn't eat with us and Shoto, well, Dad doesn't let him eat with us. Fuyumi said. All right, Natsuo said as he goes to get the plates and cutlery to eat. Fuyumi finishes cooking the food as soon as she sees someone watching her through the kitchen door. It is Shoto, her younger brother. Shoto, I feel bad for him. Dad doesn't let him interact with us. I wish I could do something, Fuyumi thought sadly. She can't do anything. However, some words ring in her head. You know, it is the duty of an older sibling to protect the younger sibling, don't you agree? They are the words that Izuku said to her that time. Fuyumi looks at the kitchen door again. Shoto is still there. No, I can't stay doing nothing. It's my duty as an older sister. Fuyumi smiles at Shoto. Are you hungry, Shoto? Why don't you come eat with us? I made enough food for everyone. Shoto is slightly surprised by his sister's words. Dad wouldn't let me. If he found out he would be angry, Shoto said. Well, Dad's not here right now, he's working. Fuyumi said before winking at Shoto. Besides, he doesn't have to know, right? Shoto thinks about it for a moment and then nods. I would like to eat with you, he said. Then come in, don't be shy. Fuyumi said. Nat. Prepare the table for 3, we have someone who will join us to eat. Shoto, how unexpected, but nice. Natsuo said. Shoto smiles slightly as he sits at the table next to Natsuo, and after Fuyumi serves the food, the 3 eat together for the first time in years. I want my family to be a real family, Fuyumi thought. Thank you for inspiring me to take the first step, Izuku, and I promise that I will ensure that we Todoroki are a real family. Achoo. Izuku sneezes. The fight has begun and Izuku's team is ready to carry out their plan. Izuku is on top of several pipes. Next to him is Renjiro. Is everything okay, Midoriya? Takahashi asks through the communicator. Yeah, it was just a little sneeze. Izuku said. Someone must be talking about you. Renjiro said. Probably my little sister or my mother. Izuku said. Anyway, are you all ready? In position. Aiko said. Yeah, I'm ready. Renjiro said. Katakun and I are in position. I hope everything goes well, Karakoko said. Have confidence in yourself, your plan is good, we just have to do our best and we will succeed. Izuku said. Right. Karakoko said. Here they come, Renjiro said. Below them, walking calmly, the 5 members of Team A advance along the main path towards the base of Team B. I have a bad feeling, Emi said. Stop worrying, we have this in the bag. Sensoji said. Alright, get ready. Izuku said. Let's do it, Renjiro. Alright. Renjiro said. Quickly, Izuku and Renjiro push a large pipe down. The pipe falls in front of the A team, raising a pile of dust. What the? They were waiting for us? At that, several bubbles appear and explode near the faces of the members of Team A. The smell is bad. What the hell is this smell? Sensoji said while covering his nose. Thanks to his glasses, the bubbles do not get in his eyes, although the same cannot be said for the others. My eyes. You said. My beautiful eyes. It's not just the smell, it also hurts if it gets in your eyes. Hana said. I knew this was a bad plan, Emi said. This isn't good, Daichi said. At that, you feel something pulling her, and indeed something drags her into an interior. What's going on? She said. Takayama. Sensoji said, and then heard a scream from behind him, and when he looked, Emi was not there either. Aoki. I think they set us up a trap, Daichi said. Indeed. Izuku said as he, Renjiro and Yukihiro land in front of Sensoji, Daichi, and Hana. How the hell did you know what we were going to do? Sensoji asked. Aiko was able to hear your conversation thanks to her quirk, and we were able to plan accordingly. Credits to Karakoko for designing the plan. Izuku said. It seems that their quirks weren't as pathetic as you said, Daichi said. Shut up, this is just a small setback, we will win. No matter how much they have planned, our team is still better for combat. Sensoji said. Why don't we find out? Izuku said. Suzuki, take care of Takahashi. Yoshida, you take care of Kato. Sensoji said. I'll take care of Midoriya, I have unfinished business with him. Alright. Hana said. If you say so, Daichi said. Alright guys, be ready because it's about to rain fire. Izuku said as he put his hands together. Literally. While all this is happening, Best Jeanist is watching all this in the control room. Interesting, what an interesting turn of events. He thought. Team A decided to take advantage of their advantage in combat quirks to make a quick and decisive attack, but Team B used the quirks of its members to create a plan to confront their rivals. I wonder who will win, the team with the advantage in combat or the team with the plan. Yu gets up from the ground, the effect of the bubbles finally passing. That was dirty at that Yu realized that in front of her is Aiko. Wow, do you really want to confront me? That's the plan. Aiko said. Well, what a bad plan, because this will be fast. Yu begins to grow but hits her head on several pipes, which causes her to cancel her growth and return to her normal height. Ouch. It seems that if you don't have room to grow and can't break the ceiling, you go back to your normal size. Aiko said. Yu looks around and notices that she and Aiko are in a small interior surrounded by several pipes. That doesn't matter, I'm going to win. Yu said. For his part, Aoki takes out a small steel baton, and when he presses a button it extends. I'm ready. Aoki said. Yu attacks Aoki with several punches, but Aoki defends herself with her steel baton, blocking all of Yu's punches and kicks. Aiko takes a step back and begins to spin the baton quickly and attacks Yu, who blocks the attacks, but Aiko takes the opportunity to attack Yu's legs, knocking her down and then kicking her away. *MN I have to get out of here as quickly as possible, so I will have a free way to grow. Yu thought. I have to keep her in here, if she comes out it's a guaranteed defeat for me. Aiko thought. Elsewhere, Emi is in another interior, in front of her is Karakoko. I see that you locked me inside, so you will limit my mass expansion size. Emi said. Unlike Takayama, you can control the size you grow, but I can still limit you in here. Karakoko said. You're right about that, but there's something I didn't mention about my quirk. Suddenly a black substance tops Emi and she begins to grow a couple of meters until she stops before hitting the ceiling. Now with her quirk activated, her appearance changes drastically and seems to be a kind of pitch black mass with a white mask for face with her facial features and long elastic arms. Under her face there are several white circles arranged in line. I don't think I can win, that's why I decided to fight Aoki-san so the others can give us the victory, Karakoko thought while creating some bubbles. Still, that doesn't mean I will go down without a fight. Back with Izuku, he is facing Sensoji. Well, if it's going to be this way, at least the good thing is that I'll fight the one most worth fighting. Sensoji said. So you would consider me someone worthwhile, Izuku said as he smiles and joins his palms, and from these fire begins to emerge and take the shape of a wolf's head. So we have to give our best, right? That's why you're worth it. Sensoji said. Sensoji attacks Izuku with a blast while Izuku attacks with his fire. Both attacks hit and explode. The brightness of the blast was quite high. If it were because of my glasses I would have been blinded. Izuku thought as he watches Sensoji approach and attack him with another blast. Izuku jumps back to dodge the attack. He also wears sunglasses. Could it be that he is not immune to the flash of his own blasts? Alright, show me what you're capable of, Midoriya. Sensoji thought. In another part of another city, Endeavor is patrolling the streets like any other normal day. The streets are quiet. Endeavor sometimes uses this time to think about what he is going to do with his plans. On one side he has Shoto, his perfect creation, However, the boy, after what happened with his mother, has refused to use his fire despite all the training that Endeavor gave him. That is why this plan is on temporary suspension until one of two, Shoto overcomes his rebellious phase or enters UA, where he will be forced to use his fire due to the demands of the school program. On the other hand, he has Izuku, who looks very enthusiastic and has the personality to be able to fight All Might and rank when he is a professional. He just needs to focus more. He is very green. With him everything depends on how he does in the sports festival. He has to win it or it won't be worth it. If he does it, Endeavor will personally be in charge of training him to be the next number one. The only thing missing is to make him marry Fuyumi, and with that make him take her last name and everything. I would be ready. This option also opens up a third option in case he and Shoto fail. If he manages to father a child with Fuyumi who also possesses fire and ice, well, the options are very great, a grandson or granddaughter to fulfill his plans. At the same time, in the end even Fuyumi can be useful. While Endeavor thinks this, his mood improves. Having many options to fulfill his dream makes him feel good. It feels good to see that all his children are useful, well, except Natsuo. However, his good mood disappeared when he heard a voice that was very easy to recognize. Well, how interesting to meet here, don't you think? Endeavor turns around to see the person on whom his goals are focused. We haven't spoken in a while, Endeavor. All Might. Endeavor said. Why the frown, Endeavor? All Might asked. Why don't we grab something to catch up? I don't have time to waste on you. Endeavor said. Besides, I don't think you should be so calm. Why is that? Endeavor asked. Soon there is a student at UA with the potential to surpass you. You better not be careless, because otherwise he will take away your number one position. Endeavor said. And I plan for that to happen. I will make sure that he surpasses me and surpasses you and becomes number one. Oh, so you plan on becoming someone's mentor? Pass the torch? All Might said. That's great, and I think it's great that you train him to be a great hero. I always like to see new promising heroes. You know, teaching sounds interesting. Call it what you want, but your days as number one hero are counted. He will surpass you. I will make sure of that. Endeavor said, and then turned around and then began to walk away from All Might. Now if you'll excuse me, I have to go. There is work to do. It seems that Endeavor found a boy or girl to be his successor, or at least his protégé, maybe All Might thought. Maybe I should do the same in case he defeats me. I should ensure that one for all continues. Time is up. With a score of 21 catches, Team B is the winner. Best Jeanist said while Team B celebrates. In the end their plan resulted in capturing two, Yu and Sensoji, while the other team managed to capture one of them, Karakoko. I'm sorry, at the end they captured me, Karakoko said. There's no need to apologize. In the end it was your plan with which we managed to win. Izuku said. How could it be that we lost? Sensoji said. They took advantage of our weaknesses. Emi said. They didn't lock me and Takayama in closed places to limit or completely nullify our growth. I cannot regulate the size of how much I grow. If I do not have enough space to at least obtain the necessary strength to break the ceiling, my growth will stop and I will return to my normal size. You said. Well, I guess that shows us that despite having a disadvantage in fighting power, with a good plan you can beat anyone. Daichi said. Yes, I agree. Hana said. What nonsense, Sensoji said. Weren't you the other one who was captured from our team? Emi said. Yes, I know, I'm not stupid enough to deny what happened. Sensoji said. As much as I hate to say it, Midoriya is strong and he beat me fair and square. Congratulations to Team B for winning. Team A lost by relying too much on just their abilities and quirks. I don't want to say that's wrong, but it's very important to have a plan, no matter what. Best Jeanist said. A hero can't just jump into the enemy, he needs a plan. Jumping without a plan can not only endanger the hero but also anyone who is in danger. Anyway, this is the first exercise. You are here to learn and improve. Just make sure that next time you don't make the same mistake. Best Jeanist said. We will move on to the next exercise. We will change things a little and there will be no confrontations. Now they will be practice exercises. Yes, Best Sensei. Chapter 7. Rescue lessons and something else. Izuku yawns as he heads to UA. Yesterday he stayed up late while texting with Fuyumi. It was worth it. he thought as he got off the train and headed down the station near UA. Hey! Midoriya. Someone calls him from the distance, it's Karakoko. Hello Karakoko, how are you? Izuku asks his friend as they both walk together in the direction of UA. Excited for what we are going to do today. Karakoko said. It still feels unreal to me to have entered the hero course from the beginning. Right, I never wanted to ask so as not to get involved in other people's affairs, but Izuku said. You entered through the principal's selection, right? Yes, at first I got the letter that I hadn't passed the practical exam, but then I got a hologram from the principal saying that I was given a special opportunity to enter the hero course. Karakoko said. It was a roller coaster of emotions. Yeah, I can imagine, Izuku said. And what about you? I know you managed to pass the practical exam. Karakoko asked. Yes, in fact I scored first. Izuku said. Really? That's cool. Karakoko said. It's not that big of a deal, Izuku said. The two continue talking as they head to UA. Blaze of Glory opening. Song Jujutsu Kaisen opening 1 Kaikai Kitten. In the darkness a flame begins to burn and then transforms into Izuku, who is sitting inside a train while sleeping. At that moment a small snake slithers between his legs. Yuzu Hito no Nari, Kyosei Shinso Jingai, Ae Mononoke Mitai de. Inside an underground traffic tunnel, Jiro is seen stretching his legs. The shot focuses on his face, which has a determined look. Kaishin tan Kayanochi Yudoshi, Auto wa pat para pa na, Nakami Naki Ninjen. Looking at the horizon, leaning on a wall is Karakoko. After looking for a while she stops leaning and starts walking. The shot focuses on her face, she is smiling. Yozuru katai fubiudu na jinsei. In a shopping center, Hana is going down the escalators. Sainu emo nai daiju hai nichiju jie. On top of a building is Daichi observing the city. Anshin bayudu and ibatsu koziai. Sitting in an armchair in his living room, Best Jeanist is reading a book. Todoroki Kyoku boku and iabasho. In a park, Sensoji is blowing on his glasses to clean them, then he puts them on and smiles. Nado nai kara. On top of a building at night is Endeavor, patrolling the city. Yum no hazama de nate nade. The shot zooms in on Endeavor, who has a scowl on his face as the fire on his face moves violently. Donna kao suriba tu ka wakataru dekido mata. We return to Izuku on the train. When it enters a tunnel, sitting in front of Izuku, a person appears with totally black clothes and a white mask staring at him. Kotit Kureyo. The snake that is still moving between Izuku's feet suddenly pounces on Izuku's face, opening its jaws to attack. Izuku wakes up surprised and fire emerges from his body. Yami wa harat Yami wa harat. Izuku runs on the falls and jumps to attack a villain. At the same time, Best Jeanist uses his quirk to trap said villain. Yoru no Tobari Ga Oritera Azuda. Endeavor, still on the roof of the building, attacks with a burst of fire which illuminates the dark sky. Itai Mawaru. Two hooded people, one carrying a large hammer in its arms, look forward. Kanjusen. Two other hooded people are sitting around a table. Behind them are several people with snake masks. Zaragoto Nado wa Hakasadike 2. People walk through the streets calmly. When people pass by, another hooded person appears who extends its arm, revealing a mouth in the palm of its hand. Mata Tomonade. Karakoko creates several bubbles. Mata Tomonade. Aoki trains with her steel baton. Dare Yuri Emo Sadaku Aru Maki and I Umarashi Kono Shotai wa Ima wa Tada Noroi. Hana runs while generating electricity in her hands. Daichi moves in the air using his jet pack. Emi smiles forward as Yukihiro adjusts his bandages. Sensoji creates two blasts in his hands. Yu starts growing. Renjiro is ready to fight while his fists are surrounded by fire. Izuku is in the park talking to a girl with white hair. Norwarita Boku no Murai wa Suzui. A snake appears with its jaw open, biting someone. The scene changes to the white-haired girl smiling. The shot zooms out, revealing that she is accompanied by a boy with white and red hair. A white-haired boy is leaning behind a door. Endeavor appears again with a frown. Hashit Karand. Izuku is pushed by a gust of wind as fire surrounds him. Kinai Atami Date wa. The scene changes and now Izuku is seen with his mother and younger sister. Sekai Ga Mataru Kono Ishinwa. Izuku is now seen in his classroom with the rest of his classmates from UA Class 1A. Then everything goes dark and Izuku can be seen staring, with a frown, at the guy in the white mask. The guy draws a katana and attacks Izuku. Suddenly Izuku wakes up on the train confused, not noticing that a bit of fire on his shoulder goes out. Blaze of Glory Izuku Midoriya's Fire Hero Chronicles. Once everyone is in the classroom, a few minutes later Best Jeanist arrives. Very well, another day has arrived and today we have something that we should have done the first day, but I forgot. Best Jeanist said. But now that you know each other better I think it will be faster. What are we going to do, Best Sensei? Emmy asked. Today we will decide who will be the class representative. Best Jeanist said. That sounds cool. Renjiro said. I want to be the representative. It's my time to shine. You said. I will be the representative. Bullshit. The representative must be someone strong. Sensoji said. I am the right one for that position. It seems like everyone wants to be, at least most of them. Karakoko whispered to Izuku. I can see it personally, I'm not interested in being the representative. Izuku whispered back. What about you? I wouldn't mind being the one, but with so many contenders it seems difficult. Karakoko said. Well, I think you would do well, I mean, being the representative goes beyond just strength. Izuku said. In the end it was your plan with which we managed to win. Karakoko blushes at the compliment. Well, I guess you're right about that. She said. I like that you all have so much initiative, but we can only have one class representative. Best Jeanist said. So how will we decide? Daichi asked. Through the easiest way, democracy. Best Jeanist said. Everyone will vote for whoever they think will be a good class representative. Can we vote for ourselves? Hannah asked. That's right, you can vote for yourselves. Best Jeanist said. Wouldn't that mean we could all just vote for ourselves? Yukihiro asked. In fact, it's quite ingenious, because that means that for one person to have several votes, others will not vote for themselves by choice, therefore they trust that person, which makes them worthy of being the class representative. Karakoko said. That's just what I was going to say. Izuku said. And she is right. Best Jeanist said. Now let's start, Midoriya, you are my favorite, let's start with you. I vote for Karakoko, she devised the plan for us to win the other day, so my vote is for her. Izuku said. And also because I don't want to be the representative, so please don't vote for me. Are you seriously voting for me? Karakoko asked. Yes, why not? Izuku said. And I was going to vote for Midoriya, Yukihiro asked. But the thing about Iwata-san is also true. Very well, Tsukino, who do you vote for? Best Jeanist asked. Me, obviously. Sensoji said. Alright Takayama? I vote for myself. You said. Takahashi? I was going to vote for myself but Midoriya's words are true, so I vote for Iwata-san. Renjiro said. Alright. Kato? Iwata-san. Yukihiro said. Yoshida? I vote for Aoki-san. Hannah said. Honda? My vote is for Iwata-san. Aiko said. Suzuki, your vote? I vote for Aoki-san. Daichi said. Okay, Aoki? I'll vote for Iwata-san, she deserves it. Emi said. Alright, lastly, Iwata? He did it on purpose, right? Karakoko thought. I'll vote for Aoki-san. Perfect, then Iwata will be the class representative and because she has the second most votes Aoki will be the vice representative. Best Jeanist said. I like the results. Izuku said. Yes, me too. Renjiro said. Alright, that's the end of this, your next class will start in a moment, we'll see you after lunch with the next hero class. Best Jeanist said. Cafeteria. This is unexpected, I never thought so many people would vote for me. Karakoko said as she takes a bite of her lunch, fish. You deserve it, so celebrate it. Renjiro said while taking a bite into his hamburger. Thanks. Karakoko said. That makes me wonder why didn't you vote for yourself? Izuku asked while eating his lunch, spicy noodles, spicy food is his favorite. Well, I was going to do it, but seeing that many people voted for me I felt that it would be very arrogant of me. Karakoko said. That shows your humility, a leader needs humility in my opinion. Izuku said. I agree. Renjiro said. Now I see why you don't get along with Tsukino. Karakoko said. I think it was more because, and here I quote Sensoji, I ruined his chances with a girl and that's why he hates me. Izuku said. Seriously, is he that pathetic? Karakoko said. In fact, I didn't ruin anything, Fuyumi was clearly zero interested. Izuku said. Normally Karakoko and Renjiro would raise an eyebrow at Izuku calling someone by their first name, but it's Izuku, he calls everyone by their first name, so there's nothing strange to them. That's wrong. Renjiro said while shaking his head. When a lady says no, it's no. Exactly. Izuku said. You know, Karakoko said. I like you guys. Thank you, class representative. Izuku said. Very good, today's class will be different from the previous one. Best Jeanist said. The other day we focused on the fighting aspect, today we will focus on the other important aspect of hero work. How exciting! Renjiro said. Today we will work on rescues. Best Jeanist said. Alright. Aiko said. You will be divided into 2 teams and you will take turns who will be the ones who will rescue and who will be the rescued ones. Best Jeanist said. I see, one of the teams will act as civilians and the other as heroes. Izuku said to himself. As usual, the teams will be chosen at random, the team that has to act as victims cannot use their quirks. Best Jeanist said. Those who are the rescuers have to keep the damage to a minimum, practically to zero, also all of you will be able to choose whether or not to wear your hero suits. Why would we decide not to wear our suits? You asked. Because these I bet they were designed for combat, right? Best Jeanist said. So they may have things that interfere with the rescue, don't you think? Yes, that makes sense, Renjiro said. Very well, if there are no questions, go change and I will meet you outside to go to the place where we are going to train. Best Jeanist said. Alright guys, welcome to our new building for disaster simulations, we don't have a name for it yet but you will be the first to test it. Best Jeanist said. Some of us call it Controlled Disaster Simulator, it is the first version so it is still incomplete. On both sides of the hero there are 2 groups of 5 people, on the left are Sensoji, Izuku Kaoriko, Emi, and Hana, on the right are Aiko, Renjiro, Daichi, Yu and Yukihiro. At the moment we only have 3 simulated scenarios, collapses in a city, disaster on a mountain and a city in ruins. Best Jeanist said. Each team will take turns rescuing the other in each scenario. This place is great. Renjiro said. It looks like Universal Studios Japan. Izuku said. The facility consists of a dome-shaped building composed of 8 main sections, with 3 of them emulating a particular disaster scenario and the other 3 still in development. The other 2 are the entrance and a central plaza. We will start in the mountain area. Team 1 will be the victims in that scenario and Team 2 will be the heroes. Best Jeanist said. Very good, we start being heroes. You said while high-fiving Renjiro. I'll have to bring out my acting skills. Izuku said in a humorous way, making the girls on his team laugh. Great, apart from having a clown on my team I'll also start acting like a victim, Sensoji said. Relax man, I'm just adding humor to the thing. Izuku said. Team 1, come with me. I will hide you in a place, Team 2 will have to search and rescue you. Best Jeanist said. Remember, treat this exercise as if it were a real situation. Yes, Best Sensei. Team 1, follow me. Best Jeanist said as he leads the team and leaves them at the bottom of a cliff. Remember, you are civilians so you can't use your quirks. Understood. Izuku said. Now, one of you will act fainted, another with a broken leg and the rest will be in a panic due to the situation. Best Jeanist said. I will be the fainted one, at least then I won't do anything. Sensoji said while laying down on the floor. I'll be the one with the broken leg. Emi said as she sits with her right leg extended. I guess we'll be the desperate ones. Izuku said and then took a breath and changed his expression to a scared one. Help! My friend is dying. Stop making a fool of yourself. Sensoji said annoyed. The fainted do not speak. Izuku said and then returned to his performance. Help us. Everyone tries to hold back their laughter. What are you laughing at? Best Jeanist said. He is in his role, I advise you to do the same, that is why Midoriya is my favorite. I guess it's part of the exercise, Coco said and then kneeled in front of Emmy. Oh my god. Are you okay? I don't know. My leg hurts. Emmy said. Somebody help us. Hannah said. Very well, I will go with the others to give them instructions. Best Jeanist said and then left the five alone. Meanwhile, the other team is waiting for Best Jeanist to return. Well, this is interesting. Aiko said. What's going on? Daichi asked. Apparently it is more than a simple rescue exercise, there are also conditions. Aiko said. Apparently there is a fainted person, Tsukino, a person with a broken leg, Aoki, and the others are in a panic. How do you know? Renjiro asked. My quirk allows me to listen over long distances, we were a team, how did you forget? Aiko said. Right, sorry, my bad. Renjiro said. Alright guys, it's time to search. Best Jeanist said. Only there are some additions. First of all, the civilians who need to be rescued have. One person fainted, one with a broken leg and 3 who are panicking. Aiko said. Getting information from the beginning, good job. Best Jeanist said. There are also other rules, you have to keep the destruction to a minimum, we are rescuing people, not fighting villains, and, even if we are fighting villains, we must keep the damage to a minimum. It makes sense, any debris can hurt civilians. Yukihiro said. Right, other than that you can do whatever you want to rescue civilians. Best Jeanist said. But remember, treat this exercise as if it were something real. Yes, Best Sensei. Alright, go ahead, I'll be with you, but, I will only be monitoring and qualifying you. Best Jeanist said. Very well, the first thing we have to do is identify where the civilians are. Daichi said. Leave it to me. Aiko said. I can identify the origin of the sound. Very well, guide us, Honda-san. Renjiro said. Aiko guides her team to the area where the other team is. Here they are, at the bottom of this crack. Aiko said. Alright, now we have to calm the civilians down and make sure they're okay. Daichi said. Is there anyone down there? The heroes are here. Help. My friend doesn't wake up. Izuku said. And our friend hurt her leg. Help us please. Hannah said. Don't worry, we will help you. Daichi said and then turned to his team. Any idea how to get them out of there? I can become giant and get them out of there. You suggested. It could help, although we also need to tend to the wounded. Could you lower someone down there? Daichi asked. Of course. You said. We also have to attend to the one with the leg wounded. Aiko said. We can use my bandages. Yukihiro said. Although they are not part of my body as such, without part of me and my quirk, if they are cut they can grow back. Very well, Takayama, would you do the honors? Daichi said. With pleasure. You said and then she jumped to the other side of the cliff and began to grow and then extended her hand. Everyone get on board. Once everyone climbs onto Yu's hand, she takes them down to where the other team is. Everything is fine, the heroes had arrived. Please, my friend is not waking up. Izuku said. You can rest assured we will take care of it. Daichi said. Honda-san, Katakun check on the injured. Aiko and Yukihiro approach Emi and treat her by bandaging her leg. Renjiro takes Sensoji, with Yu's help, to a safe place, then they take Emi and at the end everyone goes up, thus ending the first exercise. Good job, everyone acted correctly and adjusted correctly to the situation. Best Jeanist said. Now we will change the scenario, now Team 1 will be the one who will rescue, being the heroes, and Team 2 will be the civilians. Our turn to save people. Hannah said. Honestly, being a victim was fun. Izuku said. At least acting like one, I don't mean that being a victim is something fun. Don't worry, we know what you mean. Coco said. Can we get this over with? Sensoji said. Really? This is also part of the hero job. Hannah said. I know, I just think that idiot isn't taking things seriously. Sensoji said while pointing at Izuku. I'm just trying to add some humor to it, but trust me, Izuku said. I can get serious when the situation calls for it. Alright kids, it's your turn, this time the civilians are scattered all over the scenario. Best Jeanist said. Remember, keep the destruction as minimum as possible. Understood. Alright, go ahead, I'll be with you, but I will only be monitoring and qualifying you. Best Jeanist said. Does anyone has an idea on how to proceed? Easy, she can make clones, right? Sensoji said while pointing at Emi. Let her create several clones to search for the lost people. That's not a bad idea. Karakoko said. We can also search for ourselves and communicate with the earpieces. Good idea. Izuku said. We can divide the area into sectors to facilitate the search. That's a good plan, I like it. Hana said. That's a plan I can work with. Sensoji said. Alright, Emi, do you mind? Izuku said. With pleasure. Emi said as she activated her quirk and grew, also creating several clones. Don't worry, the heroes are on the way. Izuku said so that then the search begins. And just as it began, the search concluded, thanks to Emi's quirk everyone was found quickly, the last one rescued was Yu, who was being carried in Izuku's arms. She's the last one. Izuku said. Oh. Thank you, you are my hero. Yu said as he acts his part as a civilian, then gives several kisses to Izuku's cheek. Really? Yukihiro said while the others, except Sensoji, laugh. Obviously there is nothing behind that action, they understand that those kisses are not serious. Alright, second exercise completed. Best Jeanist said. Good job. That was fun. Yu said while getting down Izuku's arms. Both teams did a good job, however they both had the same flaw. Best Jeanist said. After rescuing your teammates from the other team, none of you checked to see if there were anyone else injured or if there was another person to rescue. But there were only 5 on the other team. Renjiro said. Yes, but remember that we are treating the exercises as if they were real. Best Jeanist said. In a real situation you never know how many people need help, so you should always check that everyone is safe. *T, he's right. Izuku thought. Yui once again shows how serious it takes things. I don't want you to be discouraged by that either, it's your first rescue activity and you did it well, it's just to give some feedback because in general you did it well. Best Jeanist said. It is okay to have mistakes in this type of exercises, that is what they are for, to ensure that when you are professionals you do not make these mistakes. Best Sensei is definitely the best. Renjiro said. Right? Karakoko said. Now we will go to the third scenario where we will change things a little. Best Jeanist said. The third scenario is a city in ruins. Very well, as a third exercise we will do Best Jeanist said while looking for something in his jacket. Well that's unexpected. Is something wrong, Best Sensei? Karakoko asked. Apparently I forgot something for today's exercise, wait here, I'll be back in a few minutes. Best Jeanist said. Awada, you're in charge of the class while I come back. Yes. Karakoko said. As Best Jeanist leaves the stage, everyone takes a moment to relax. Interesting class, don't you think? Daisher asked. I prefer classes like the other, more action. Sensoji said. But this is also part of the hero job. Hana said. Saving people is the most important thing for me. Yukihiro said. Yes, but if you don't defeat the villains, people are still in danger. Yu said. Well, you're both right. Izuku said. I mean, the job of a hero is not only defeating villains, but it also includes saving people, but to keep people safe it is necessary to defeat villains. Although there are specialized heroes, that is, they focus on a single area of work. Aiko said. For example, Selkie, which focuses on coastal jobs. Or Ingenium, which focuses on patrols and pursuits. Emi said. And then there are those who do everything, like Endeavor, which although it focuses on fighting, also focuses on rescues and many other things. Renjiro said. Everyone continues their talk until Aiko hears something. Someone just entered the place. It seems that Best Sensei is back. She said. The break is over. Yu said. I don't see Best Sensei entering. Daichi said. Aiko, could you identify where that person you hurt is? Izuku said. I don't think it's necessary, look over there. Emi pointed to someone standing at the top of the stage entrance. Who's that? You asked. The person is a muscular guy, a black shirt and shoulder pads with spikes, black gloves, beige pants, black boots and an orange gas mask with spikes. I don't know, but he looks dangerous. Yukihiro said. Who cares? Let's beat him up. Sensoji said. You know, it could be someone from the school faculty, right? Karakoko said. The guy just stares at them and from one second to the next he appears in front of them accompanied by a small gust of air. So fast, Izuku thought, and then notices the guy retract his fist. Everyone, move. As soon as everyone moves, the guy attacks with a punch which generates a large gust of air that destroys one of the houses on the stage. So much strength it reminds me of All Might's strength. Izuku thought and then lit his arms on fire. It seems that this time we will listen to Sensoji. Finally. Sensoji said. But did you see that strength? Aiko said. We don't need to beat him, just keep them busy until Best Sensei returns. Izuku said. Nobody will help you. By the time your Best Sensei comes, you will already be dead. The guy said. Not if we defeat you first. Sensoji said as he approached and attacked him with a blast. To his surprise, the guy was not affected. That was a nice massage. The guy said and then tried to attack Sensoji. Luckily, Karakoko managed to get him out of the way, leaving bubbles behind. The bubbles burst near the guy's face, leaving a bad smell. What is this smell? It's the smell of your defeat. Izuku said. Daichi, give me some wind. I will strengthen your fire. Daichi said and then attacked the enemy together with Izuku. When the fire and the wind join together it creates a large burst of fire. However, the guy easily dodges the attack. Not in my guard. Yukihiro said as he used his bandages to redirect the attack at the guy. Seeing this, the guy quickly with another punch creates another burst of air with which he destroys the attack. That was close, he thought. It's time for the final blow. You said the moment she grew up and stepped on the guy. Everyone breathes calmly thinking that it's over, but I'm sorry, miss, the guy said appearing in front of Yu's face. But I won't go down that easy. The guy hits you with his finger, knocking her down. I got you. Emi said as she also grew and caught you before she hit the ground. The guy lands in front of the students. I told you already, you want to defeat me. He said. That doesn't mean we're going to give up. Izuku said. For the first time I agree with him. Sensoji said. Heroes never give up. Renjiro said. Yes. It doesn't matter how hard the situation is. Karakoko said. And as future heroes we are not going to give up either. Daichi said as he shot a gust of wind at the ground and raised a lot of dust, which covers them all. Dust curtain. Alright, everyone get moving. Karakoko said, taking the lead by being the representative. Suddenly the dust scattered around the guy, who spun around quickly to create a small tornado. Now where are you? The guy said and then saw how Karakoko approached him and threw several bubbles at him which exploded and released a horrible smell. The smell distracts him, allowing Renjiro to hit him with a fire punch. Then Aiko joins in by trying to attack him with her staff, but the guy stops the attack with his hand and then slams her against Renjiro. The guy turns around to see Hana gathering electricity in her hands. I won't let you. The guy quickly attacks Hana with another gust of wind, but Yukihiro gets in the way and uses his bandages to redirect the gusts of air elsewhere. My turn, simple discharge. Hana attacks the guy with an electric shock from her hands. The guy protects his face while easily resisting the attack. We have to immobilize his arms. As soon as the electric attack ends, Yukihiro quickly catches the guy's right arm with his bandages. The guy tries to struggle but Renjiro punches him in the face. Punch to the face. Then he punches him again. Another one. Then a kick. Kick to the stomach. He then tries to hit him again, but the guy grabs him by the face with his free hand and throws him against Yukihiro, thus freeing his other arm. However, the guy didn't have time to process what to do because Yu crushed him against the wall with her hand. I got you, and this time you won't escape. She said. I won't lose so easily. the guy said, and then freed himself from Yu's grip using his strength. Then he took her by the finger and tried to send her flying. The girl shrank to avoid a disaster, but she still flew away. Luckily Daichi caught her in the air. The guy looks around, but suddenly several Emi clones jump on his back to try to immobilize him. The guy tries to get them off of him, but Yukihiro uses his bandages to trap his left arm. At that same moment Karakoko and Aiko catch and immobilize his other arm. Renjiro immobilizes him on one leg. Daicho leaves you so that she can immobilize the other leg, and Daichi helps Yukihiro with the bandages and the left arm. For lastly Hana tries to immobilize him by the chest. Because of the amount of people, the guy has difficulty moving, but it is difficult to keep him still. Izuku and Sensoji appear in front of him. What do you say, Sensoji? Izuku asked. Do we give the final blow? Sensoji smiled. Let's do it, he said. Izuku surrounds his fist with fire while Sensoji prepares a blast from his right hand. Both charge at the guy, but before they can attack him, okay, I think that's enough. Suddenly Izuku and Sensoji's clothes tighten on their bodies, immobilizing them. When they turn to look, everyone is surprised to see that it is Best Sensei? I am impressed, in a good way. You all managed to act quickly in the face of an unexpected threat. Best Jeanist said. What do you mean, Best Sensei? Karakoko asked. This was a test. I wanted to see how you would react in an unexpected situation. Best Jeanist said. I asked a fellow hero to dress up as a villain to help with this. Hearing this, everyone lets go of the guy and Best Jeanist lets go of Izuku and Sensoji. And who is this guy? Hana asked. You thought I was a villain, the guy said while taking off his mask, thus revealing his identity. But not. It was me, Dio. All Might. This person turned out to be the #1 hero, which left everyone speechless. All Might? That was the common scream. That's right, it's me, All Might. All Might said with his iconic smile. And I'm here because my good companion and hero Best Jeanist asked me for help teaching future heroes. All Might just helped us train. There can't be anything cooler than that. Renjiro said. #1 in person, I can't believe it. Karakoko said. He's so cool, Sensoji said. First endeavor and now All Might, Izuku thought. This is amazing. I'm glad you liked the surprise. Now I ask you not to say anything. I plan to do the same with Class 1B. Best Jeanist said. Now, to finish today's lesson, Best Jeanist put a camera. Wouldn't you like to take a photo with All Might? Yes, please. Everyone said. Do you mind taking some photos? Best Jeanist asked All Might. Of course. I am always here to please. All Might said as he took off the suit he was wearing, revealing that underneath he had his hero suit. Because you did it well, I will take an individual photo with each of you and then a group photo. Cool. Everyone gets excited about this and proceeds to take their respective photo with the #1 hero. The good thing is that he doesn't mind doing any poses with the students. For his part, Izuku decided to do All Might's classic victory pose together. To him, fist raised and smile on his face. Finally, the group photo is about to be taken. Very well everyone, smile. Best Jeanist said to prepare the camera and join the group to take a photo with them. Classes are over for today and Izuku is on his way to the station to return home. As always, he goes to the station with his friends Renjiro and Karakoko. A photo with All Might, this is great. Renjiro said while looking at his two photos, the personal one with All Might and the group one. I know, Zumi will die of jealousy when she sees this. Izuku said. Zumi? Karakoko asked. She's my younger sister, Izumi. She's a big fan of All Might, the biggest fan I would say. Izuku said and then changed his expression to one of shock. Wait, I forgot to ask All Might for his autograph for her. I'm sure there will be another chance for that, Karakoko said. Idiot, someone else said. Apparently there is someone else with them. And what are you doing with us, Tsukino? Renjiro asked. Don't tell me you also want to be part of the Midoriya squad? Midoriya squad? Izuku said. Seriously, is that what we're called? It sounds good. Karakoko said. Still, that's a good question. Why are you with us? Don't get any ideas. Sensoji said. I'm only going with you because Midoriya and I live in Shizuoka. I see, Karakoko said. It's okay, with you we are more in the Midoriya. Renjiro said. It's going to take me a while to get used to that, Izuku said, and then everyone, except Sensoji, started laughing. Endeavor is in his home office, which is strange because he usually always does things in his agency's office, but he had some things to finish, so someone knocks on the door. Come in. Endeavor said. The door opens and Fuyumi enters. Hi, I brought dinner, she said. I see you can leave it on the desk. Endeavor said, and Fuyumi leaves him his dinner. Endeavor notices that Fuyumi wants to tell him something but can't, judging by how nervous she is. Do you want to tell me something? Well, yes, in fact, the other day I was talking to Izuku and something occurred to us. Fuyumi said, the mere mention of Izuku making Endeavor pay attention to her. As you know, Izuku has a younger sister who is the same age as Shoto, so it occurred to us that maybe they could have a play date. Izuku said it could be at his house and his mom said she would like to meet us. At first, Endeavor was going to say no, a play date would only get in Shoto's way, but then he started to think. This could benefit me, meeting Izuku's mother and starting to convince her that marriage between Izuku and Fuyumi is a good idea, in addition to gaining more favor with Izuku by getting along with his family. Yes, that's a very good idea, Fuyumi. Endeavor smiles slightly without his daughter noticing. Okay, Shoto can go to that playdate. When is it going to be? I know you don't like that Shoto stops training, but this could be. Fuyumi pauses as she processes her father's words. Wait, did you just accept? Endeavor raises an eyebrow at his daughter's disbelief. Is it really that surprising that he would accept that? Yes, I agree with that, but you and I will go too, and Natsuo too. I can't leave him alone or else he'll do something stupid. Endeavor said. Fuyumi smiles at what her father said. That's perfect. I'll make sure to talk to Shoto to teach him how to socialize a little and so that he doesn't mention something awkward. Fuyumi said. If you allow me, of course. Endeavor knows very well what Fuyumi means by something awkward. Rei, her mother, yes, it would be inconvenient for Shoto to mention any of that. I allow it. He said. Fuyumi smiles again. Perfect, I'll talk to Izuku and we'll set a date. I'll let you know when it will be. She said. I'll be waiting. Endeavor said, and when his daughter leaves the room he lets his smile appear. Who would have thought that you would help me a lot to achieve my goals, Fuyumi? If I had known I wouldn't have left you aside so quickly. Chapter 8. Double, play date. It's Sunday, a day that is usually for rest and relaxation, but for the Midoriya family it is something different, especially for Izumi. She has been excited since she woke up. Izumi, relax a little. Izuku said. How do you want me to relax? Endeavor is coming to the house. Izumi said. Hero number 2, your favorite hero, is coming to the house. What happens is that Izuku cares more about the fact that Fuyumi is coming to the house. Inko said. Izuku sighs. This is not about me, plus her other brother, Natsuo, will also come. Izuku said and then kneeled in front of Izumi. Before they come, do you remember what we talked about for when you meet Shoto? Yes, you said that their mother is not with them and not to ask questions about that. Izumi said. Right, from what Fuyumi told me, Shoto hasn't had any friends. You'll be the first, so try to go little by little, okay? Izuku said. Yes. Izumi said. I'll show him my All Might collection. Izuku smiles. Blaze of Glory opening. Song Jujutsu Kaisen opening 1 Kaikai Kitten. In the darkness a flame begins to burn and then transforms into Izuku, who is sitting inside a train while sleeping. At that moment a small snake slithers between his legs. Yuzu Hito no Nari, Kyosei Shinso Jingai, Ae Mononoke Mitai de. Inside an underground traffic tunnel, Renjiro is seen stretching his legs. The shot focuses on his face, which has a determined look. Kaishin tan kayanochi yadoshi, auto wa pat para pa na, nakami naki ninjen. Looking at the horizon, leaning on a wall is Karakoko. After looking for a while she stops leaning and starts walking. The shot focuses on her face, she is smiling. Yozuru katai fubiudu na jinsei. In a shopping center, Hana is going down the escalators. Sainu emonai daiju hai nichiju. On top of a building is Daichi observing the city. Anshin bayudu anaibatsu koziai. Sitting in an armchair in his living room, Best Jeanist is reading a book. Todoroki oku boku anayabasho. In a park, Sensoji is blowing on his glasses to clean them, then he puts them on and smiles. Nado Nai Kara. On top of a building at night is Endeavor, patrolling the city. Yum no Hazama de Nate Nade. The shot zooms in on Endeavor, who has a scowl on his face as the fire on his face moves violently. Donna Kao Suriba tu ka wakataru dekido mata. We return to Izuku on the train. When it enters a tunnel, sitting in front of Izuku, a person appears with totally black clothes and a white mask staring at him. Koti Kureyo. The snake that is still moving between Izuku's feet suddenly pounces on Izuku's face, opening its jaws to attack. Izuku wakes up surprised and fire emerges from his body. Yami wa harat Yami wa harat. Izuku runs on the falls and jumps to attack a villain. At the same time, Best Jeanist uses his quirk to trap said villain. Yoru no Tobari Ga Oritera Azuda. Endeavor, still on the roof of the building, attacks with a burst of fire which illuminates the dark sky. Itai Mawaru. Two hooded people, one carrying a large hammer in its arms, look forward. Kanjusen. Two other hooded people are sitting around a table. Behind them are several people with snake masks. Zaragoto Nado wa Hakasudike too. People walk through the streets calmly. When people pass by, another hooded person appears who extends its arm, revealing a mouth in the palm of its hand. Mata Tomonade. Karakoko creates several bubbles. Mata Tomonade. Aoki trains with her steel baton. Dare Yuri Emo Sadaku Aru Maki and I Umarashi Kono Shotai wa Ima wa Tada Noroi. Hana runs while generating electricity in her hands. Daichi moves in the air using his jet pack. Emi smiles forward as Yukihiro adjusts his bandages. Sensoji creates two blasts in his hands. Yu starts growing. Renjiro is ready to fight while his fists are surrounded by fire. Izuku is in the park talking to a girl with white hair. Norwarita Boku no Murai wa Suzui. A snake appears with its jaw open biting someone. The scene changes to the white-haired girl smiling. The shot zooms out revealing that she is accompanied by a boy with white and red hair. A white-haired boy is leaning behind a door. Endeavor appears again with a frown. Hashit Karand. Izuku is pushed by a gust of wind as fire surrounds him. Kinai Atami Date wa. The scene changes and now Izuku is seen with his mother and younger sister. Sekai ga Mataru Kono Ishinwa. Izuku is now seen in his classroom with the rest of his classmates from UA Class 1A. Then everything goes dark and Izuku can be seen staring, with a frown, at the guy in the white mask. The guy draws a katana and attacks Izuku. Suddenly Izuku wakes up on the train confused, not noticing that a bit of fire on his shoulder goes out. Blaze of Glory. Izuku Midoriya's Fire Hero Chronicles. The Todoroki family arrives at the apartment complex. Endeavor is about to ring the doorbell but Fuyumi stops him. Before everything Fuyumi said and then kneeled in front of Shoto. Very well Shoto, remember, this girl has nothing to do with our situation. I know, don't mention anything about that. Shoto said. Also, she is quirkless and many bullied her for that, be a good person to her. Fuyumi said. Yes, I understand. Shoto said. Fuyumi smiles and looks at her father, who surprisingly has the flames on his face turned off. We can proceed. She said. Endeavor rings the doorbell and a few seconds later the door opens revealing Inko. Hello, you must be Endeavor-san, please come in. Inko said giving the Todoroki family a pass. Upon entering, the Todoroki family looks at Izuku and a green-haired girl standing like a statue with a nervous face. So that's Izumi-kun. Fuyumi said. Go on Shoto, introduce yourself. Shoto approaches Izumi. Hi, I'm Shoto Todoroki. Shoto said in a monotone voice. Hi. I'm Izumi Midoriya. Izumi said nervously. Endeavor stares at Izumi and then turns to look at Izuku. Is she okay? He asked. Yes, she is quite shy and nervous when meeting new people, especially if there is a hero present. Izuku said. But don't worry, she'll be fine. At that moment Izuku notices Natsuo. And you must be Natsuo, a pleasure. Izuku said as he offers a fist bump to Natsuo. So you're the guy my sister talks about all the time, huh? Natsuo said while fist bumping Izuku. Yeah, I think so. Izuku said and then looked at Fuyumi and smiled. Hi. Hi. Fuyumi said. Meanwhile, Izumi and Shoto don't say anything, they just stare at each other. They are nervous and don't know what to say. Izumi decides to break the silence with the first thing that comes to mind. So do you like All Might? She asked. This question had different reactions. Inko just giggles. Fuyumi is surprised, not by the question, but by how her father will react to it. Oh wow, she said. Natsuo just smiles. I like this girl, he said. Izuku lets out an awkward laugh and then looks at Endeavor. Sorry, he said. It's okay, I know All Might is loved by children. Endeavor said. Yes, I like All Might. Shoto said. Hearing this, Izumi smiles and takes Shoto's hand. Then I have to show you something, she said as she pulls Shoto towards her room. And there she goes. Izuku said. In the meantime, why don't you take a seat, Endeavor-san? Inko said. You can call me Enji, there's no need to be so formal. Endeavor said as he sits at the table. Fumika, Natsuo-kun, take a seat too. Inko said. Izuku, bring the snacks. Sure. Izuku said while going to the kitchen. Meanwhile, Izumi opens the door to her room pulling Shoto inside, who is left speechless when he sees all the All Might merchandise, posters, banners, figures, both small and life-sized. The entire room is covered in merchandise from All Might. All Might, except for Endeavor's autograph, the one that Izuku gave her. Cool, Shoto said, still in disbelief. Right? Izumi said as she climbs onto her bed to reach a pair of All Might figures on a shelf. That's why I want to be like him and like my brother when I grow up. Do you want to be a hero? Shoto asked. Yes, that has always been my dream, Izumi said while looking at one of All Might's figures in a melancholy manner. Even if it's difficult, I will become a hero who saves people with a smile, like All Might. Shoto is surprised by Izumi's words and, remembering his sister's words, those of being kind, he tells her, well, I think you can do it. Really? Izumi said while hugging Shoto. Thank you very much, except for my mom and my brother, you are the first person to tell me that. Izumi releases Shoto and hands him one of the All Might figures. Here, let's play heroes, you can be All Might. Izumi said. I'll like that, and you, what hero are you going to be? Shoto asked. All Might, of course. Izumi said. But can there be two All Might? Shoto asked. In the perfect world I don't see why not. Izumi said. Shoto smiles slightly at these words. Back with the others, Natsuo is playing video games with a video game console that Izuku lent him, Inko is having a cup of coffee, and Endeavor thinks about how to introduce the topic of marriage between Izuku and Fuyumi. He could try to convince her by using the status her family can get by her son marrying Fuyumi, but she doesn't seem to care about that, Endeavor thought. I have to find another way. Endeavor is brought out of his thoughts by Inko. Yes? He said. They are perfect for each other, don't you think? Inko asked. What? Endeavor asked. Inko points to the couches where Izuku and Fuyumi are talking as if no one else was there. What do you think? Inko asked. I think they'll become a couple. Endeavor is slightly surprised by Inko's comments. Apparently I won't need to convince her. He thought. Yes, I think the same. Inko smiles as an idea suddenly occurs to her. Check this out. She said. Izuku, can I ask you a favor? Quickly, Izuku prepares to help. Of course. What do you need? Izuku said. Can you please buy some sugar? Inko asked. You know, for the coffee. Izuku raises his eyebrow at this. Sure, Izuku said doubtfully as he takes the money. At that moment Endeavor realizes what Inko is doing. Yes, this can work. Endeavor thought as he took out some bills from his wallet. Fuyumi, go with him, buy me a soda. Okay, Fuyumi said while taking the bills. Let's go. Izuku said, and both teens leave the apartment. So where is the nearest store? Fuyumi asked. Yeah, Izuku said as he veered off the path. We're not going to the store. Why not? Fuyumi asked. Because it's obvious that it's a trick so that the two of us are alone. Izuku said. Are you sure about that? Fuyumi asked. My mom asked me for sugar for her coffee. She doesn't drink coffee with sugar. Izuku said. Oh, now that you mention it, my dad doesn't like soda. Fuyumi said. Kind of ironic when you start to think that he has a brand of soda. Yes, Hellfire Cola, I like that drink. Izuku said. Oh really? I'm surprised, people complained a lot about the drink being spicy. Fuyumi said. I don't know, it gave it a special touch, a shame they reduced the spicy flavor. Izuku said. I guess people weren't ready for something like that. More than anything, people don't drink spicy tasting drinks that with just smelling it will make your eyes water as if you've been sprayed with pepper spray. Fuyumi said while laughing. Nah, that was the best part. Izuku said. Fuyumi keeps laughing. You're crazy. She said. So, Mr. Crazy, what do you plan to do now that we're outside? Well take a walk, we can have something, I don't know, whatever comes up. Izuku said. Actually, there is in fact something I need to buy. Oh, and what's that? Fuyumi asked. They are the collectible hero cards. A new shipment of boosters arrived at a store that Zumi and I go to quite often to buy hero merchandise. Izuku said. Zumi? Fuyumi asked. Yes, it is a nickname that Izumi and I call each other. Since our names are similar, I call her Zumi and she calls me Zuku, or Big Brother. Izuku explained. That's so cute. Fuyumi said. The two continued on their way, talking about trivial topics, their families. They also had something to drink on the way until they reached the store. Hey Takeo. How are you doing? Izuku said while entering the store. The store owner seems to know Izuku. The eldest Midoriya. How are you feeling? Strange to see you without Mini Midoriya. The owner said. She's with some friends, so I'm here as a messenger. Izuku said. Friends? Is it Katsuki? The owner asked. No. Izuku said flatly. Right, the owner said, and then noticed Fuyumi. And who is your friend? She is the sister of Zumi's friend, and also my friend, Fumikin. Izuku said. Hi, nice to meet you, sir. Fuyumi said. Likewise, any friend of Izuku is welcome. The owner said. So, are you coming for the usual? You know it. Izuku said, and the guy takes out a box with several packs of cards. Has anyone found All Might's card yet? No, not yet. The owner said. What do you mean? Fuyumi asked. Oh, each pack comes with a collectible hero card, but there is a limited edition All Might card. There are only 10 of those and so far no one has found any. Izuku explained. Hey, why don't you buy one for Shoto? Are you sure? Fuyumi asked. It would be a good gift. Also, there are not only All Might cards, there are also many other heroes, Endeavor, Best Jeanist, Edgeshot, Yoremusha, etc. Izuku said. Not a bad idea, why not? Fuyumi said. Well said. Izuku said. Takeo, it will be 2 packs then. The owner smiles. Go ahead and choose your pack. He said. Izuku walks over and looks at the packs. So, where's the good stuff? He asked. If I knew, I would already have one. The owner said. Izuku smiles and after looking at the packs he grabs one. Your turn. He said to Fuyumi. Fuyumi smiles and quickly grabs the first envelope she sees. Alright, let's go. Izuku said, so that then they both paid for their respective pack. By the way, Izuku. The owner said, and then gave a card to Izuku. Your personal order. Izuku takes the card, realizing that it is Endeavor's new collectible card. He smiles and then shows it to Fuyumi. My personal favorite. He said. Fuyumi smiles. She knows well that, although her father is not the best father there is, as a hero he is someone to admire. She can't blame Izuku for Endeavor being his favorite. After the small shopping trip, the two begin the return trip. Now that I think about it, and I hope I don't get into a delicate topic, you've never mentioned your dad. Did something happen? Or Fuyumi said. Oh, that, he's fine, Dad works abroad. I did spend several years with him. A few years after Zumi was born Dad had to leave. It was before Zumi was diagnosed as quirkless. Izuku said. But everything is fine, we don't see him in person but sometimes we talk by video call. It's difficult because of the time difference here with the United States, which is where Dad works. I see, I wish I could do the same with Mom. Fuyumi inadvertently said the last thing out loud. Oh, is she? Izuku said, not wanting to force Fuyumi to tell him something she doesn't want to talk about. Realizing that she spoke out loud, Fuyumi quickly answers. No. She's not dead or anything like that, it's just that let's say she's not in good health and unfortunately we can't visit her. Fuyumi said. Like you, I was able to spend several years with her, but an accident happened and it was more or less when Shoto was 5 years old. It was also where Shoto. Fuyumi said, the latter touching the left side of her face. Izuku understands immediately. It is difficult not to notice the scar on the face of the youngest Todoroki, but he preferred not to say anything. If he is going to find out about these things, it will be because Fuyumi or someone else in his family decided to tell him on their own, not because he asked them. That accident affected her a lot and she had to be admitted to a hospital. Then she got worse when what happened with Toya and Fuyumi doesn't finish speaking as Izuku hugs her. It's okay, you don't have to tell me anything else. If it's something you don't like to talk about, you don't have to say more. Izuku said. Fuyumi said, tears coming out of her eyes, and she hugged Izuku back. I miss her so much. I know, Izuku said. I know. Izuku and Fuyumi return to Izuku's house where they are greeted by Izuku, Natsuo, and Endeavor. You're back. Inko said. Where's the sugar? Yes, I know you don't drink coffee with sugar. Izuku said. That doesn't matter, it's time to go. Endeavor said. Izumi and Shoto meet up with the others. How did it go? Did you have fun? Inko asked. Yes, we play heroes. Izumi asked. Oh really? Fuyumi said. Yes, it was fun. Shoto said. Fuyumi smiles, little by little she will make Shoto have the life he deserves, she owes that to her mother. By the way, Zumi, I brought you something. Izuku said as he hands her the pack he bought for his sister. A card pack? Have the new ones arrived? Izumi asked while taking the pack. Here Shoto, I bought one for you too. Fuyumi said as she hands him the pack she bought for her brother. Shoto takes the pack. I thank you. He said, and Fuyumi smiles. Endeavor raises an eyebrow at this, but before he can say anything, oh my god. Izumi said after looking at the card she got. It's the limited edition card of All Might. There are only 10 of these. Man, you really got it. Izuku said, obviously happy for his sister. Shoto looks at Izumi and then opens his envelope. When he sees which card he got, he is completely surprised. It's the same one, he said, showing the card. Indeed, it is the same as Izumi's. Oh wow, Fuyumi said. Who would have thought? It's like a token of friendship. Inko said. This is amazing, it must be destiny. Izumi said. Shoto said and then looked at his father. If with this I can achieve my goals, I guess there can be some All Might merch in my house. Endeavor thought. You can keep the card, Shoto. This leaves your children completely surprised. This is something completely unexpected. It's time to go. Endeavor said. I guess I'll see you later. Fuyumi said. Sure. Izuku said. Shoto looks at the All Might figure that Izumi lent him. Here you go, Shoto said while trying to return it. Izumi looks at the figure in Shoto's hand, but instead of taking it, Izumi brings it to Shoto. You can keep it, I'll give it to you. She said, and this time the surprised ones are Inko and Izuku. Wah, Izuku said without quite believing what is happening. His sister, who doesn't let anyone touch her All Might collection, not even him, she's giving one of her All Might figures to someone else. Shoto looks at Izumi in surprise but then looks at Endeavor in fear. Using all his will to not curse his luck, Endeavor speaks. You can keep it, Shoto. He said. Everything for the plan, he thought. It's time to go. Well, see you, Shochan. Izumi said. Shochan? Shoto said. Yes, it's a friendship nickname, you know, Shoto, Shochan, it sounds good. Izumi said. I see, we'll see you later, Shoto said. I know, see you later, Maikon. Izumi is surprised by the nickname Shoto gave her but then smiles. Much better than Deku. Izuku thought. The Todoroki family is returning home, Endeavor driving while Fuyumi is in the passenger seat and Natsuo and Shoto in the back. Fuyumi looks in the rearview mirror. Shoto is looking at the All Might card that she bought him and the All Might figure that Izumi gave him. A smile appears on his face and he hugs both objects. This scene moves Fuyumi, who cannot avoid shedding a tear of happiness. Mom, I wish you could see this. She thought. Unbeknownst to anyone, Endeavor also saw this. The traffic light was red so he could see the scene. Usually he wouldn't care, but there is something that makes him uncomfortable seeing his son smile like he did many years ago, when Ray was still with them. That scene made him feel bad, but bad in the sense of being upset with the scene. Why is it affecting him so much? Endeavor ignores these thoughts as he sees the traffic light turn green. Endeavor continues driving home. Chapter 9. The Sports Laboratory? In an alley in the city, the night hides the alley in the shadows. In the alley there are two people. One is an unidentified corpse. The second person is a guy dressed in black pants, a gray hoodie, gray shoes, a red scarf that resembles teeth and, covering his face, he has a white mask with two red horns on the forehead. On the forehead of the mask he also has a painted drawing of what appears to be the head of a creature opening its mouth and showing the fangs. In his right hand he has a bloody sword, implying that he is the one who killed the other person. The masked man is motionless. He seems to be thinking. Suddenly he points his sword to his right where there is now a hooded guy. The hooded man raises his right hand and a mouth appears in his palm. I see you finished your assignment, Shadow. The guy said through the mouth in his hand, his voice monotonous and emotionless. The masked man, now identified as Shadow, lowers his weapon and holsters it on his belt. Do you have a new assignment for me? Shadow asks. Like the hooded man, his voice is monotonous and without emotion. The hooded man hands Shadow a paper. Yes, this is one of the important ones, he said. Shadow takes the paper and reads it. Understood, I'll take care of it tomorrow night, he said. No, you will do it tomorrow morning, the hooded man said. Any particular reason? Shadow asked. You know I move better in the dark. I know, but tomorrow everyone will be busy and distracted with something else, the hooded man said. The next morning, an event is taking place at the UA Stadium. Welcome, dear listeners, to the UA Sports Festival. Blaze of Glory opening. Song Jujutsu Kaisen opening 1 Kai Kai Kitten. In the darkness a flame begins to burn and then transforms into Izuku, who is sitting inside a train while sleeping. At that moment a small snake slithers between his legs. Yuzu Hito no Nari, Kyosei Shinso Jingai, Ae Mononoke Mitai de. Inside an underground traffic tunnel, Jiro is seen stretching his legs. The shot focuses on his face, which has a determined look. Kaishin tan kayanochi yudoshi, Auto wa pat para pa na, Nakami naki ninjen. Looking at the horizon, leaning on a wall is Karakoko. After looking for a while she stops leaning and starts walking. The shot focuses on her face. She is smiling. Yozuru katai fubiudu na jinsei. In a shopping center, Hana is going down the escalators. Sainu emo nai daiju hai nichiju. On top of a building is Daichi observing the city. Anshin bayudu and ibatsu koziai. Sitting in an armchair in his living room, Best Jeanist is reading a book. Todoroki Kyoku boku and iabasho. In a park, Sensoji is blowing on his glasses to clean them, then he puts them on and smiles. Nado nai kara. On top of a building at night is Endeavor, patrolling the city. Yum no hazama de nate nade. The shot zooms in on Endeavor, who has a scowl on his face as the fire on his face moves violently. Donna kao suriba tu ka wakataru dekido mata. We return to Izuku on the train. When it enters a tunnel, sitting in front of Izuku, a person appears with totally black clothes and a white mask staring at him. Kotit kureyo. The snake that is still moving between Izuku's feet suddenly pounces on Izuku's face, opening its jaws to attack. Izuku wakes up surprised and fire emerges from his body. Yami wa harat Yami wa harat. Izuku runs on the falls and jumps to attack a villain. At the same time, Best Jeanist uses his quirk to trap said villain. Yoru no Tobari ga Oritera Azuda. Endeavor, still on the roof of the building, attacks with a burst of fire which illuminates the dark sky. Itai Mawaru. Two hooded people, one carrying a large hammer in its arms, look forward. Kanjusen. Two other hooded people are sitting around a table. Behind them are several people with snake masks. Zaragoto Nado wa Hakasadike too. People walk through the streets calmly. When people pass by, another hooded person appears who extends his arm, revealing a mouth in the palm of its hand. Mata Tomonade. Karakoko creates several bubbles. Mata Tomonade. Aoki trains with her steel baton. Dare Yuri Emo Sadaku Aru Maki and I Umarashi Kono Shotai wa Ima wa Tada Noroi. Hana runs while generating electricity in her hands. Daichi moves in the air using his jet pack. Emi smiles forward as Yukihiro adjusts his bandages. Sensoji creates 2 blasts in his hands. Yu starts growing. Renjiro is ready to fight while his fists are surrounded by fire. Izuku is in the park talking to a girl with white hair. Norwarita boku no murai wa Suzui. A snake appears with its jaw open biting someone. The scene changes to the white-haired girl smiling. The shot zooms out revealing that she is accompanied by a boy with white and red hair. A white-haired boy is leaning behind a door. Endeavor appears again with a frown. Hashit Karand. Izuku is pushed by a gust of wind as fire surrounds him. Kinai Atami date wa. The scene changes and now Izuku is seen with his mother and younger sister. Sekai ga Mataru kono Ishinwa. Izuku is now seen in his classroom with the rest of his classmates from UA Class 1A. Then everything goes dark and Izuku can be seen staring, with a frown, at the guy in the white mask. The guy draws a katana and attacks Izuku. Suddenly Izuku wakes up on the train confused, not noticing that a bit of fire on his shoulder goes out. Blaze of Glory Izuku Midoriya's Fire Hero Chronicles. A week before. Very well guys, next week will come the event that probably many, or perhaps all, of you are waiting for. Best Jeanist said. Don't tell me that Renjiro said. It's about time. Sensoji said. The biggest, most important sporting event of the entire year Izuku said. That's right, the sports festival is coming. Best Jeanist. The event that replaced the Olympic Games once quirks became the norm. Finally. We will be able to demonstrate what we are worth in front of the professionals. Hannah said. The better you do it, the more chances of being chosen by a professional you will have. Yukihiro said. It's my time to shine, with a quirk everyone will see me. You said. Welsh right about that. Aiko said. Having a flashy quirk is useless in the end you can't show it. Daichi said. The sports festival is an event where many professionals attend in search of possible candidates for interns and sidekicks. Best Jeanist said. Having a flashy quirk is useful, but what matters most is demonstrating your proficiency with your quirks as well as the uses you give them. You mean, we have to show what we are capable of and how useful we and our quirks can be. Izuku said. Exactly. Best Jeanist said. Obviously most professionals look for people with strong quirks, but there are also professionals who look beyond that and look for people with useful quirks or people with useful abilities. We have to show that, even if we don't have quirks useful for combat, we can be useful. Karakoko said. I have always considered the sports festival as a letter of introduction, demonstrating who you are and what you are capable of. Best Jeanist said. The sports festival will take place next week. You will have this entire week free, starting at lunch today, to train and prepare for the sports festival. We'll be ready, Best Sensei. Izuku said. Alright, by the way, Midoriya, I need to talk to you for a moment. Best Jeanist said. I'll see you after lunch, before you leave. Very well, if you have no more questions that's all for now. You are free to do whatever you want when your next teacher arrives, just don't leave the classroom. Best Jeanist said. I'm looking forward to seeing how you perform at the sports festival. Let's rock it. Sensoji said in a rare display of camaraderie. The sports festival, how exciting. Karakoko said. Do you think I can stand out? I don't see why not. Renjiro said while enjoying his lunch. Well, unlike you, my quirk isn't very flashy Karakoko said. Whether it's flashy or not doesn't matter, you have to show what you're capable of. Sensoji, who has been hanging out with them lately, said. What's the point of having a powerful quirk if you don't know how to do with it? He's right. Izuku said while enjoying his spicy food. Just try your hardest and fight with everything you have. We will have a week to train and prepare. Renjiro said. A week without classes. The sports festival has always been a very big event, so big that during the event people are allowed to stop working to watch it. Izuku said. Isn't that dangerous? Karakoko asked. Interestingly, that day is also the day with the fewest crimes and villain attacks per year. Izuku said. The event is so important that even the villains don't attack or watch it. Wow. Renjiro said. More reason to demonstrate our strength. Sensoji said. The four of them continue eating until lunchtime is over. Because of the sports festival they can now go home, except for one person, Izuku. You can go without me, best sensei wants to talk to me. Izuku said. Are you sure? We can wait for you if you want. Renjiro said. Nah, it's okay, don't worry. Izuku said and then said goodbye to his friends and met Best Jeanist in the teacher lounge. Did you want to talk to me, Best Sensei? Yes, it's quick, just talking about something for the sports festival. Best Jeanist said. You scored first in the entrance exam, right? Yes, but I don't know what that has to do with the sports festival, Izuku said. Yes, because of that you have to give a speech at the opening of the sports festival as a representative of the first years. Best Jeanist said. A speech? Izuku said. Shouldn't it be Karakoko or the representative of Class 1B? Yes, but I don't make the rules. Best Jeanist said. So prepare a speech for the public. Very good, at least they warned me, Izuku said. That would be all? Yes, you can leave now, you are my personal favorite to win, but as a teacher I support all my students equally. Best Jeanist said. Thanks, I'll do my best. Izuku said and then left the teacher's lounge and then returned to his house. Upon arriving home, and after greeting his mother and sister, Izuku enters his room. Unlike his sisters, his room is more normal, so to speak. Izuku is a big fan of Endeavor, not at the level of his sister with All Might of course. In his room there are a couple of posters and 2 figures of Endeavor. He also has an Endeavor hoodie. Outside of that he has a desk with a computer which he mainly uses to do homework and play video games with friends online. His bed is single and, unlike his sister's, it's not done. On his desk he also has the photos he took with All Might. His sister was incredulous when he told her about what happened. Finally he has a pair of weights and a boxing bag to train lightly. Izuku lies on his bed thinking about what he will do this week. Training will be the easy part, the speech he doesn't know what to do with that. He quickly takes his phone and dials. Hello Izuku. How are you? Fuyumi said on the other end of the line. Hello, everything is fine, how are you? Izuku said. I'm fine, doing homework. Fuyumi said. Cool, this I know it's a weird question, but is Endeavor there? Izuku asked. I think so, Fuyumi said. Is something happening? No, everything is fine, I just want to ask him something, to see if he can give me some advice. Izuku said. Okay, give me a minute, Fuyumi said. Izuku gets up from his bed and sits at his desk. After a few minutes someone speaks on the phone. What's going on? Endeavor asked. Hello, sorry to bother, you see, the sports festival is next week, and as the first scorer in the entrance exam they told me that you have to make a speech, right? Endeavor said, interrupting Izuku. Yeah, I was wondering if you had any advice. Izuku said. No. Endeavor said. There is no advice, just say what you feel at that moment. That's what I did. I see that actually makes a lot of sense. Izuku said. Thanks. Sure, Endeavor said. I'll be watching you, you better surprise me. I will do it, thank you very much, I won't take up any more of your time. Izuku said and then hung up the phone. Here you go. Endeavor returns the cell phone to Fuyumi. The sports festival, Fuyumi said. Why don't you take Shoto? It could help him by watching future heroes compete, and who knows, maybe seeing Izuku use fire will help him to that's an excellent idea. Endeavor said. Would you like to come too? I need someone to take care of Shoto since I will be looking for future candidates for the agency. Sure, I'd like to see Izuku compete. Fuyumi said. And what about Natsuo? What about him? Endeavor asked. Didn't you say that you can't leave him alone or he will do something stupid? Fuyumi said. Good point, I'll get you 3 tickets to the sports festival. Endeavor said. Great, well see you, I still have homework to do. Fuyumi said and then left the room. Endeavor stares at the door of his office. There is something that is bothering him but he doesn't know what it is. His plans are going very well. Shoto even seems to be overcoming that rebellious stage of not wanting to use his fire. But why is it bothering him so much? Endeavor ignores this feeling and continues reviewing papers. The rest of the week was a bit hectic. Between training, helping his mother at home, since he is not going to class he can help his mother, spending time with Izumi and texting with Fuyumi, the time flew by. and for now when he realized it was already the day of the sports festival, Izuku meets up with his group of friends and together they go to the station where they will take the train that will take them to the stadium. I can't wait. Renjiro said. I have never been so anxious about something since the UA entrance exam. I'm nervous, Karakoko said. Nervous? I'm excited. Sensoji said. I am ready to show what I am capable of. Izuku said. At that, while the others continue talking, he feels something, as if someone was watching him. Izuku turns around and looks at a person in the seat in front of him staring at him. Said person is a man with short black hair, eyes dull blacks and a blank expression. Hi. Izuku said hesitantly. The guy continues looking at him for a few more seconds until the train stops. He gets up, takes the backpack that he has next to him and leaves the train without saying anything. That was strange, Izuku thought. The guy continues on his way, walking through the streets until he reaches a building, a laboratory building. The guy enters a nearby alley and leaves his backpack on the ground, opens it and proceeds to put on his clothes. This guy turned out to be Shadow. I'm ready. Shadow said through a communicator. You arrived early, there is still time, wait for my signal. A female voice said through the communicator, just like Shadow, the voice is monotonous and emotionless. Meanwhile inside the laboratory, the scientists and guards gather in a room. It's about to begin. One of them said. The sports festival that has just begun is being broadcast on television. Welcome, dear listeners, my name is Present Mike and I will be your commentator at the request of UA's principal. Pro Hero Present Mike, a relatively new hero, said. Another year where the students will show what they are capable of. Entering first we have the students of Class 1A of the Hero Department under the tutelage of the Great Best Jeanist. Class 1A enters the stadium to several cheers from the public. People are undoubtedly excited. A lot of people, Karakoko said. Too much, Aiko said while covering her ears. The bad thing about having a quirk that increases hearing is that places that are already noisy are even more so. I don't know, I like all this attention. You said while greeting the public. Meanwhile, in the public stands look, there's your boyfriend, Fuyumi. Natsuo said. Izuku is not my boyfriend. Fuyumi said, next to her is Shoto and next to Shoto is Natsuo. I never said it was Midoriya. Natsuo said. Izuku is literally the only person from UA we know. Fuyumi said and then turned to see Shoto. How are you? Excited? Yes, a little bit. Shoto said. Let's also not forget the amazing Class 1B of the Hero Department, who are under the tutelage of the Great Edge Shot. Present Mike said. Of course, there are also Classes C, D, and E from General Studies, F, G and H from the Support Department, and Classes I, J and K from the Business and Administration Department. The rest of the classes enter and, except for Class 1A and 1B, the others had moderate cheers. We also have our referee Ed Shot and security supervisor Majestic. Present Mike said. I give you the word, Ed Shot. Thank you very much, everyone, welcome to UA's Sports Festival. Ed Shot said. Before we begin we have the opening speech, representing the first years, Izuku Midoriya, from Class 1A. Are you going to give a speech? Karakoko asked. Yes, it's just what Best Sensei wanted to talk to me about. Izuku said as he goes up to the box to give the speech. Well, first of all, thank you all for being here. Being here is a dream come true, but we are just getting started. Me, my fellow students from Class 1A, my fellow students from Class 1B and my fellow students from the rest of classes, we are all here to do our best. To become what we want, to fulfill our dreams. This is the time to say, I am here. It's time to go plus ultra. Plus ultra. Both spectators and students said. What a good speech. Karakoko said. Right? Renjiro said. Cool, Shoto said. That was a good speech. Natsuo said. So handsome, Fuyumi said. The speech was handsome, yeah. For his part, Endeavor is standing, preferring to watch the event standing rather than sitting. That's right, Izuku, you will fulfill my dreams. He thought. Very well, you can start. The woman said through the communicator and Shadow leaves the alley. There is no one in the streets, everyone is busy watching the sports festival. Shadow advances until he is in front of the laboratory doors. Is everything ready? he asked. Give me a second ready, the alarms and sensors are deactivated, I can't deactivate the cameras because it would make them notice. The women said. Understandable. Shadow said and then approached the door, it can only be opened with an access card. I need an access card. Give me a second, the girl said, so that then the door opened. I can't help you any further from here, the system is very complex and I'm not going to risk activating something I shouldn't. Understood, I'll take care of the rest. Shadow said as he entered the building. Chapter 10. Showdown in the labs. Shadow walks through the laboratories, his step is silent and slow, he does not want to notice his presence. What you are looking for is in the main laboratories, you need a red access card to be able to access without problems. The woman said. Understood. Shadow said while walking the corridors of the place, there is no one here. They are not logical people. Nobody in this society acts logically, the woman said. We will change that, Shadow said, but then he heard people approaching and quickly hides in one of the corners. 2 scientists pass by in the hallway. Man, the first event was intense, right? One of the scientists said. Yes, that kid, Midoriya, finished first. The other scientist said. Shadow watches the scientists approach, one of them brings the card he is looking for. Now I just need to get it, he thought while the scientists pass by. They did not see him because the shadows literally surrounded him. When the scientists pass, the shadows fade away revealing Shadow. aka Shadow. Quirk shadow manipulation. Shadow's quirk allows him to manipulate and control shadows, he can attack, immobilize his enemies and hide by surrounding himself with shadows. Hold on a moment, I'm going to the bathroom. The target scientist said as he separated from the other. And this is how it will be, Shadow thought as he follows the scientist. The scientist finishes washing his hands when in the mirror he sees Shadow behind him. When he turns around he is greeted by a punch in the face that knocks him out. Shadow grabs him by the face so that he doesn't fall to the ground, takes the card and then leaves him in the corner of the room, and with his quirk he makes the shadows cover him. I have the card. Shadow said. Go through the main hallway and enter through the double glass door. What we are looking for is in laboratory 5, the woman said. Understood. Shadow said. I have to hurry, the others will notice that this guy hasn't returned. Blaze of Glory opening. Song Jujutsu Kaisen opening 1 Kai Kitten. In the darkness a flame begins to burn and then transforms into Izuku, who is sitting inside a train while sleeping. At that moment a small snake slithers between his legs. Yuzumizu Hido no Nari, Kyosei Shinso Jingai, Ae Mononoke Mitai de. Inside an underground traffic tunnel, Jiro is seen stretching his legs, the shot focuses on his face which has a determined look. Kaishin Tan Kainochi Yadoshi, Auto wa Pat Para Pa Na, Nakami Naki Ninjen. Looking at the horizon, leaning on a wall is Karakoko. After looking for a while she stops leaning and starts walking, the shot focuses on her face, she is smiling. Yozuru Katai Fubiudu na Jinsei. In a shopping center, Hana is going down the escalators. Sainu Emo Nai Daiju Hai Nichiju Jie. On top of a building is Daichi observing the city. Anshin Bayudu and Ibatsu Koziai. Sitting in an armchair in his living room, Best Jeanist is reading a book. Todoroki Kyoku Boku and Ayabasho. In a park, Sensoji is blowing on his glasses to clean them, then he puts them on and smiles. Nado Nai Kara. On top of a building at night is Endeavor, patrolling the city. Yum no Hazama de Nade. The shot zooms in on Endeavor, who has a scowl on his face as the fire on his face moves violently. Donna Kao Suriba tu ka wakataru Dekido Mata. We return to Izuku on the train. When it enters a tunnel, sitting in front of Izuku, a person appears with totally black clothes and a white mask staring at him. Kote Kureyo. The snake that is still moving between Izuku's feet suddenly pounces on Izuku's face, opening its jaws to attack. Izuku wakes up surprised and fire emerges from his body. Yami wa harat Yami wa harat. Izuku runs on the falls and jumps to attack a villain. At the same time, Best Jeanist uses his quirk to trap said villain. Yoru no Tobari Ga Oritera Azuda. Endeavor, still on the roof of the building, attacks with a burst of fire which illuminates the dark sky. Itai Mawaru. 2 hooded people, one carrying a large hammer in its arms, look forward. Kanjusen. 2 other hooded people are sitting around a table, behind them are several people with snake masks. Zaragoto Nado wa Hakasadike 2. People walk through the streets calmly. When people pass by, another hooded person appears who extends his arm revealing a mouth in the palm of its hand. Mata Tomonade. Karakoko creates several bubbles. Mata Tomonade. Aoki trains with her steel baton. Dare Yuri Emo Sadaku Aru Maki and I Umareshi Kono Shotai wa Ima wa Tada Noroi. Hana runs while generating electricity in her hands. Daichi moves in the air using his jet pack. Emi smiles forward as Yukihiro adjusts his bandages. Sensoji creates 2 blasts in his hands. Yu starts growing. Renjiro is ready to fight while his fists are surrounded by fire. Izuku is in the park talking to a girl with white hair. Norwarita Boku no Murai wa Suzui. A snake appears with its jaw open biting someone. The scene changes to the white-haired girl smiling. The shot zooms out revealing that she is accompanied by a boy with white and red hair. A white-haired boy is leaning behind a door. Endeavor appears again with a frown. Hashit Karand. Izuku is pushed by a gust of wind as fire surrounds him. Kinai Atami Date wa. The scene changes and now Izuku is seen with his mother and younger sister. Sekai ga Mataru Konoishin wa. Izuku is now seen in his classroom with the rest of his classmates from UA Class 1A. Then everything goes dark and Izuku can be seen staring, with a frown, at the guy in the white mask. The guy draws a katana and attacks Izuku. Suddenly Izuku wakes up on the train confused, not noticing that a bit of fire on his shoulder goes out. Blaze of Glory. Izuku Midoriya's Fire Hero Chronicles. Shadow accesses the security laboratories, advances through the corridors until he reaches the indicated laboratory. Using the card he enters the laboratory. I'm in. Shadow said. You already know what to look for, the woman said. Shadow uses the card to open a storage room. Inside it there are several labeled test tubes. Shadow begins to look for the ones he needs. In the security room they are watching the sports festival on one of the screens, however a light turns on. Has anyone opened one of the storages? A guard said. Yes, in Laboratory 5. Another guard said, turning on the laboratory camera. And who is that? Is he taking one of the samples? The first guard said. Come on, ring the alarm. The alarm doesn't work. The other guard said. Call Rhino, he must be in the break room, I'll try to stop this guy. The first guard said and then took a gun that was in a locker. The second guard looks at the screen where they were watching the sports festival for a second and then gets up. Back with Shadow, he takes the test tube he was looking for. Venom from the king cobra, one of the most poisonous snakes in the world. He said to himself and then placed the test tube in a container and then put it in his backpack. Shadow is about to leave when he notices a guard enter. Suddenly duplicates of himself emerge from that guard, each one carrying a weapon in hands. Very well friend, come out and we will do things the easy way, or not, I don't care. The guard said. I have a guard, he seems to be looking for me. Shadow said. They probably discovered the guy I knocked out. If that's the case, change plans, move quickly. The woman said. If you are discovered it is only a matter of time before a hero arrives. I can take care of a normal hero, but I won't risk it. Shadow said. I'll prepare for a quick exit. I'm also preparing my withdrawal, I'll see you later. The girl said and then cut the communication. Shadow leaves the lab. The guard finds him. That's right, make things easy. The guard said as he and his duplicates point their weapons at him. Don't worry, I was leaving already. Shadow said. Sorry, that's not an option. The guard said and then shot Shadow. However, with a swing of his sword, Shadow deflected the bullet. Seeing the bullet, Shadow realizes that it is a tranquilizer dart. This will be easier then. Shadow thought. The guard and his duplicates begin to shoot darts at Shadow and he deflects them all with his sword. Since they are darts and not bullets, they are not as fast, therefore they are easier to deflect. What Shadow does not notice is that one of the duplicates is approaching from behind, or at least that is what it seemed like since, suddenly, a Shadow grabs the duplicate by the leg and then smashes him against the glass wall of one of the laboratories, crashing through the glass. The replica disappears a few seconds after receiving the damage. This caused the guard and his duplicates to stop shooting and look at the destroyed glass wall. That can't be good, the guard said as he saw how Shadow began to advance little by little towards him. Shoot! All the duplicates begin to shoot, but Shadow deflects all the shots as he advances towards them. Suddenly one of the duplicates is pinned against another glass wall of one of the laboratories. Then he is stamped on the ceiling by a Shadow so that Shadow make a cut on his back. Seeing how Shadow advances without problems, the guard begins to retreat, leaving his duplicates to try to stop Shadow. Shadow uses the shadows to disarm everyone and attacks each of them with his sword, little by little reducing the duplicates to none, leaving only the original guard who opens the door and tries to get away from Shadow, who slowly follows him. However, as soon as Shadow steps out of the laboratory room, someone tackles him so hard that he goes through the adjacent wall. Shadow falls to the ground and remains motionless for a few seconds, processing what just happened. He looks to his left and sees several scientists with confused faces. Then he looks to his right to see a television. The second event of the sports festival is over. In first place we have Team Midoriya. The television continues to broadcast the sports festival. At this moment you can see Izuku bumping fists with Quirk and Renjiro. Sensoji is also with them as part of the team, only he is not part of the celebration. Shadow gets up from the ground. The sports festival has entered its third phase. I still have time. The first 2 rounds have always been the fastest. Shadow thought and then checked his backpack. The poison is still intact. It's a good idea to have brought a crossbody backpack and not one that goes on your back. Shadow leaves the room through the same hole through which he entered. When he leaves, he meets face to face with the guy who attacked him. The person is a muscular and tall guy. He wears a completely gray full-body suit which only shows his face. The most notable feature is the horn on the guy's head. The horn resembles the horn of a rhinoceros. All the suit itself resembles a rhino in general. "You're still standing, huh?" the guy said. "Usually one tackle on my part is enough to defeat my opponents." The professional hero Rhino Shadow thought. "I didn't know there was already a hero present, we hadn't contemplated it." Rhino. Quirk Rhinoceros. Rhino's quirk gives him all the abilities of a rhinoceros: increased strength, greater speed despite his size, a robust and resistant body and a rhinoceros horn on his head. Rhino wastes no time and charges at Shadow, but several shadows stop him. "I have no desire to fight, I already have what I need, let's avoid destroying this place anymore and let me go," Shadow said. "I'm sorry," Rhino said, and then used his pure physical strength to free himself from the Shadow's grip. "But that won't happen." Rhino charges at Shadow again. "So irrational," Shadow thought as he used his shadows to propel himself and pass over Rhino, who crashes into the wall. "There is no other option, I will have to fight," Shadow thought as he attacked Rhino with his sword, but he turns around and clashes his horn with the sword. They both begin to struggle. "I'm sorry, but you won't defeat me with brute force alone," Rhino said as he pushed Shadow and made him crash into a wall. Luckily this time he didn't go through it. "Yes, I already assumed that," Shadow said as he stands up. "I've never been the fighter of the group. I need to finish this quickly, I'm not good at long battles." "Alright, it's time to catch a villain and get back what you stole," Rhino said, ready to fight. Thank you for waiting, dear listeners, the third event of the sports festival has begun. Present Mike said. The first fight will be red hot, literally, 2 opponents with fire powers. As Present Mike announces the matches, Izumi and Renjiro enter the arena. On one side we have the one who has been first in everything, Izuku Midoriya. Present Mike said. So Izuku's going to fight first, Fuyumi said from the public stands. He came in first in the first event, the game of tag, and with his team took first place in the second event, capture the flag. Natsuo said. I think he will win. Meanwhile, Endeavor watches with interest. So far you've done well, just one more obstacle. He thought while looking at Izuku, his performance so far has been excellent. He placed first in the first event, the elimination event, with his team he placed first, the qualifying event, now he just needs to win the third event, the tournament, which luckily turned out to be a match. I remember last year it was an arm wrestling tournament. On the other side we have someone who has been consistently at the top, also from Class 1A, Renjiro Takahashi. Present Mike said. I don't plan on holding back just because you're my friend. Renjiro said. So, no hard feelings, okay? I'd be angrier if you held back, because I won't either. Izuku said. If both fighters are ready, Edgeshot said. Let the fight begin. Humane Laboratories, not to be confused with Humorize, are one of the few laboratories that are still dedicated to researching the different types of poisons that exist in order to be able to manufacture an antidote. Since the rise of quirks, more specifically healing quirks, this type of research has been almost completely reduced. People prefer someone with a quirk to heal them rather than an antidote. However, at Humane they know that there won't always be someone with a healing quirk present, which is why they are still dedicated to developing antidotes. That's the same reason why these kinds of places don't have much security. No one attacks these places, so you don't expect a hero to be there either. Rhino goes through the wall, looks around and then back behind him. You're quite slippery. Rhino said to Shadow. I already said it, I have no desire to fight. Shadow said. But I see that I have no choice. Shadow uses the shadows to pin Rhino against the wall, then proceeds to attack him with his sword. However, Rhino frees one of his arms and punches him in the stomach, knocking him down. Sorry, but when it comes to physical strength, there is no one stronger than me. Rhino said. Shadow gets up from the ground. That is an unbelievable and false statement. He said. Objectively speaking, yes, you are stronger than average, but you are far from the big leagues. All Might would be the strongest, with Endeavor as a close second. Putting it in a certain way, it would be comparing a stick with a sledgehammer. Oh really? Rhino said and then charged at Shadow. I'll show you who's strong. Shadow easily dodges Rhino's attack, also managing to cut him with his sword on his right arm. As usual, people become more predictable when they are prey to their emotions. That was just luck. Rhino said as he attacked Shadow, but Shadow dodged the blow and proceeded to cut him in the chest. Rhino took a few steps back from the attack and used his charge attack on Shadow again. However, Shadow dodged it again and used the shadows to trip him, causing Rhino to fall against a wall, passing through it and revealing a second break room with other guards watching the sports festival. That boy, that Midoriya guy, is now fighting someone else, a boy with bandages. That means they're at least in the second round of the tournament. I have less time than I thought. Shadow turns around to leave, but Rhino grabs his leg. You're not going anywhere. Rhino said and then threw Shadow against a glass wall and threw it so that he then fell to the ground. Make this easier and give up already. Unfortunately that is not possible. Shadow said and then got up and attacked Rhino with his sword, but he defended himself with his horn. Shadow continued attacking repeatedly with his sword while Rhino defended himself with his horn. In the last clash both began to struggle, but Rhino, thanks to his physical strength, managed to push Shadow so that he crashed against the wall and his mask fell off. Alright, let's see who you are. Rhino said and then was surprised to see that behind the mask there was nothing, just a hood with darkness. What's really happening is that Shadow is covering his face with shadows so that if at some point his mask falls off, like now, they can't see his face, and it could also cause surprise to his rivals, like now, something that Shadow can take advantage of and will take advantage of. When Rhino is surprised, he lowers his guard and thanks to that, Shadow uses his shadows to grab his sword, which he had dropped, and stab it into the back of Rhino's knee. When he feels the sword piercing his knee, Rhino lets out a groan of pain. Shadow quickly takes his mask, slides between Rhino's legs, pulls his sword out, and, already a good distance from Rhino, stands up and puts his mask back on. Despite the pain, Rhino gets back on his feet. You will pay for that. Rhino charges at Shadow again, although this time slower and limping from his wound. This time Shadow doesn't try to avoid it, instead he gets into position to attack with his sword. If I hit the right spot, Rhino attacks with his horn and Shadow attacks him with his sword, colliding again, but this time it is different. Shadow puts more force into his attack and to Rhino's surprise, his sword manages to cut his horn. All my previous attacks were aimed at weakening the horn structure so I could cut it off with a single blow. My horn, Rhino said in surprise and then fear, then his expression changes to one of fury. You. Rhino attacks Shadow with several punches but Shadow dodges them easily, then drives his sword into Rhino's palm, then spins around to stab Rhino 3 times in the back. Fear makes you lose strength. Shadow said as he created a giant hand of shadows and with it dragged Rhino through 2 glass walls and slammed him against a concrete wall. The hand of shadow splits into 4, immobilizing Rhino's hands and feet. We could have avoided this, but you left me no choice. I'm sorry, forgive my life, Rhino said. Unfortunately, that is no longer an option. Shadow said as he plunged his sword into Rhino's chest and then sliced his chest open, killing him in the process. Rhino's body falls to the ground before the watchful eyes of some scientists who just stare in disbelief at what happened. Shadow looks in his backpack and takes out the container with the test tube. It is broken. It broke during the fight. Shadow looks around and his gaze meets that of one of the scientists. I need King Cobra venom, he said. Follow me, one of the scientists said. Really? Another one asked. Do you have a better idea? The first scientist said as he enters the labs. Shadow follows him. The scientist takes out another test tube and hands it to Shadow. Here you go, King Cobra venom. I don't know what you want it for and I don't want to know either, he said. Shadow takes the test tube and after verifying that it is what he is looking for, he turns around and leaves the laboratories and then the building itself. However, when he leaves he is greeted by the police pointing several weapons at him. We can do this the easy way or the hard way, your choice, one of the police officers said. Shadow looks around. There's nothing he can do to escape, and trying to fight won't work. This is why I don't do missions during the day, Shadow thought as he raised his hands, but then a gas began to cover everything. This gas I see, toxin. Shadow takes off his mask, his face still covered by shadows, and from his backpack he takes out a respirator with a filter, and puts it on. What the hell is this? The policeman said, and suddenly everyone except Shadow starts coughing, vomiting, and fainting. Shadow looks around. A whistling noise catches his attention. Shadow makes out a hooded person carrying a giant hammer. Shadow approaches this person. You are here, Toxin, he said. You were taking longer than usual. The now identified Toxin said. Her voice is that of a woman, but, like with Shadow, her voice lacks any emotion. I was sent to make sure the mission is accomplished, with or without you. They both began to walk away from the place. By the time more police and other heroes arrived, they were no longer there. Shadow and Toxin arrive at an alley where they meet with the hooded person who gave Shadow the assignment. You took longer than expected, Shadow, he said. There were setbacks. A professional hero appeared. I was forced to fight, Shadow said. I assume fighting was the only option, the guy said through the mouth in his hand. Correct, I also had to get a second sample. The first one was destroyed during the fight, Shadow said as he hands the test tube to the guy. With this we already have 3, the guy said, and then gave the test tube to Toxin. Give this to him, Shadow. You're coming with me. We have a new assignment. It's simple and requires no effort. Understood, Shadow said. After delivering the sample, meet with Flora. I need you to locate the next sample, the guy said. Understood, Toxin said, and then left. Come on, Shadow, we have to go to the exchange place, the guy said. Understood, Shadow said, and then followed the guy. Meanwhile, at the sports festival an explosion occurs on the platform. Everyone is attentive to the result. The smoke and dust disperses, revealing 2 people. The first is Izuku, who has his shirt completely destroyed, has several bruises and wounds on his body, is breathing heavily and has his rival on the ground. The other person is Sensoji, who, like Izuku, shows several signs of fatigue. His shirt is burned, he has a few bruises and some slight burns on his body. He tries to get up but Izuku has him pinned down on the ground. Damn it, Sensoji said. I give up. Tsukino has given up, Edshot said. The winner of this round and also the winner of the first-year sports festival is Izuku Midoriya. The stadium erupts in cheers as Izuku lets go of Sensoji and offers his hand. Sensoji stares at Izuku's hand, then smiles and takes it. Izuku helps him up and then raises Sensoji's hand and they both greet the crowd. This made them cheer even more at such a display of sportsmanship. That was awesome. I knew Izuku was going to win, Natsuo said. What do you think, Shoto? That was awesome, Shoto said excitedly. Natsuo smiles and then turns to look at Fuyumi. And what do you think? He asked, but then his expression changed when he saw his sister's face. Forget it, I think I know what you think. Fuyumi finds herself looking at the platform, more specifically at Izuku, more specifically at Izuku's exposed chest, all while her face is flushed and a line of blood is running down her nose, although she tries to cover the latter with her hands. So divine, she whispered. So handsome. Shoto stares at Fuyumi and then turns to look at Natsuo. Is she okay? He asked. Yeah, don't worry, she's just daydreaming about her boyfriend, Natsuo said. I see, Shoto said. Meanwhile, Endeavor looks at Izuku with a maniacal smile. Yes. You're the one. You'll be the one to surpass me and All Might. Let Shoto do whatever he wants. Izuku, you'll be the one who makes my dreams come true. He thought, his ambition and desires returning to full force again. The fireworks go off. On the podium there are 3 people. In third place is Hana, in second is Sensoji, who has several bandages on his body. Finally, in first place is Izuku, who also has several bandages on his body and a new shirt. Everyone, please give a big round of applause for our podium. Present Mike said. Our referee, Ed Shot, will proceed to hand out the medals. Ed Shot approaches Hana. Young Yoshida, congratulations on achieving third place, but I hope you aim higher next year. He said. You got it, sensei. Hana said. Ed Shot now approaches Sensoji. Young Tsukino, your tenacity and strength have allowed you to get this far, but something tells me that second place isn't enough for you. He said. I always aim high, but I lost fair and square. Sensoji said. Next time I'll be on top. Ed Shot nods and then turns to Izuku. Young Midoriya, congratulations on your victory, but I hope this doesn't stop you from improving. Ed Shot said. Never, I may have won, but that doesn't mean I'm the strongest or the best. My classmates certainly became stronger, and if I want to keep my position I'll have to become stronger too. Izuku said. Well said. Ed Shot said before addressing the audience. With this, we conclude the sports festival. I hope, as always, that it was to your liking. One last time, let's give a big round of applause, not only for our podium, but also for all the students who worked hard and gave their all. For the last time, the stadium was filled with applause, thus concluding the sports festival. Unknown place. A hooded man walks through the halls of a place. By the size of the man you can notice that he is someone robust and strong. The man walks until he reaches what appears to be an altar. The most distinctive thing is that the room seems to be surrounded by a giant stone snake. The hooded man kneels in front of the snake's head. High Priest, I have come to inform you of our progress. The guy said. First of all, the reason why I'm reporting instead of. I'm aware of that. Another voice said. The voice is thick and deep, but it has no hint of emotion. The voice is empty, devoid of any emotion. I was the one who sent him that order along with Shadow. Tell me, how are things going? We have acquired a new specimen, our third, of the king cobra, the Russell viper, and the Philippine cobra. The hooded man said. Any progress? The voice asked. Yes, I've managed to mix the 3 samples of the poisons, but I'm still missing a stabilizing agent, so I'll need a test subject. The hooded man said. You'll have it, I'll take care of it. The voice said. You will have all that is necessary. I also need more samples of the base substance. The hooded man said. I will send them to you along with the test subject. The voice said. Anything else to report? Toxin and Flora are already looking for the location of the 4th sample. The hooded man said. Good. The voice said. Keep me updated. Understood, High Priest. Chapter 11. Hero Names and Internships. After the busy event of the sports festival, classes resumed after a few days of rest, days in which Izuku effectively rested, literally doing nothing these days. At this moment Izuku is on the train heading to UA. Izuku watches the news on his phone. Pro Hero Rhino was killed. This is bad. He was just starting his career, Izuku thought while reading the news. Then someone taps him on the shoulder. Excuse me, you are Izuku Midoriya, right? A person asked him. Yes? He said. I knew it. You were the winner of the first-year sports festival. You were amazing. You were first place in all 3 events. From now on I'm your fan. Izuku feels overwhelmed by the sudden horde of people surrounding him and congratulating him. Luckily for him the train arrived at its destination. Thanks, but this is my stop. Izuku quickly gets off the train and heads to UA. Give it your best, hero. 1A classroom. Izuku enters the classroom where there are already several of his classmates. It was intense, don't you think? Daichi asked to Aiko. Yes, several people recognized me on the way here. Aiko said. A lot of people congratulated me. Hana said. It's obvious, you came in 3rd place. You said. I could have gone further if I hadn't been eliminated in the second round. You and me, sister. Emi said and then noticed Izuku. Just look, first place has arrived. Izuku says hello and joins the conversation as best gymnast and the rest of his classmates arrive. Within a few minutes everyone is in the classroom. Alright guys, we have a special activity today, but first, I'd like to congratulate all of you for your performances at the sports festival. Best gymnast said. Special thanks to Midoriya, Tsukino, and Yoshida for making the top 3, but you all still deserve a round of applause. Karakoko raises her hand. What are we doing today, Best Sensei? She asked. As you know, the sports festival serves as a way for the heroes to see future sidekicks to recruit for their agencies. That's why after the sports festival we have the internship period. The heroes send offers for one of you to intern with them. Best Gymnast explained. What makes me happy is that all of you managed to get hero internship offers. Really? That's great. Our effort was worth it. Yes, that's great, but before we continue there's one issue we need to address. Best Gymnast said as he begins to hand out whiteboards and markers. It's time for you to choose your hero name. Finally. About time. I have the perfect name. Your hero name is a representation of the type of hero you want to become. Best Gymnast said. You must choose well or you will regret it. You have 10 minutes to think, then you will come forward to present your name. I will be in charge of verifying whether the name is good or not. My hero name Izuku thought. I have the perfect one. The 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Okay, it's time to start. Owada, why don't you go first? As class representative, you should set an example. Best Gymnast said for Karakoko to come to the front. Well, I couldn't think of anything else, Karakoko said and then showed her name. I will be Bubble Girl. Short and describes you and your quirk. It's good, I approve it. Best Gymnast said. My turn. You said and then went to the front. The Mountain Hero MT Lady. Approved. The Aerial Hero Airjet Daichi's name. Alright. Fire Fist Hero Anima. Renjiro's name. Good one. The Fluffy Hero Toy Toy. Hana's name. Friendly, very good. Bandage Hero Kido. Yukihiro's name. Good name Kido. Blasting Hero Mr. Blaster. Sensoji's name. That's good. Enigma. Emi's name. Mysterious, I like it. Serious. Aiko's name. Approved. The last one is Izuku. I'll be the Blaze Knight Firestorm. Izuku said. That's perfect. Approved. Beast Gymnast said. And that's all of you, good, now I'll deliver your offers. You have all this week to decide where to do your internship. Decide wisely, a bad internship is not something pleasant. Best Gymnast gives out offers to each student. The longest list of offers is Izuku's, for obvious reasons, followed by Sensoji and Hana. There are too many, Izuku said to himself, but when he noticed the first name on the list the decision was already made, Endeavor. I don't need to see anything else. It's not a very big list, but I'm glad to think I managed to stand out. Karakoko said. Alright, it's decided. Emi said. I'll go with Ingenium. Did you get an offer from him? That's cool. Daichi said. I'll go with Selkie, I got an offer from him. Aiko said. It seems that several have already decided where to go. Renjiro said. What about you, Izuku? As if I had to decide, Izuku said while pointing at Endeavor's name. Do you have an offer from Endeavor? Renjiro said, calling everyone's attention. Endeavor? The number 2. Wow, that's great, but it makes sense. Karakoko said. Your quirk is similar to his and you managed to finish first in all the events. Still, getting number 2's attention, that's great. Lucky you. Hana said. I'm envious. You said. Well, you can envy later, it's time for your next class. Best Gymnast said. Blaze of Glory Opening 2. Song Jujutsu Kaisen Opening 2 Vivid Vice. In a dark room illuminated only by a window, a snake slithers into the window and then looks straight ahead. Ibitsu no Shuan Enai Makoto Fururu. Izuku is seen along with the rest of his classmates walking in the halls of UA, probably going to class. Inochi no Hayuman Churioku Ga. A hooded guy is seen smoking a cigarette through his mouth in the palm of his hand. all while watching people pass by on the street from the top of a building. Haratsumata. Endeavor is seen observing the city from the top of a building. Harasakita. Then a girl with a yellowish-green fire hair is seen walking through a crowd of people with a serious face. Futuafugutaten no sake fushidat. Izuku is looking at the horizon with a neutral expression. Karakoko and Renjiro pass by him greeting him. Izuku with a smile follows them. Gekua ashi no Honshugie Kenzaika Aiku. Class 1A is in the middle of a class, listening attentively to the lesson of their teacher teaching the class. The scene changes to Best Jeanist finishing reading his book and closing it. Shigari Saunatsuna no Uitada. Two more hooded people, one carrying a giant metal hammer, are in the middle of a forest back-to-back. Yurirasanu Unai Hisamaru ka? Two more hooded people are sitting at a table, each one at one end, while they look at the plans of something on the table. Ichi ka bachi ka kakanukuru ka? The city can be seen in a shot that focuses on it in its entirety, then the shot changes to focus on a burning building. Sentakushi nanti wana enai mieru. The hooded person who was smoking throws the cigarette on the ground and then the shot changes to a shot where Shadow is, who raises his head and quickly draws his katana. Fumidace. A small flame falls to the ground creating a large fire, then the shot changes to a white-haired woman looking through a window. Sono Howa. Fuyumi is then seen walking alongside Shoto whom she is holding by the hand. Natsuo is then seen watching something through his window at night. Melmadaranai Konranzai Kokai Washernai. Suddenly Izuku, in his hero suit, is seen running on the roofs of a building. The fire-haired girl follows him and shoots a fire arrow, created from her hair, at Shadow on the roof of the building in front. Genjutsu wa Kite Mizeru. Izuku is then seen attacking Shadow with a fire punch. Shinjutsu Jie Tato Zenkaku Demo. Shadow backs away to dodge both attacks, but Izuku still chases him. Then, as a memory, Class 1A can be seen doing class activities, then a photo of Izuku with his family and finally the Todoroki family playing with a ball in the yard of their house. Somat Yuku disaster Hidaika Atsumi with Shukuin Tanadzukite. Izuku is then seen fighting Shadow trying to dodge his katana attacks, then the girl with fire hair joins the fight helping Izuku in his fight against Shadow. Even so Shadow is very skilled at managing to fight both at the same time. Kakanukuru Tadako wa Ouyuni. Then Karakoko, Sensoji, and Renjiro can be seen doing their internships with their respective heroes. Jitai Seimuja Natone. Izuku prepares a fire punch to hit Shadow, but the scene cuts to showing Endeavor breathing out a bunch of fire, then Izuku along with Karakoko and Renjiro walking towards the train station. Kitaei Fujina Gong. We again see Izuku attacking Shadow but the scene is again interrupted by two people bumping fists so that everything then goes back in time at high speed until we return to the beginning with the snake in the window. Blaze of Glory Izuku Midoriya's Fire Hero Chronicles. Cafeteria. After classes. I still can't believe Endeavor sent you an offer. Renjiro said. I guess I got lucky. Izuku said. And what about you? I'll go with the Buster Union. Sensoji said. I heard Present Mike was part of that group. Izuku said. I'll go with Black Belt. Renjiro said. I still don't know. Karakoko said. I'm between Master Driller and this guy, Sir Night-Eye. Wait, did you say Sir Night-Eye? Izuku asked. Yes, why? Karakoko asked. That's All Might's former sidekick. Izuku said. Really? Karakoko asked. Yes, they were partners until they separated. Izuku said. I didn't know that, I thought All Might's only sidekick was Professor David Shield. Karakoko said. Yes, Sir Night-Eye was mainly in charge of logistics while All Might was in charge of the action and being the visible face. Izuku said. And how do you know that? Renjiro asked. My sister is probably the biggest All Might fan, I wouldn't be surprised if she knew what color his underwear was. Izuku said. So she's like that? Karakoko said. Yeah, Izuku said. Well, in that case I guess I'll go with Sir Night-Eye. Karakoko said. Teacher's Lounge. Look at that, Best Jeanist said. My kids have already chosen where to do their internships. Is that so? Edshot said. Mine are still choosing. Renjiro Takahashi will go with Black Belt, Best Jeanist said. With him he will be able to improve his hand-to-hand combat. Edshot said. Aiko Honda will go with Selkie. With her quirk she will be very useful to him. Emi Aoki will go with Ingenium. Interesting choice, her quirk will be very helpful to Ingenium. Sensoji Tsukino will go with the Buster Union. It's a good place for his abilities. Hana Yoshida will go with X-Less. A distance attacker can help her a lot. Yukihiro Kato will go with Backdraft. A hero specialized in rescues and support will benefit him greatly. Yu Takayama will go with O, the Cats. The group of 4 heroines? That's a relatively new one, right? Yes, that's going to be interesting. Yeah. Best Jeanist said. Now Daichi is going with the Fly. A rather underrated hero, but good at what he does. Karakoko Iwata will go with Wowser Night Eye. All Might's former partner? How good for her. And finally, Izuku Midoriya with Endeavor. He managed to get the attention of number 2, huh? He definitely won the lottery. Endeavor is probably the best, or one of the best heroes you can learn from. Best Jeanist said. Your boys were really ready. Edshot said. Yes, but taking time to decide is also a good idea. Best Jeanist said. I just hope they don't regret having decided so quickly. We'll see. Edshot said. Train station. A few weeks later. Okay guys, do you all know where to go? Best Jeanist asks. He is with his students at the train station. All of them are about to head to their respective internships. Yes. Okay, remember that while you'll be wearing your hero suits, you can only put them on under the direction of your supervising heroes. Best Jeanist said. You also have to behave yourselves, you are representing UA. Yes, Best Sensei. Perfect, you can go now. Best Jeanist said. Izuku says goodbye to his friends and boards his respective train to head to his destination, the Endeavor Agency. After traveling for a while, Izuku finally arrives at the agency. He is about to enter but someone shouts. You. The one with the green hair, you're from UA, right? A girl with hair made of fire yelled at him. Why I'm Izuku Midoriya and Izuku said but is interrupted. You're late. The girl said. Yeah, it's not my fault, you know? I don't control the trains. Izuku said. You're messing with me, huh? The girl said and then smiled. I like you, I'm Mo Kamiji, I'm from UA2, 3rd year. Nice to meet you, Mo-senpai. Izuku said. Call me Burnin. Mo said. And by the way, you're not late, I was just trying to intimidate you. Oh, I see, Izuku said. Come on, we don't want to keep Endeavor waiting. Mo said then guided Izuku through Endeavor's agency. So Burnin-senpai is a 3rd year. Izuku said. Yeah. That's right. Mo said. So, do you already have your provisional license? Izuku asked. No, Mo said, feeling discouraged. I failed the 2nd test, damn it. I see, at least you can try again this year, right? Izuku said. And I won't fail, Mo said. The good thing is that Endeavor knows what I'm capable of, and I have their permission to act when necessary, without them giving me permission every time. That's good. Izuku said. Well, we've arrived, go ahead, he's waiting for you. Mo said as she opened the door and let Izuku in. Izuku enters the room to meet Endeavor. You're finally here, I've been waiting for you, Firestorm. Endeavor said. Thanks for accepting me. Izuku said. There was no one else I was interested in coming but you. Endeavor said. But that doesn't mean you already had your spot secured, your performance at the sports festival was what made me make the final decision to send you an offer. I'm glad it was that way. Izuku said. I don't want things handed to me on a silver platter, I want to earn them. Endeavor smiles and gets up from his desk and then approaches Izuku. That's the right attitude, in my agency things are earned. Endeavor said. You'll surpass me, you'll surpass All Might, I'll make sure of that. Surpassing you and All Might, that's hard, but if you believe I can do it, I won't let you down. Izuku said. I know you won't, as long as you follow my instructions and my guidance you will go very far. Endeavor said. You will be the next number 1. I'll do my best. Izuku said. Good, now let's go, it's time to train and learn how to be a real hero. Endeavor said. You will be my masterpiece. I didn't know Endeavor had so many expectations and confidence in me, Izuku thought. I won't let him down. Endeavor and Izuku leave the office. Burnin, you are coming with us. Endeavor said. Yes sir. Mo said. Firestorm, do you have your suit? Endeavor asked. Yes. Izuku said. Put it on, you're now at my agency and while you're here as an intern, I'll turn you into an exemplary hero. Endeavor said. Yes. Izuku said and then went to change into his hero suit. Elsewhere, Karakoko arrives at Sir Nightie's agency. Upon entering she is greeted by a person with a centipede head. You must be the intern from UA. He said. Why, I'm Karakoko Iwata, my hero name is Bubble Girl. Karakoko said. Nice to meet you, I'm Centipeder, Sir Nightie's assistant and sidekick. Centipeder said. Now follow me please, I'll take you with Sir. Centipeder carries Karakoko through the building, until they reach a door. Important note, always remember to knock before entering, Sir doesn't like people walking into his office out of nowhere. Centipeder said as he knocked on the door and then entered the office. Sir, I'm bringing the UA intern. In the room there is a tall, lean, muscular man with sharp and elongated features. His shiny hair is always worn, smoothed down, and parted to his left, and was dark green, with 3 yellow streaks towards the front, 2 on his right and 1 on his left. His eyebrows are also yellowish, matching the rims of the triangular glasses he wears and the strikingly bright yellow irises of his stern-looking eyes. His looks give off a sense of authority and power, as he rarely smiles and looks stern, and he always appears to be glaring. Unusually for a pro hero, Night Eye appears to prefer plain office clothes, a plain white suit with gold buttons, a white dress shirt, and a red tie with white dots, instead of an elaborate hero costume. Night Eye stares at Karakoko. Karakoko looks somewhat intimidated by the man's gaze. Nice to meet you, I'm Karakoko Iwata, Bubble Girl, thank you for accepting me. She said. Sir Night Eye continues looking at her for a few more seconds. Welcome to the Bubble Girl agency, I'm Sir Night Eye, tell me something Night Eye said before getting up and turning on the light. Do you like All Might? Karakoko looks around, the room is filled with All Might merchandise on the walls. That's a lot of merch. This guy must be a fan of that kind. Karakoko thought. Yeah, I like All Might, in fact, I have a picture with him. Night Eye raises an eyebrow. Is that so? He asked. She managed to catch Sir's attention, that's good. Centipeder asked. Karakoko takes out the photo she took with All Might. Yes, he was invited to one of our classes and we took a picture with him. She said. Night Eye looks at the photo for a few seconds and then at Centipeder. Centipeder, show Bubble Girl where she's going to stay, have her change into her hero suit, and bring her here. Yes sir, follow me Iwata-san. Centipeder said. Wise. Karakoko said. He likes you, well done. Centipeder said. Oh really? It didn't seem that way. Karakoko said. Sir is always very serious and stoic, but you will learn to read him. Centipeder said. I hope so Karakoko said. Welcome to the Black Belt Agency. Pro Hero Black Belt welcomes Renjiro. Thank you so much for accepting me. Renjiro said. I'm Renjiro Takahashi, Anima, nice to meet you. I like your attitude, kid, I feel like we're going to get along really well. Black Belt said. I'm going to help you improve your combat skills. I'm ready to learn. Renjiro said. Rock on with these sparkling gazes. We've come to lend a paw and help. Coming out of nowhere. Stingingly cute and cat-like. Wild cats. The group of 4 heroines said. I'm Mandalay. Mandalay is a young woman with brown eyes and red hair styled into 3 bangs going across her face. Mandalay wears a red version of the cat's hero costumes and as part of her costume, she draws red markings beneath her eyes, which resemble cat whiskers. I'm Pixie Bob. Pixie Bob is a woman with blue eyes, and long blonde hair that's mostly combed back save for her bangs. Pixie Bob wears a light blue version of the cat's hero costume. She draws 2 blue dots on her cheeks whenever she wears it. Her costume also includes a tinted visor that she uses with her quirk. I'm Ragdoll. Ragdoll is a young woman of medium height with long, emerald green hair and big round yellow eyes that are almost always open all the way, with 3 small eyelashes located toward the top of each eye. As a part of her costume, she draws pink marks on her cheeks that resemble whiskers and a pink circle around her right eye. Ragdoll sports a yellow version of the cat's hero costume. And I'm Toiger. Unlike the other members, Toiger has a less feminine appearance, more muscular and robust, but still has feminine features. Her hair is short and black. Toiger wears a brown version of the cat's hero costume. Yu claps at the presentation. That was cool, she said. That was amazing. Thanks, we spent all day practicing it. Ragdoll said. Welcome to our agency. Mandalay said. I'm ready to learn. Yu said while imitating the cat's poses. I want to be more striking. Okay, let's get started then. Pixie Bob said. Welcome. Ingenuum said to Emmy. I'm glad you chose me for your internship. On the contrary, thank you for sending me an offer. Emmy said. Alright, Enigma, I'll teach you everything I know about being a hero. Ingenium said. I will also help you improve your skills. Thank you, I'm ready to learn. Emmy said. I like that attitude. Ingenium said. While it's important to address problems, it's also important to ensure that those who are safe don't endanger themselves. Backdraft said. Yes, we don't want more people to put themselves in danger. Yukihiro said as he walks next to Backdraft. Exactly, that's what's called crowd control. Backdraft said. At the Buster Union we don't make things complicated. The hero Bakomi said. It's enter, defeat the villain and finish the mission. Your quirk is perfect to be part of us. The hero Kangunner said. You just need to strengthen it. Sensoji smiles. I knew I made the right decision. He thought. I'm ready. Taking advantage of your quirk to take advantageous places to patrol is not a bad idea. Always try to have the largest field of vision possible. The fly said to Daichi, both of them are on top of a building. Cool Daichi said as he looked at the city, he is in Hosu. Welcome, it's a pleasure to have a new member, even if it's temporary. Selkie said to Aiko. I like your suit, it matches my people perfectly. A pleasure working with you. Aiko said. There's no need to be so serious. Selkie said and then made a kawaii pose. We can be cute too. That's cute, Aiko thought. Acting quickly is important, but we also have to know how to think quickly. Xles said to Hana. Acting without thinking can have negative consequences. Hana is listening. Yes, that makes sense. Learning to think and act quickly can save you from a lot of trouble. Xles said. Yeah, got it. Hana said. Izuku finishes putting on his hero suit, he is ready to learn everything he can from Endeavor. Taking a breath, Izuku gets out of the changing room, ready for everything that comes in his internship. However, he was not prepared for what was coming. Chapter 12. Real training. Rescue, evacuation, and containment are the three main pillars of this agency. Endeavor said as he, Burnin and Izuku patrol the city. Many agencies only focus on two of these, we do things differently. Here we always do things differently. Mo said. As a hero you can't afford to stop and do other things, a second that you stop is a second that someone could be in danger. Endeavor said. But don't we also need to rest? Izuku asked. Don't be confused, there's time for everything, obviously you have your moments to rest, eat, recover from a fight. Endeavor said. What I mean is that when you are working, don't get distracted, use the time that an interview can take to save another person in danger, to catch another villain, don't waste time on trivialities and focus on your work. Basically we make the most of the time we have to work. Mo said. I see, that explains how you've managed to get the most cases solved. Izuku said. If you're going to be number one and surpass All Might, you can't afford to waste time. Endeavor said. Understood. Izuku said. He keeps saying I'll be number one, does he really have that many expectations for me? At that moment, Endeavor notices out of the corner of his eyes, several police patrols chasing a truck that is clearly fleeing. It's time for a practical demonstration. Endeavor said as he jumped off the bridge they were on. Burnin, you know what to do, Firestorm, just watch this time. Endeavor uses his fire to propel himself and reach the vehicle. Mo uses her hair to follow Endeavor. Mo Kamiji aka Burnin. Quirk blazing hair. Mo's quirk allows her to grab her fire-like hair, which she can pull off in chunks, and throw at her enemies, as well as grant her flight. Mo throws several pieces of fire at the vehicle's tires, melting them, then Endeavor lands in front of them, stopping the vehicle in its tracks by using his flames to avoid flying away when hitting the vehicle. The driver and passenger exit the truck. *T. It's Endeavor. Both point their weapons at Endeavor, but they are destroyed by a pair of fireballs from Mo. "Don't forget about me," Mo said before knocking down the two villains with fireballs. Just then, a guy covered in rocks comes out of the back of the truck and tries to attack Mo from behind, but Endeavor gets in the way and knocks him down with a fire punch. "Too easy," he said. Blaze of Glory Opening 2. Song Jujutsu Kaisen Opening 2 Vivid Vice. In a dark room illuminated only by a window, a snake slithers into the window and then looks straight ahead. Ibitsu na Shuan Enai Makata Fururu. Izuku is seen along with the rest of his classmates walking in the halls of UA, probably going to class. Inochi no Hayuman Churioku Ga. A hooded guy is seen smoking a cigarette through his mouth in the palm of his hand, all while watching people pass by on the street from the top of a building. Haratsumata. Endeavor is seen observing the city from the top of a building. Harasakita. Then a girl with a yellowish-green fire hair is seen walking through a crowd of people with a serious face. Futuafugutaten no sake fushidat. Izuku is looking at the horizon with a neutral expression. Karakoko and Renjiro pass by him greeting him. Izuku with a smile follows them. Gekua Ashi no Honshu Ga Kenzaika Aiku. Class 1A is in the middle of a class, listening attentively to the lesson of their teacher teaching the class. The scene changes to Best Jeanist finishing reading his book and closing it. Shigari Saunatsuna no Uitada. Two more hooded people, one carrying a giant metal hammer, are in the middle of a forest back-to-back. Yurirasanu Unai Hisamuru ka? Two more hooded people are sitting at a table, each one at one end, while they look at the plans of something on the table. Ichi ka bachi ka kakanukuru ka? The city can be seen in a shot that focuses on it in its entirety, then the shot changes to focus on a burning building. Sentakushi nanti wana enai mieru. The hooded person who was smoking throws the cigarette on the ground and then the shot changes to a shot where Shadow is, who raises his head and quickly draws his katana. Fumades. A small flame falls to the ground creating a large fire, then the shot changes to a white-haired woman looking through a window. Sono Howa. Fuyumi is then seen walking alongside Shoto whom she is holding by the hand. Natsuo is then seen watching something through his window at night. Malmadoranai Konranzai Kokai Washernai. Suddenly Izuku, in his hero suit, is seen running on the roofs of a building. The fire-haired girl follows him and shoots a fire arrow, created from her hair, at Shadow on the roof of the building in front. Genjutsu wa Keet Mizeru. Izuku is then seen attacking Shadow with a fire punch. Shinjutsu Ga Tato Zenkaku Demo. Shadow backs away to dodge both attacks, but Izuku still chases him. Then, as a memory, Class 1A can be seen doing class activities, then a photo of Izuku with his family and finally the Todoroki family playing with a ball in the yard of their house. Somat Yuku Disaster Hidaika Atsumi with Shuku and Tanadzukit. Izuku is then seen fighting Shadow trying to dodge his katana attacks, then the girl with fire hair joins the fight helping Izuku in his fight against Shadow. Even so Shadow is very skilled at managing to fight both at the same time. Kakanukuru tada ko wa ouyuni. Then Karakoko, Sensoji, and Renjiro can be seen doing their internships with their respective heroes. Jitai Seimuja na tone. Izuku prepares a fire punch to hit Shadow, but the scene cuts to showing Endeavor breathing out a bunch of fire, then Izuku along with Karakoko and Renjiro walking towards the train station. Kitai ai Fujina gong. We again see Izuku attacking Shadow but the scene is again interrupted by two people bumping fists so that everything then goes back in time at high speed until we return to the beginning with the snake in the window. Blaze of Glory Izuku Midoriya's Fire Hero Chronicles. Thanks for the help, Endeavor. One of the police officers said. Yeah, whatever. Endeavor said. I'm just doing my job. Endeavor. A Quirk interview please. A reporter said. I don't have time for Endeavor said but stops when he sees Izuku arrive. That was great. Izuku said. Fast, clean and no collateral damage, that's why you're the best. And who is he? A new intern? The reporter asked. If I'm not mistaken, he's the boy who won the first-year sports festival. Endeavor was going to send the reporters away, but this could be a good opportunity to give him a boost, he thought. His name is Firestorm and he'll be the one who surpasses me and All Might. I'll make sure he succeeds. Oh wow, will we have the new Endeavor among us? The reporter said and then turned to Izuku. Any comments? Izuku gets nervous when all this happens suddenly. What's going on? Why, I see. It's a test. He thought. I'd love to be able to give my opinion, but I want to focus on my internship, so I'm sorry but there are things to do. But we just need your opinion, we want to know more about you. The reporter said but is interrupted by Endeavor. You heard the kid, we have work to do. Endeavor said before turning around and starting to leave. Burnin', Firestorm, it's time to go. Without further ado, the trio leaves the place to continue patrolling. So, successor, huh? Mo said to Izuku. I don't think it's exactly that way. Izuku said. But I'm glad to know that Endeavor has such high expectations of me. High expectations are an understatement, Mo thought. More like impossible expectations. Alright, Firestorm. Endeavor said. Get ready, it's your turn. They both look where Endeavor is pointing and see that a guy just stole a girl's purse. Go ahead, Firestorm, you're allowed to act. As soon as Izuku heard that, he shot out towards the thief. Mo was about to follow him but was stopped by Endeavor. Let him take care of this. Endeavor said. Izuku launches himself into a burst of fire, pinning the thief to the ground. I got you. Izuku said. Don't butt into other people's business, brat. The thief said something very strange happened, his mouth opens abnormally and the thief emerges, leaving his body as pure skin. Goodbye, idiot. What the hell? Izuku said and suddenly the skin left behind caught him. I'll take care of this. Mo said but is stopped again by Endeavor. Let him figure things out. Endeavor said. Izuku quickly releases fire from his body, causing his skin to come off, then he throws a fireball knocking down the thief. Izuku approaches him. You know exhibitionism is also illegal. Izuku said before knocking out the thief and taking the girl's bag. Here you go, miss. Izuku returns the bag to the girl. Thank you. The girl said. Izuku smiles and then, along with Endeavor and Mo, they hand the thief over to the police. For your first time you did well. Endeavor said. Thanks. Izuku said. But good is not enough. Endeavor said. The criminal almost got away, you need to make sure whoever you're catching can't escape, preferably knock them out. Isn't that a bit excessive? Izuku asked. It's better than the criminal, or worse, the villain, getting away. Endeavor said. Well, you're right on that. Izuku said. As I said, for your first time you did well, I don't expect you to be perfect the first time, just that you do better the next time. Endeavor said. Okay, we've wasted a lot of time, let's move on. Lunchtime has arrived, the three of them are on top of a building while eating their lunches. The day has been quite busy, just from when they started until before lunch they took care of 15 crimes, 12 of which were simple crimes and 3 of them were with full-blown villains, although small-time villains. Then on the way to lunch they stopped 5 more crimes. Speaking of efficiency, Izuku thought while eating his lunch. How the hell do you not burn your mouth? Mo asked Izuku. What do you mean? Izuku asked. Really? Mo said. With all those hot spices you put in your lunch, that thing is inedible because of how hot it must be. It's not that bad, Izuku said. Also, I like spicy food. Oh yeah? Let me taste. Mo said as she tried some of Izuku's food, only to instantly regret it. This is too spicy. Or maybe you can't stand anything, Izuku said. You're crazy now, you're going to tell me you like Hellfire Cola. Mo said. In fact, yes, it is my favorite drink. Izuku said. But I liked the original version better. What? Mo said. Finally someone appreciates the drink. Endeavor said. You two are crazy. Mo said. After lunch, and after stopping 5 more crimes along the way, the 3 returned to the Endeavor agency. Okay, that's all for today. Burnin', you can rest. Firestorm, come with me, I'll show you where you'll be staying. Endeavor said. See you. Mo said. Tomorrow is training day. Endeavor said. I know. Mo said before leaving. Training day? Izuku asked. It's basically what you heard. Endeavor said. Tomorrow is a day dedicated solely to training. And what about the crimes? Izuku asked. Any hero can take care of what we did today. Endeavor said. If there is an emergency, we will know, and, if so, we will act. I see, Izuku said. This is where you will sleep. Endeavor shows him a room. The room is simple. It is small but with enough space. It has a bed, a television, a small desk and a place to put clothes, in addition to having a small bathroom. Not bad, Izuku thought, and, after taking a shower and changing into his sleepwear, shorts and shirtless, he goes to sleep. Unknown place. Shadow and a hooded man arrive at the indicated place. The place is dark and poorly lit by a few spotlights. You finally arrived. A voice said. That voice would have filled anyone with fear, but not them. They are not prey to their emotions. In front of them, sitting on a throne of rocks, is a tall person, dressed in an elegant dark blue suit, shoes of the same color and a white shirt. His skin is light, his hair is white and short, his eyes are white and reflect nothing. On his face there is a smile that would intimidate anyone. Tell me, what does the Snake Society want with me? The hooded man takes a USB out of his pocket. We have our part of the deal, I hope you keep yours. He said. Are you threatening me? The man asked. No, it would be suicide to threaten the self-proclaimed Demon King, All for One. The hooded man said. The man, now identified as All for One, stares at them and then smiles. I always keep my deals, but first All for One extends his hand. The hooded man hands the USB to All for One. Our research on how to create artificial quirks. He said. It is not complete, several data are missing to complete it. I hope you're not lying to me. All for One said. What would we gain by lying to you? The hooded man said. I know, and besides, I can tell when someone is lying to me. All for One said. Very well, who will be the lucky one? Shadow. The hooded man said, and Shadow takes a step forward. All for One grabs Shadow by the face. A quirk that allows you to manipulate shadows, something weak but useful. I have the perfect quirks to complement it. All for One said, and then his eyes shine. I can only give him 2 quirks or I risk damaging his mind. That's fine, it would be bad for us if that happened. The hooded man said. After several seconds, All for One releases Shadow and he falls to his knees. It's done, I recommend that he rests so his body gets used to the new quirks. All for One said. Understood, it'll be done. The hooded man said as he helps Shadow get up and let him lean on him. This concludes our negotiations, we proceed to leave. A pleasure doing business with you. All for One said while looking with interest at the USB that was given to him. Next day. Izuku is in the agency's training area. He is generating fire while trying to create a sphere of fire, not a normal fireball, a perfect sphere of fire without imperfections. It is quite difficult. In this attempt things are going well until the sphere explodes in his face. Not again, he said to himself. It's the 5th time already, right? Endeavor asked. Yes, it's harder than it looks. Izuku said. I still don't understand why I do this. So you can learn to mold your fire, to give it shape. Endeavor said. But I can already shape my fire, Izuku said while creating a fireball. See? Anyone can create a fireball. Endeavor said while creating a fireball just like Izuku's. The difficult thing is to mold the fire to create something more complex. Endeavor takes the fireball in his hand and it turns into a fire arrow. Ignited arrow, Izuku said. This is the first step in learning my techniques, from ignited arrow to prominence burn and flashfire fist. Endeavor said. Learning to shape and control your fire is the key. Wait, does that mean you're going to teach me your techniques? Izuku asked excitedly. That's the idea, yes, but I won't teach you anything if you don't master the basics first. Endeavor said. So get to work. Yes, sir. Izuku said and then tried to make a fire sphere again. Sir Night-Eye's agency. Sir Night-Eye is reading some papers that Karakoko gave him. They are some test reports. Good, very good. He said. The information on the test situations is well done, good job. Thanks. Karakoko said. Now we'll see how you do with a real situation. Night Eye said before getting up from his chair. It's time to patrol, I'll want a patrol report by the end of the day. Yes sir. Karakoko said. By the way, the boy who came first in the sports festival, do you know him? Night Eye asked. Midoriya? Yes, he's my friend. Karakoko said. Well, it seems your friend is already famous. Night Eye said and then turned his computer screen and showed a video to Karakoko. Asterisk the next endeavor is already among us, asterisk the person in the video, who appears to be from the news, said. The other day we ran into Endeavor and saw they had a new intern. A picture of Izuku, in his hero costume, appears. This guy is Firestorm and at first glance he doesn't seem like much, but this is what Endeavor had to say about him. Asterisk his name is Firestorm and he'll be the one who surpasses me and All Might, I'll make sure he succeeds. Asterisk. Those were the words of Endeavor, who seems to have found his successor, the guy of the news said. We tried to interview the new Endeavor but we didn't get anything. The guy seems to be very focused on learning from his mentor. What a great example. Asterisk I'd love to be able to give my opinion, but I want to focus on my internship, so I'm sorry but there are things to do. Asterisk. Asterisk what a responsible guy. We'll still be keeping an eye on all his exploits with the new Endeavor, so stay tuned. Asterisk the guy of the news said. Asterisk now, in other news asterisk Night Eye turns off the screen. The next Endeavor? Karakoko said in surprise and disbelief. I wouldn't pay much attention to that, the news tends to exaggerate things. Night Eye said. What is clear is that Endeavor has high expectations on that boy. High expectations are an understatement, Karakoko said. Yes, that's true, surpassing All Might that's impossible at least until what I saw in my vision happens. Night Eye thought. Anyway, we have to patrol. But they aren't the only ones who saw the video. News of the next Endeavor is already spreading around Japan. This is something undisturbed. The robust hooded person said. I agree, Endeavor never gave any indication that it was looking for a successor. Another hooded person said, this time it was a female voice, indicating that it was a woman. He realized his age and wants to make sure someone inherits his agency. A third hooded man said through a mouth in his hand. Even so, this doesn't affect us if we continue like this, our plan will be completed before the boy graduates. Doctor, how are things going? Flora and Toxin found the fourth sample. The robust man, now identified as Doctor, said. Perfect, once Shadow recovers I'll send him there. The other hooded man said. With the new quirks he has now he can fight without problems. The woman said. He will be ready, we are very close. The first hooded man said. Failing has never been an option, but doing so at this point would be a disaster for our plans. We've hidden ourselves well so far, but I doubt we'll have to reveal ourselves anytime soon. The world is not ready to know about the existence of the Snake Society. The woman said. It doesn't matter, when our plan is finished, the hooded man said, then took off his hood, finally revealing his appearance. He is a man with shaved hair. On his face you can see signs of old age, wrinkles, and dark circles due to lack of sleep. His clothing consists of an open purple jacket revealing his bare chest as well as his tattoo of the head of a snake showing its fangs on the right side of his abdomen. He also has gray pants with several rips on the knees, purple and white boots and a glove on his right hand. He keeps talking, but he keeps doing it through his mouth and his hand. Everyone will be part of the Snake Society. It'll be done. Doctor said and then also removed his hood. The doctor is a tall, robust man. He has long blonde hair that reaches down his back. His hair is styled to resemble a lion's mane. His eyes are obscured by a shadow and therefore cannot be seen. He has even more marks of old age on his face. His clothing consists of a black suit with a red tie and gray undershirt, red shoes, and red gloves. It'll be done. The woman said to also take off her hood. She is a young woman, no older than 28 years old. Her hair is messy and half short, barely reaching her shoulders, purple, clearly dyed, with a turquoise blue lock. Her skin is pale, her ears are pointy and her most striking feature is the pair of horns that come out of her head. Her clothing is simpler than the others, consisting of a yellow top, purple cargo pants and black boots. It'll be done. The first guy said. Back with Izuku. One more time. Izuku said and then gathered fire in his hands. This fire begins to gather and join together to slowly begin to form a sphere. This time I won't fail, it won't explode, it won't. The fire continues to gather until after a few moments a perfect sphere of fire is found in Izuku's hands. I did it. Endeavor, who has been watching Izuku this whole time, also took the time to finish some paperwork, is slightly surprised. It took me 3 days to mold my fire, it took him less than a day. Endeavor thought before smiling. Great work, I'm surprised you were able to do it so quickly. I really tried hard. Izuku said and then the sphere exploded. Now what happened? Endeavor can't help but laugh lightly. This also happened to her when she was training. This also happened to Toya when she was still alive. This thought made him frown. He quickly pushes that memory to the back of his mind to focus on the present. That's why it's time to train, so that your body automatically maintains the fire's shape. Endeavor said. For now, you have to concentrate on maintaining the fire's shape. You have to train your body to do it on its own while you focus on other things. I see, Izuku said. Alright, what do I have to do now? You have to get your body used to shaping fire. Endeavor said. Simply repeat the exercise, but each time try to focus on other things. This will allow your body to take care of things on its own. Understood? Izuku said to continue his training. While Izuku trains, Endeavor stares at him, but for a few moments Izuku is replaced by a girl with straight white hair. Toya? Did you say something? Izuku asked, bringing Endeavor out of his hallucination. No, I'm just thinking out loud, keep training. Endeavor said and Izuku continues training. What's happening to me? Chapter 13. Fighting the Shadows. A couple of days have passed since the internship started. In a city, a guy is on a motorcycle at full speed while being chased by Endeavor. You'll never catch me. The guy said. Endeavor chases the guy on a motorcycle at full speed. It's too fast for a normal bike, he thought. You'll never catch me. The guy said and the bike increases its speed. My quirk allows me to upgrade any gadget I touch, including vehicles. Endeavor throws a fireball, but the guy dodges it by maneuvering the motorcycle. And the improvements do not improve the capabilities of the bike as such. Suddenly the motorcycle's exhaust pipes become larger and release a large amount of smoke, which creates a large cloud of smoke which blocks Endeavor's vision. Too easy. The guy thought, but then he noticed several fireballs heading towards him. Luckily he managed to evade them. Mo chased him, jumping between buildings while throwing fireballs at him. Stop trying. You won't catch me. What the guy hasn't noticed is that further ahead, halfway down the road, is Izuku. Alright, it's time to use it, Izuku thought, and then gathered fire in his right hand and began to mold it. However, the result is not what he expected. This isn't an arrow, it's a fire stick. Izuku looks ahead, the motorcycle is approaching. To hell with this. Taking advantage of the fact that the guy is distracted with Mo, Izuku takes the so-called fire stick and hits the guy with it. When the stick hits, it explodes into a small flame that knocks the guy off the motorcycle and makes him fall to the ground unconscious. It's not what I expected, but I'm satisfied. Blaze of Glory Opening 2. Song Jujutsu Kaisen Opening 2 Vivid Vice. In a dark room illuminated only by a window, a snake slithers into the window and then looks straight ahead. Ibitsu na Shuan Enai Makata Fururu. Izuku is seen along with the rest of his classmates walking in the halls of UA, probably going to class. Inochi no Hayuman Churioku Ga. A hooded guy is seen smoking a cigarette through his mouth in the palm of his hand, all while watching people pass by on the street from the top of a building. Haratsumata. Endeavor is seen observing the city from the top of a building. Harasakita. Then a girl with a yellowish-green fire hair is seen walking through a crowd of people with a serious face. Futua Fugitaten no Sake Fushidat. Izuku is looking at the horizon with a neutral expression. Karakoko and Renjiro pass by him greeting him. Izuku with a smile follows them. Gekua Ashi no Honshu Ga Kenzaika Aiku. Class 1A is in the middle of a class, listening attentively to the lesson of their teacher teaching the class. The scene changes to Best Jeanist finishing reading his book and closing it. Shigari Saunatsuna no Uitada. Two more hooded people, one carrying a giant metal hammer, are in the middle of a forest back to back. Yurirasanu Unai Hisamuru ka? Two more hooded people are sitting at a table, each one at one end, while they look at the plans of something on the table. Ichi ka bachi ka kakanukuru ka? The city can be seen in a shot that focuses on it in its entirety, then the shot changes to focus on a burning building. Sentakushi nanti wana enai mieru. The hooded person who was smoking throws the cigarette on the ground and then the shot changes to a shot where Shadow is, who raises his head and quickly draws his katana. Fumidace. A small flame falls to the ground creating a large fire, then the shot changes to a white-haired woman looking through a window. Sono Howa. Fuyumi is then seen walking alongside Shoto whom she is holding by the hand. Natsuo is then seen watching something through his window at night. Malmadaranai konranzai kokai washernai. Suddenly Izuku, in his hero suit, is seen running on the roofs of a building. The fire-haired girl follows him and shoots a fire arrow, created from her hair, at Shadow on the roof of the building in front. Genjutsu wa Kite Mizeru. Izuku is then seen attacking Shadow with a fire punch. Shinjutsu Jie Tato Zenkaku Demo. Shadow backs away to dodge both attacks, but Izuku still chases him. Then, as a memory, Class 1A can be seen doing class activities, then a photo of Izuku with his family and finally the Todoroki family playing with a ball in the yard of their house. Somat Yuku disaster Hidaika Atsumi with Shukuin Tanadzukite. Izuku is then seen fighting Shadow trying to dodge his katana attacks, then the girl with fire hair joins the fight helping Izuku in his fight against Shadow. Even so Shadow is very skilled at managing to fight both at the same time. Kakanukuru tada ko wa ouyuni. Then Karakoko, Sensoji, and Renjiro can be seen doing their internships with their respective heroes. Jitai Seimuja na tone. Izuku prepares a fire punch to hit Shadow, but the scene cuts to showing Endeavor breathing out a bunch of fire, then Izuku along with Karakoko and Renjiro walking towards the train station. Kitaei Fujina Gong. We again see Izuku attacking Shadow but the scene is again interrupted by two people bumping fists so that everything then goes back in time at high speed until we return to the beginning with the snake in the window. Blaze of Glory Izuku Midoriya's Fire Hero Chronicles. So, you still can't do the ignited arrow? Mo asked while they eat their lunch. I have the basics but I still can't make the arrow as such. Izuku said. Yeah, I saw that, you should call it ignited stick. Mo said. Very funny Izuku said. He just needs to train more. Endeavor said. By the time the internship is over you'll be able to use the ignited arrow without any problems. I sure hope so Izuku said. After lunch, the day continues like the others, returning to the agency at the end of the day so they can rest. However, at night Izuku is woken up by someone knocking on his door. Firestorm, get dressed and ready, we have work to do. Endeavor is the who knocked. I want you in 10 minutes at the entrance. After hearing this, Izuku wastes no time and changes into his hero suit and, after stopping by a cafe to finish waking up, he meets with Endeavor and Mo at the entrance. Why do we get up at this time? Mo asked. I'll explain it to you on the way. Endeavor said and then left the agency with Izuku and Mo and the three got into a vehicle. Alright, our job is to protect a research facility. What kind of facilities are we talking about? Izuku asked. They are laboratories dedicated to the development of antidotes. Endeavor said. A new shipment has just arrived today, common kite venom. And what does that have to do with us going there? Mo asked. In recent months, several laboratories have been robbed. All of these thefts have been of the same type snake venom, but not just any snake. The 3 venoms that have been stolen have been from the most venomous snakes in the world. Endeavor said. So we can assume that they will try to steal this venom as well, since it is from the second most venomous snake in the world. Izuku said. Exactly. Endeavor said. And why do we have to go at night? Mo asked. Because all the robberies, except the one a few weeks ago, occurred at night. Endeavor said. Yes, I heard about that. If they steal at night, why did they attack in the morning that time? Izuku asked. It's because of the sports festival. Everyone was busy watching the sports festival and these guys took advantage of this to rob in broad daylight without much trouble. Endeavor said. It's clear that they know what they're doing. No one has ever taken advantage of the fact that many people neglect their work to watch the sports festival. Do we know anything about the people who stole the poisons? Mo asked. Almost nothing, it's always the same person who commits the robberies, it's a man and that's all we know. He always dresses in dark clothing and wears a mask to hide his identity. Endeavor said as he takes out a picture of Shadow. What is most striking is the symbol on the mask. This symbol has been seen several times in other places, but this is the first time it is seen being worn by a person. More snakes, these people have an obsession with that. Mo said. Yes, people are calling them, partly jokingly, the Snake Society. Endeavor said. Snake Society, what a weird name. Izuku said. They remind me of those old conspiracy theories from the pre-Quirk era, the lizard people, the reptilian conspiracy theory. What's that? Mo asked. Before Quirks, people thought there were lizard people who secretly controlled the governments. Izuku said. Curious if you realize that there are literally lizard people now. You know a lot about the pre-Quirk era. Mo said. My younger sister is quirkless, that made me want to know what things were like before quirks were a thing. Izuku said. Anyway, I think we're getting off topic, sorry, Endeavor. Don't worry, I've already explained practically everything. Endeavor said. We have to keep an eye on the place, make sure we prevent the robbery and catch the thief so we can interrogate him to see if there are other people involved in this and what their plans are. Understood. Izuku and Mo said. After a while the three arrived at their destination, Jinsei Laboratories. Here we are. Endeavor said. At the entrance they are greeted by a guard. When they said they were sending a hero, I didn't think they were sending you. A hero has been killed, it's time to stop the robberies. Endeavor said. Yes, you're right. The guard said. A hero died? Mo asked Izuku. Yes, pro-hero Rhino. Izuku said. Oh. You leave this to us, you take care of doing your job without worries. Endeavor said. Yes sir. The guard said. Burnin, Firestorm, our job is to watch the place, we'll take turns watching outside, 2 will watch inside and 1 outside, I'll start outside, every hour we'll take turns. Endeavor said and then gave Izuku and Mo a communicator. Report anything. Yes. Mo and Izuku said. Izuku and Mo enter the laboratories where they are assigned to monitor the surroundings of where the poison samples are. While they keep the watch, Izuku takes advantage of the time to train the ignited arrow. Still with that, huh? Mo said. Yes, I still can't mold my fire into an arrow, Izuku said. You'll be right about the ignited stick in the end. That was just a joke. Mo said. You know what's wrong with you? You're trying to imitate today's Endeavor. Izuku looks at Mo. What do you mean? He asked. You're trying to do what the current Endeavor does. Mo said. Do you think that when he was a student, he could do what he does now? I don't get it, Izuku said. For someone who's smart you don't notice the simplest things. Mo said. Don't try to do things like Endeavor, find your own way of doing them while you're not at his level. My own way, Izuku said to himself. You are really slow at some things, Mo said. I can't tell you more, it's something you have to discover for yourself. Izuku stares at Mo and then returns to his own business, continuing to practice the ignited arrow while patrolling the area. Hours pass and nothing seems to happen, but in the distance, on top of a building, Shadow appears. I have arrived. He said and then saw Izuku patrolling outside. There's someone outside. Must be a guard. The female voice said formed the communicator. From the way he looks he must be a hero, I don't recognize him, he must be new or little known. Shadow said. Judging by his age I assume he is the first option. Then you should hurry, just because he's a new hero doesn't mean he's weak. The woman said. You already know what to do. Enter through the roof. Shadow said and then jumped off the building, but instead of falling to the ground he started walking through the air. AKA Shadow. Quirk Air Walk. Air Walk grants the user the ability to stand on and control the air around them, granting them levitation. Quirk granted by all for one. Shadow lands on the roof of the labs unseen. With these new quirks everything is easier. Shadow thought as he opened a ventilation duct with his sword and entered it, using Air Walk to avoid making noise, or so he thought. Once reaching his destination, Shadow steps out of the vent, using his form as a whip to prevent the vent from making a sound and falling to the ground. Shadow comes out of the ventilation and with his sword opens the container where what he is looking for is. Too easy. Shadow thought and then tried to take the poison sample but someone grabbed his arm. You're not as stealthy as you think. Endeavor said. Shadow said. I don't know how you avoided Firestorm but this is as far as you go, villain. Endeavor said and then attacked Shadow with a fire punch. Shadow protects himself by creating a barrier of shadows, however the blow was strong enough to send him flying and crashing through a glass. Shadow gets up from the ground without any damage. My shadows are stronger. Interesting. Shadow thought. I didn't expect someone like you to be here. You killed a pro hero, you have to be stopped. Endeavor said. I had no other choice, if he hadn't interfered I wouldn't have killed him. Shadow said. I wasn't good at fighting, so I never used to fight people. So why don't you just give up? Endeavor said. I said I wasn't good at fighting. Shadow said. I have no problem with that now. Suddenly some shadows grab Endeavor by the back and throw him away. Shadow tries to go back to take the sample but quickly turns around and creates a barrier of shadows to protect himself from several fireballs that Mo threw at him. Don't think you can get away with it. Mo said. Shadow quickly expands his shadow wall to fill the entire hallway and throws it at Mo. Luckily a burst of fire destroys the shadow wall. I heard some commotion, so I came to see what was going on. Izuku said arriving at the scene. I see this guy snuck into the place. What a bad lookout you are. Mo said while throwing fireballs at Shadow. Shadow charges at Mo and Izuku while dodging the fireballs and with his sword he prepares to attack Mo. Luckily, Izuku drives him away with a burst of fire when he is close to Mo. He's fast. Izuku and Mo thought but suddenly their own shadows grabbed them by their feet and dragged them through the entrance door and out of the building. I couldn't do that before either. Shadow thought, then turned around and was greeted by a burst of fire from Endeavor. Let's take this outside, shall we? Endeavor attacks Shadow with a burst of fire. Outside the building, Izuku and Mo get up after being knocked down by the shadows. That was unexpected, apparently he has a quirk that allows him to control shadows. Izuku said. Yeah, I noticed that. Mo said. At that moment a sphere of shadows flies out in a burst of fire. The sphere breaks and Shadow comes out of it who uses air walk to walk in the air. Fighting Endeavor is difficult but there are also their sidekicks. I should retreat and regroup with the others, Shadow thought. But Endeavor leaves the building. Burnin, Firestorm, focus. Endeavor said and then looked at Shadow. He can stay in the air. He can control shadows and now he can levitate? Mo said. This doesn't make sense. That doesn't matter. Endeavor said as he lights his fist on fire. The important thing is to defeat the villain. Endeavor attacks Shadow with a burst of fire, but Shadow deactivates air walk to fall and dodge the fire, then reactivates it to make several jumps in the air and head towards Endeavor. At these moments I can take on anyone. Shadow thought as he creates a sphere of darkness in his hand and impacts it against Endeavor, sending him flying. Izuku and Mo quickly attack Shadow with fire attacks, however, Shadow protects himself with a pair of shadow barriers. For shadows, they are quite light resistant. Mo said. Yes, that used to be my weakness but not anymore. Shadow said and then used the shadow barriers to push Izuku and Mo until they both crash into something, Mo with the laboratory building and Izuku with the wall that surrounds the place. Now I'm invincible. At that, Endeavor stands in front of Shadow. Please, I'm just warming up. Endeavor surrounds his fists with fire and charges at Shadow. He proceeds to attack Shadow with several fire punches but Shadow defends himself by creating small shadow barriers with each hit as Endeavor breaks them when hitting them. After defending himself from several blows, Shadow manages to counterattack with a shadow pulse to drive Endeavor away, but he doesn't have time to relax since Mo and Izuku begin to attack him. Izuku attacks him with several punches but Shadow blocks all the attacks with his hands and then kicks him away. Mo attacks him with 2 kicks and then several punches. Shadow dodges the kicks and then blocks the punches and immobilizes Mo with a shadow. Izuku returns and tries to hit him but Shadow stops his blow with his hand and then slams it against Mo, knocking them both down. Endeavor returns to the fight and prepares his ignited arrow and launches it at Shadow. Seeing this, Shadow creates another shadow barrier but this time the arrow pierces the barrier. sticking into the ground and exploding in a pillar of fire which burns the right sleeve of Shadow's sweater and his hood, revealing his short black hair. Interesting, Shadow said, and then takes out his sword and charges at Endeavor, attacking him with several sword blows which Endeavor dodges and counterattacks with fire punches which Shadow blocks with small shadow barriers. This continues for several seconds until Endeavor, dodging Shadow's attacks, takes a step back, and without realizing it he went back to a dark place from which the shadows catch him and immobilize him. What the hell? Endeavor said, and then used his flames to free himself. However, more shadows caught him again. At night, my shadows are invincible. Shadow said. The night is my ally, at night I am invincible. Shadow charges at Endeavor and attacks him with his sword, trying to finish him off in the same way he finished off Rhino. However, before he can strike with his sword, Izuku arrives and with a fire kick manages to break Shadow's sword. Then Mo arrives and frees Endeavor with her fireballs. That was a close one, Endeavor thought. Forgive us, Endeavor, we almost didn't make it. Izuku said. You arrived, that's what matters. Endeavor said. Let's focus on this guy. Shadow looks at his broken sword and then throws it to the ground, places his hands on the ground and begins to gather a large amount of shadows on the ground, thus creating a tower of shadows. Games are over, I already lost too much time. Shadow creates several palm-sized shadow shuriken and throws them at his enemies. Izuku and Mo dodge the shuriken while Endeavor destroys 2 shuriken with fire punches. As you said, games are over. Endeavor attacks with a burst of fire against Shadow, who protects himself with several shadow barriers and then counterattacks with several shadow shuriken, but Mo destroys them by throwing several fireballs. This is just the warm-up. Unbeknownst to Shadow, Izuku climbed onto the roof of the building and launched himself at Shadow with a fire punch from behind. If that's your plan, Shadow said as suddenly what appears to be a bone emerged from his back. It's too pathetic. Blood spurts out, some glasses break, Izuku falls to the ground, his face covered in blood. Endeavor and Mo look in surprise as Izuku's body falls to the ground. What the hell was that? Mo said with surprise. Isn't he supposed to only be able to manipulate shadows? Yes, but that's not my only quirk. Shadow said. AKA Shadow. Quirk Spear-like Bones. Spear-like Bones allows the user to generate cone-shaped spears made of bone on any part of their body. Their size and length of these spears, as well as how many are released, can be increased and are capable of quickly and easily puncturing into human flesh. For his part, Endeavor just looks at Izuku's body on the ground. The boy seems to have passed out, his face is full of blood, his glasses were destroyed and he has a large cut on his face. The cut runs from his right cheek diagonally passing through the bridge of his nose until reaching his left eyebrow. Luckily his eye was not damaged. However, for a moment, Endeavor sees something else, the image of a girl with short dark purple hair, her face covered in blood, but unlike Izuku, her entire right face is destroyed, as if it had been exploded. No, not again, Endeavor thought, and then looked at Shadow, his face changed to one of fury. It won't happen again. Endeavor charges at Shadow and attacks him with a strong fire punch that destroys Shadow's shadow barrier, but Shadow uses spear-like bones to pierce through Endeavor's palm. Too predictable, Shadow said, and then used his shadows to throw Endeavor against the rock wall and go through it. Then he created a couple of shadow barriers to protect himself from Mo's fireballs. Another one that is predictable, Shadow attacks with several spear-like bones against Mo, but she takes a couple of pieces of fire from her hair which take the form of a pair of fire swords with which she cuts the bones. However, she does not realize that Shadow created a shadow shuriken which he throws at her. Seeing this, Mo jumps back to dodge the shuriken, but suddenly a giant fist of shadows hits her and sends her flying and then crashes into the wall. Right next to her, Endeavor emerges from the rubble. "Vernon, get up," he said. "I'm on it," Mo said as she gets up from the ground. "I've already finished one of you," Shadow said, starting to gather all shadows in a large sphere of shadows and still remaining suspended in the air thanks to air walk and with a couple of shadow barriers to protect himself from attacks. "Vernon, get ready, I'll use prominence," Endeavor said. "Won't that leave you overheated?" Mo asked. "That's why I need you to be ready. I'll destroy his attack and defenses with prominence and you attack him with everything you have to defeat him," Endeavor said. "And if it's not enough?" Mo asked. "Then I'll use flash fire," Endeavor said. "Isn't it too risky?" Mo asked. There is no other option. Endeavor said, but suddenly. Crack! Shadow turns to his right and watches as a fire arrow pierces his shadow barriers. What the Shadow barely said it before the arrow exploded into a pillar of fire, causing Shadow to lose focus and the sphere to be destroyed. He managed to stay in the air thanks to air walk. That was ignited arrow? Endeavor said as he and Mo looked in the direction the arrow was thrown from. Don't count me out yet. Izuku said, his face is full of blood but he is awake. My face hurts but I'll worry about that later. The smoke from the attack disperses to reveal Shadow, his jacket completely burned away leaving only his gray t-shirt and his mask gone, having been destroyed by the fire explosion. It seems I guessed wrong, that boy is stronger and more resilient than I thought. Shadow thought. I don't recognize this dude, Mo said. Not all the masked people hide their faces because they are known people. Endeavor said. Firestorm, come here. I'm ready to help. Izuku said as he meets up with Endeavor and Mo. I see you made it. Mo said. I followed your advice. Izuku said. Shadow stares at the trio. Enough. Shadow screamed, his voice showing emotion for the first time. I'm not going to lose, I'm going to fulfill my mission. Shadow attacks his enemies with multiple spear-like bones. It's time to end this. Endeavor said, and the three charge at Shadow, dodging the bones, Endeavor and Mo flying in Shadow's direction and Izuku using the bones to swing at Shadow, also using his fire as a boost. I won't lose. Shadow said as he attacked with more bones. I'll take care of this. Mo said as she destroyed the bones with the fire from her hands, transformed into swords. You won't stop me. Shadow said as he gathers shadows and creates a large fist of shadows. I got this. Izuku said as he gathered fire in his right hand, then with his left hand he took the fire and using both hands he created the 2 points of the fire arrow. Author note: if you know Jujutsu Kaisen, it's basically how Sukuna creates his fire arrow when he faced Jogo in Shibuya. Ignited arrow. Izuku launches his fire arrow with which he destroys the Shadow Fist. From the smoke caused by the explosion emerges Endeavor, who is right in front of Shadow. I told you I was warming up. Endeavor said as he gathers fire in his right fist. No, I won't lose. Shadow said as he creates a shadow barrier to protect himself. That will no longer save you from defeat. Endeavor said as he hit the shadow barrier with his fire fist. To Shadow's surprise, the barrier was destroyed. Jet burn. Endeavor hits Shadow with the punch and then launches a burst of fire which drags Shadow until he crashes into the ground, creating a crater upon impact. Once the fire and smoke disperse, Shadow is on the ground unconscious. Heroes always win at the end. Endeavor said. We won, Izuku said. Alright. That's how it's done. Mo said. Izuku smiles and looks at the ground. In front of him is a piece of Shadow's mask, the piece of the forehead where the snake symbol is. Izuku takes it and looks at it for a few seconds and then looks at the sky where Endeavor is, his mentor. Izuku's smile grows more. Someday I'll be like him, I'll be as cool as him. He thought. In the distance, two people look at the scene. The first is a woman with green skin, red eyes with black mascara. Her hair is made of leaves which seem to form a ponytail. Her clothing consists of a tight gray and white bodysuit, a dark green jacket with a high collar which only reaches below the chest, a dark green belt, black boots with green soles and black fingerless gloves. She has the snake symbol tattooed on her right cheek. Shadow lost. She said. The other person is of unknown appearance as she is covered in a full body suit, although you can see that she is a woman by seeing her figure since the suit is tight to the body. The suit is purple with gray, and green boots with golden knee pads and shoulder pads. She has a gas mask in the shape of a skull and 2 red horns. She also carries a giant gray metal hammer. Too illogical, he shouldn't have taken the risk. She said. Something must have happened. Any ideas, Flora? That doesn't matter, Toxin. The green woman, now identified as Flora, said. Our first defeat, but as the saying goes, we lost the battle, but not the war. In Flora's hand is what they were looking for, the poison of the common krite. Shadow made an illogical decision to confront Endeavor and his interns, but it gave us the opportunity to enter and leave undetected. Flora said. The police will be here soon, we have to go and report. Toxin said. Let's go. Flora said, and the two of them leave the place. Shortly after the police arrive, Endeavor hands Shadow over to the police while Izuku wipes the blood off his face. Once Shadow is handed over, Endeavor reunites with Izuku and Mo. Good job, we could have done better, but in the end we won. Endeavor said. My face hurts, Izuku said. That's going to leave a mark. Mo said. We faced the enemy thinking that we would have an advantage with the numerical advantage and we were overconfident. That will not happen again. Endeavor said. To be fair, him having multiple quirks took us by surprise. Mo said. Yes, I'm aware of that, Izuku said while touching the wound on his face. Ouch. Don't touch the wound, you'll infect it. Endeavor said. Shadow walked silently towards the police van. He has been defeated. It is illogical to try to escape, but one thing is still missing. When the first one falls, the time for us to reveal ourselves will have arrived. Shadow remembers those words of the high priest. Looking around he sees that there are newscasts covering what happened. The moment is right. Shadow begins to walk towards the cameras. Hey! What do you think you're doing? The policeman says. This draws everyone's attention, including the cameras. Endeavor prepares for anything, but for some reason does nothing. In this moment of victory, you only taste defeat. You ask why. Shadow said to the cameras, everyone is silent. We are the Snake Society, we are those who see everything and know everything, we will save the world from its greatest problem. Shadow's words, though devoid of any emotion or feeling, sink deep into everyone present. You, who dares to interfere in our plans, know that we hold no grudge against you, we know why you do things, as owners of the truth we will not rest until we heal everyone. Shadow said as he slowly approaches the camera. Salvation has already begun. Shadow stops until he is face to face with the camera. And we are hopeless to stop it. Chapter 14. Confessions. Shadow is on his way to prison, or rather, on his way to Tartarus. Having multiple quirks made him a villain of sufficient category to be sent there. Will he try to escape? No, it's illogical to do so. He lost, and losing means he can no longer return to the Snake Society and they will continue without him. It's cruel, yes, but it's logical. He's just another soldier and not one of the most powerful. It's not worth spending resources to rescue him. Shadow is silent, but then what looks like mud begins to appear in front of him and from it emerges All for One. At the end you lost. He said. All for One, Shadow said. What is your reason for appearing? I doubt you'll come to rescue me. I like all of you, it's easy to talk to you. All for One said. You're right, I just came to take what I gave you. All for One grabs Shadow by the face and recovers the quirks he gave him. Don't worry, I still let you keep your Shadow quirk, it's not something I'll use. All for One said. I'm going to go now, I doubt we'll ever see each other again. Without further ado, All for One is led into the same mud he came through, leaving Shadow alone again. I feel empty now. Shadow thought. General Hospital. Ouch. Please don't move, we're almost done cleaning the wound. Hours later, in the morning, after the fight, Izuku is in the hospital to have his facial wound treated. Alright, we're done. The doctor said as he finishes treating Izuku. Is this necessary? Izuku asked. Now his entire face is bandaged. The only thing that is space to be seen between all the bandages are his eyes, mouth, nostrils, hair, and ears. Everything else on his head is wrapped in bandages. Your wound got infected. If these types of wounds take a long time to heal, since it is infected it will take longer. The doctor said. You have to keep your wound covered, wash it once a day, and change the bandages at least once a week unless they get dirty, in which case you'll have to change them that same day. Thanks. Izuku said. Other than that, you're fine, you don't need to stay in the hospital. The doctor said. I will prescribe you some antibiotics to treat the infection, you can pick them up at the pharmacy. Thanks. Izuku said and, after being explained how to clean his wound and change the bandages, he changes into his normal clothes, picks up his medicines and leaves the hospital where he meets with Endeavor and Mo. You're out, I guess everything is alright. Endeavor said. Yes, I'll just have to use this for a while. Izuku said while pointing at the bandages on his face. You are a mommy now. Mo said. We should call you Fire Mummy instead of Firestorm. Very funny, Izuku said. We were lucky that this was the outcome. Endeavor said. We underestimated our opponent by thinking that the numerical advantage would give us an easy victory. That will not happen again. Yes, sir. Izuku and Mo said. Okay, let's go to the agency. You can take the rest of the day off. Endeavor said. A break, great. Mo said. Breaks are rare here, Vernon-senpai? Izuku asked. You have no idea, mummy boy. Mo said. Great, now how do I get you to stop calling me that? Izuku said. I won't, at least not while you're like this. Mo said. So, you better get used to it. You don't know how much I don't want to go back to UA. I bet you won't be the only one to call me that, Izuku said. By the way, I saw you finally managed to make the ignited arrow. Mo said. Yes. I followed your advice and managed to do it my way. Izuku said. You did well, you don't have to do it exactly like me. Endeavor said. Now that he's learned ignited arrow, I can teach him more of my techniques, but the internship ends in a couple of days, and he won't be able to work with me until his second year unless. Izuku smiles at Endeavor's words. Thanks. He said. I'm excited about what I'll learn from you next. You still have a long way to go, but don't worry, I'll make you the next number one. Endeavor said. No pressure, huh? Mo said. Yes, Izuku said while scratching his head and letting out a nervous laugh. I will strive to meet your expectations. You don't just have to work hard, you have to earn things. Endeavor said. It's no use being number one if the position is given to you. I'll train you to be that number, but you have to earn it. I know, I don't want you to give me anything either. Everything I accomplish will be through my own efforts. Izuku said. And with that mentality you go very far. Endeavor said. You know, you two look like father and son. Mo said. If I didn't know you, I'd say you were related. Only in my dreams would that be a reality. Izuku said. My dad being my favorite hero, how cool does that sound? Don't worry, Izuku will soon be family, you and Fuyumi will be the perfect couple for my plans. Endeavor thought as a smile appeared on his face. Midoriya. Are you alright? Karakoko said through the phone. Yes, luckily I only received a wound on my face, but I'll be fine. Izuku said, he is outside the agency. Dude, that guy's speech was scary, don't you think? Jiro said, the call is a conference call of several calls. He was scarier in person. Izuku said. The Snake Society, sir, mentioned that there were rumors of its existence, apparently they are real. Karakoko said. Who cares about those reptilian people? Sensoji said. You've already lost one of them, you just need to do the same with the other members. Easier said than done, Izuku said. Then get stronger, Sensoji said. Again, easier said than done. Izuku said again. We don't have to worry, we're just freshmen. Karakoko said. So let the heroes take care of them. I agree. Wait, Jiro said. Guys, I have to go, Black Belt is calling me. Sure, see you at UA. Izuku said. See you, Midoriya, I'm glad you're okay, good luck with the rest of your internships. Jiro said before leaving the call. I must go too or sir will get angry. Karakoko said. I'm glad you're okay, Midoriya, see you at UA. Like Jiro, Karakoko leaves the call. Well, any last words, Sensoji? Izuku asked. Are you sure you're okay? Sensoji asked. Yes, a wound will not stop me. Izuku said. Good, I don't want to lose the only one who can give me a fight. Sensoji said. See you at UA, I want to see how strong you've become. I won't let you down. Izuku said, and then he and Sensoji hung up. After hanging up, Izuku was about to call his mother now, just to make sure she knows he's okay, however someone interrupts him. Izuku. Fuyumi said, drawing his attention. Fumikin? What are you doing here? Izuku said in surprise, so much surprise that he even spits out some of his drink, Hellfire Cola. I saw the news, I wanted to see if you and Dad are okay. Fuyumi said, then noticed Izuku's drink. Is that Hellfire Cola? Yes, your dad gave it to me, it's the old version, do you want some? Izuku said. No thanks, I don't want to destroy my throat and mouth with the spice. Fuyumi said, then shook her head. She didn't come for that. Back to the topic, are you okay? Yes, all things considered, we are fine. Izuku said. Fuyumi looks at Izuku's bandaged face. Are you sure you're okay? She asked. Yes, I mean, it itches and the bandages are a bit annoying, but I'm fine. Izuku said. You don't need to worry so much about me. Of course I care about you. Fuyumi said. You are someone important to me. Aren't you exaggerating too much? Izuku asked. I think you worry too much about me. Excuse me? I can worry about the guy I like as much as I want. She said, but then covers her mouth. That takes Izuku by surprise. You like me? He asked. Fuyumi uncovers her mouth. Yes, she said. That only makes Izuku confused. Why? He asked. What do you mean why? Fuyumi asked. I mean, what attracted you to me? Izuku asked. I'm the plainest person alive, and I'm not just talking about my appearance. First, you are not plain, you are good-looking. Fuyumi said. Second, there are many things I like about you. You're brave, kind, fun to be with, you help people, you're thoughtful, you always help your family, you have a good body. Do you want me to continue? No, I think you made your point clear, Izuku said while blushing. For the first time he is grateful for the bandages on his face. I didn't know I had so many qualities. I think that would be the negative thing about you, your low self-esteem, something surprising for someone like you. Fuyumi said. I don't think it's low self-esteem, it's just that I don't want to look conceited. I guess that's why I don't notice my own qualities. Izuku said. I really can't imagine anyone liking me. In that case, Fuyumi said, and, taking all the courage she could, she approaches Izuku. Both of them stare into each other's eyes. Let me show you my feelings. They both proceed to join their lips, kissing, the first kiss of both. The kiss lasts a few seconds, although for them it was an eternity. After a few seconds they separate. Well, I guess you made that clear. Izuku said. So was it okay? Fuyumi asked, her face redder than a tomato. I can't believe I just did that. Of course, I like it. Izuku said. The truth is, I like you too. Then why you didn't say anything? Izuku asked. You know why? Izuku said. I never expect to be liked by someone. Well, now someone likes you. Fuyumi said. True. Now is it weird that I want to kiss you again? Izuku asked. Well, on one condition. I just want to kiss my boyfriend, Fuyumi said. Would you like to be my boyfriend? Just like you said, let me show you my feelings. Izuku said and then kissed Fuyumi again. After a few seconds they separated. Your breath tastes spicy? Fuyumi said. Oh, I think this is why, Izuku said while looking at the can of Hellfire Cola. Sorry, I forgot about that. No, actually I kind of liked that flavor, Fuyumi said while looking at the can of Hellfire Cola. Actually let me. Fuyumi takes the can and takes a couple of sips. Oh wow, Izuku said. After tasting the drink, Fuyumi gives it a couple of seconds to feel the flavor. This actually tastes good. She said. I thought you didn't like it. Izuku said. Rather, I had never tasted it. Fuyumi said. Since many people complained about the spiciness, I preferred not to risk it. What you were missing, Izuku said. Now I know that. Fuyumi said. They both laugh a little at the situation, and are about to continue talking until Firestorm. Burnin told me you were out here. I need you to Endeavor arrives but falls silent upon seeing his daughter here. What are you doing here, Fuyumi? I came to see how you were. I just saw the news, Fuyumi said with a slight blush. She forgot that's why she came. I got distracted. Endeavor stares at them, and then notices what Fuyumi has in her hand. Is that Hellfire Cola? Yes? Fuyumi said. And you are drinking it? Endeavor asked. Surprisingly, yes. Fuyumi said. Oh, Endeavor said. And what's going on between you two? Hearing this question, Izuku turned pale. I'm going to die. Endeavor's going to kill me. He thought. Well, actually. We kind of started dating as if right now, Fuyumi said, her blush increasing. Hearing this, Izuku turns even paler, if that's possible. I'm going to die. He thought. Endeavor now looks at Izuku. Is that true? He asked. By this point Izuku feels his soul leaving his body. Yes, Izuku said. I'm sorry, Mom, but I'm not coming home anymore. Endeavor is going to kill me. Endeavor stares at both of them for several seconds. Fuyumi's nerves grow while Izuku has already accepted his death at Endeavor's hands. However, Endeavor just turns around and starts to leave. Alright, just don't neglect your training, he said. Fuyumi, you can stay as long as you want, Izuku has the day off. Endeavor re-enters his agency, leaving the teenagers speechless. That easy? Fuyumi said to herself. I didn't die, Izuku thought, and then looked at his, now, girlfriend. So you want to go somewhere? Well, there's a place nearby that sells smoothies that I've always wanted to go to, Fuyumi said. Izuku smiles and takes Fuyumi's hand. Well, it turns out I have the day off, so why don't we go? He said. I like the idea. Fuyumi said, and then she and Izuku left for the smoothie shop. Unbeknownst to them, Endeavor was watching them from afar, all with an ambitious smile on his face. Everything is going much better than I expected, he thought. Every day I am closer to achieving my goals. Chapter 15. Back to school. Thanks for everything, Izuku said while bowing to Endeavor. I learned a lot during my internship with you. Remember everything you learned and everything will be fine, Endeavor said. But also remember not to settle for your current level, you have to improve every day. I will. Thank you very much, with your permission, I'm leaving, Izuku said and then left in the direction of the station. I look forward to working with you again in my second year. Endeavor just stares at Izuku and smiles. Don't worry, you'll be working with me much sooner than you expect, Endeavor thought as he looked at the contents of a folder. Izuku returns home, the internship will end on Sunday, he just needs to finish filling out the form of his experience so he can submit it to school tomorrow. Mom, Zumi, I'm back, Izuku said while entering his home. What Izuku didn't expect was to be greeted by a very strong hug from his mother. Izuku. I was so worried, Inko said. I saw the news, I'm glad you're okay. Were you worried all the time? Izuku asked. Not just me, Izumi too, Inko said. Big bro, Izumi said as she hugs Izuku and then notices the bandages. What happened to your face? The wound will take a while to heal, so I need to cover it and wash it, Izuku said. Why didn't you tell us you were okay? Inko asked. I didn't? Izuku asked, and then he remembers what happened to make him forget to talk to his mother. Oh, now I remember why I didn't talk to you, sorry. What happened? Inko asked. Well, Izuku blushes, once again grateful for the bandages on his face. Let's say I have a girlfriend now. Izuku gave a few seconds for the news to process. What? Mother and daughter said in shock. Yeah, I knew you will react like that, Izuku said. Inko hugs her son again. My baby has a girlfriend, she said. Tell me, who is it? No, wait, let me guess, it's Fumikin, right? Izuku sighs in defeat, there's no way out of this. Yes, it's her, he said. At least they forgot about my wound. I knew you would end up together, Inko said as Izuku managed to get out of his mother's hug. Although it was sooner than I thought, considering how distracted you can be. Hey, Izuku said. I have to plan the wedding, Inko said. I'll help you, Izumi said. Mom. I'm 15. I'm not getting married anytime soon, Izuku said. That's what everyone says, Inko said. You know what? Izuku said, defeated. You do your thing, I'm going to my room, I have to finish my internship report. Don't forget to bring Fuyumi someday, Inko said. I want to meet my daughter-in-law, Mom, Izuku said. To begin with, you already know her. Yes, but not as my daughter-in-law, Inko said. I give up on you, Izuku said and then entered his room, leaving his mother and sister laughing. UA High. Class 1A. Ha 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 ha. Really, Midoriya? Some of Izuku's classmates said. Are you a mummy now? And that's why I didn't want to come, Izuku said. You too, Karakoko? Sorry, Karakoko said, trying to hold back her laughter. I know I shouldn't but I can't help it. I think it suits you, mummy boy. Sensoji said. You too? Izuku asked. Yes, me too. Sensoji said. I'm glad you're all in a good mood, but please, if you're going to laugh at your classmate, do it in your free time. Best Jeanist said, arriving at the classroom. Best Sensei, you too? Izuku asked. Maybe a little bit. Best Jeanist said. Now, please take your seats. Everyone takes a seat and Best Jeanist stands in front of his class. I've read your reports and I'm glad you all learned from your internships. Best Jeanist said. I'm also glad that no one except Midoriya had any incidents. I wouldn't call it incident. Izuku said. I would call it occupational hazards. That doesn't mean you're not a mummy now. Emi said, making Izuku lower his head. It's funny but enough is enough, your classmate got hurt during his internship, so give him some air, okay? Best Jeanist said, putting some order. Right, sorry. Emi said. It's okay, I'm not saying don't take it with humor, Izuku said. Just don't overdo it either. I mean, you can call me mummy boy while I'm like that, just don't overdo it with the jokes. Well, you heard the mummy boy, let's get on with things. Best Jeanist said, to Izuku's suffering. As you know, we'll have the midterms in a few weeks. So quick? Aiko said. I feel like it was just yesterday that I first walked into this classroom. Yukihiro said. Time flies when you're enjoying what you're doing. Best Jeanist said. But yes, midterms are approaching. As you know, they are divided into two, the written exam week and the practical exam. Like the entrance exam. Karakoko said. Exactly, the written exams are a summary of everything you've seen so far, and the practical exam, well, it will measure how much you progressed in a practical test. Best Jeanist said. Something important I want to say is that if you fail any of the sections, written or practical, you will have to attend remedial courses during vacations. What? Is that why exams are given just before the vacations? Renjiro asked. To punish us? More than punishing you, to inspire you not to fail. Best Jeanist said. So please do your best. Cafeteria. Midterms, it's going to be a tough few weeks. Karakoko said. Tell me about it, Renjiro said. I'm in the lower half of grades. You don't have bad grades, there are only 10 of us in the class, so being in the bottom half isn't bad. Izuku said, he is in position 3. Exactly, you just have to focus on passing the exams. Karakoko said, she is in the position 2. It's easy, you just don't have to fail. Sensoji said, he is in position 5. Show of Renjiro said, he is in position 8. If you want, I can help you study. Izuku said. We can make a study group. Karakoko said. Let's get together, the 4 of us, to study. That sounds great. Renjiro said. Good idea, I'm in. Izuku said. The 3 look at Sensoji, waiting for his answer. I guess it's not a bad idea, alright, I'm in. Great, the study group is set up. Karakoko said. And what about the practical exam? Renjiro asked. We can always train. Izuku said. Best Sensei didn't mention what the practical exam was about. Karakoko said. That doesn't matter, we just have to be ready for anything. Sensoji said. As heroes we must be ready for the unexpected. That's actually good advice. Izuku said. We don't know what it is, but it doesn't mean it's going to take us by surprise. That seems perfect to me. Renjiro said. When do we start? Midoriya household. It's the weekend and Izuku is sitting in the living room of his apartment. In the end it was his turn to give up his house for the study meeting. Since it's the weekend, Izuku is wearing light and comfortable clothing, shorts, a black shirt, and, since he's at home, he's barefoot. Apart from that, he also has bandages on his face. Izuku, is everything ready for your friends to come? Inko asked. Yes, I've already cleaned and tidied my room, and there are also snacks in the kitchen. Izuku said, and then the doorbell rings. I'll open. Opening the door, Izuku greets his friends and someone else. You? What are you doing here? Also coming to study? Yeah, I heard you were going to get together to study, so I asked Keiruka-kun if I could join. You said, she is in position 10. I hope you don't mind, Karakoko said. Not at all. Izuku said. Oh well, Mom. Is it okay if I add someone else to come? Of course. Inko said. Yes, no problem. Izuku said. Come in please. The four enter the apartment and look around. So, this is where you live, huh? Karakoko said. It's small, not that that's a bad thing of course. You said. It's just my mom, my younger sister, and me, so we don't need anything else. Izuku said. Welcome. Inko said. I'm Izuku's mom, please feel at home. Nice to meet you, Midoriya-san. Karakoko said. Please, you don't have to be so formal, you can call me Inko. Inko said. Well, nice to meet you, Inka-san. Karakoko said. Hey, Midoriya, you said you have a sister, can we meet her? You asked. Yes, but she's not here right now, she went to the movies with a friend of hers. Izuku said. When she returns I'll introduce her to you. For now we can focus on studying, which is what we came for. Karakoko said. Everyone sits at the table and takes out their notebooks and books. Alright, anything specific you want to review? Izuku asked. I need help with English. Renjiro said. I need help with everything, but mainly with history. You said. I'm doing well in general. Sensoji said but then grabs his notebook. But it wouldn't hurt to review math. My best subject is history, I can help you Zen. Karakoko said. And mine is English followed by math, I can help Renjiro and Sensoji. Izuku said. Help Takahashi, he needs more help than I do. Sensoji said. If I need help I'll let you know. Alright, let's get started. Izuku said. The five begin their studies with Izuku and Karakoko taking the roles of tutors for the others. The study session lasted a couple of hours, with breaks every now and then. During the breaks Izuku gave them a little tour of his house, mainly his room. At this moment they are in the last round of studies before finishing for today. At that moment the doorbell rings and Inko opens the door. Hi Mom. Izumi said, she is accompanied by Shoto and Fuyumi. Hi Izumi, did you have fun? Inko asked. Yes. We went to see the new All Might movie, it was great. Izumi said. Right, Shochan? Yes, it was exciting, I like it. Shoto, his expression full of excitement. Hi Inko, I'm bringing Izumi-kun back. Fuyumi said. Thanks for taking Izumi to the movies, Izuku would have done it but he's busy. Inko said. Speaking of Izuku, is he here? Fuyumi asked. Of course. Would you like to come in for a while? Inko said. We don't want to be a bother. Fuyumi said. You are not a bother, please, come in. Inko said, inviting Fuyumi and Shoto to come in. Izuku, we have more guests. Really? Izuku said, and then his sister runs towards him and gives him a hug. Big bro. Izumi said. Hi Izumi, you know, we have guests, you should introduce yourself, right? Izuku said. At that moment Izumi notices Izuku's classmates and becomes tense. Hi, she said. Guys, this is my younger sister, Izumi. Izuku said. She is somewhat shy around new people. Kawaii. Karakoko and you said. She looks a lot like you. Renjiro said. They are siblings, of course they look alike. Sensoji said. I see you are busy. Fuyumi said. Seeing his girlfriend, Izuku quickly stands up from his chair. Fuyumi. Hi. How are you? Izuku said and then looked at Shoto. Shoto, how are you? I'm fine, Maikon and I went to the movies. Shoto said. Good for you. Izuku said. And you're not going to introduce us? Karakoko said. Right. Izuku said. Fuyumi, Shoto, Izumi, these are some of my classmates, Karakoko Iwata, Renjiro Takahashi, Yu Takayama and, someone Fuyumi already knows, Sensoji Tsukino. You and Sensoji get along? Fuyumi asked. Unfortunately for me, yes. Sensoji said. Nice to meet you. Karakoko said. Yes, a pleasure. Renjiro said. Nice to meet ya. You said. After the introductions, the study round continued. Even Fuyumi joined in to help with non-heroic subjects while Izumi and Shoto played. After another hour, the studies concluded and everyone went to their respective homes. It was at that moment when Fuyumi and Izuku said goodbye with a kiss that Izuku's classmates realized that they were a couple. After an interrogation, everyone went to their respective homes. 1 week later. Alright, time. Best Jeanist said. Pencils up. Everyone stops writing at Best Jeanist's instructions. With this we finish the last written exam. Good work. Finally. Renjiro said. Even my thoughts hurt, you said. It's been a tough week, but there's just one last obstacle left. Best Jeanist said. The practical exam. Finally. Sensoji said. The last step. Emi said. You have 20 minutes to rest, then I want you to change into your hero suits and meet at the beta training camp. Best Jeanist said. I expect you to be ready. Beta training camp. Class 1A gathers at the beta training ground where they are greeted by Ed Shot. Ejeshot sensei? Karakoko said. What are you doing here? Where is Best Sensei? Jeanist is with the principal and asked me to help him with the exam while he is with Nizu. Ed Shot said. And what is the practical exam about? Daichi asked. It is similar to the entrance exam. Ed Shot said. You must collect points by destroying robots. That's easy. Renjiro said. Too easy, Izuku said. What's the catch? Scattered throughout the stage are robots that you must not destroy. If you do, you will lose points. The robots will be mixed in with the normal ones. Ed Shot said. And how do we identify them? Aiko asked. They are very similar to normal robots, they just have one simple difference that you have to detect and recognize on your own. Ed Shot said. So basically we can't just go crazy, we have to analyze the situation before acting. Yukihiro said. Exactly. Ed Shot said. I know I said you have to destroy the robots, but incapacitating them is enough. We also have Recovery Girl on standby in case it's necessary. Alright. We are ready. Izuku said. Perfect, you'll all take the exam at the same time. You have 15 minutes to go wherever you want before it starts. Once the 15 minutes are up, the exam will begin. Ed Shot said. The exam will last 1 hour, I will tell you over the PA system when the exam ends, but not when it starts. You will know when it starts. The robots will attack you, even the ones you should not destroy. Understood? They all said. Alright, go ahead, you have 15 minutes to get ready. Ed Shot said. Principal's office. You called me, sir? Best Jeanist asked as he entered the principal's office. That's right, Hakamata-kun. Nizu said. Your boys are taking the practical exam, aren't they? Yes, I left Ed Shot in charge while I'm here. Best Jeanist said. Okay, I called you because of one of your students. Nizu said. It's about Izuku Midoriya. Did something happen? Best Jeanist asked. Of course not. Nizu said. First of all, do you know that the provisional license exams are coming up? Yes, there are 2 a year, the next ones will be during this vacations, but Best Jeanist said. Why do you ask that? To take the exam, you have to be a second-year student. Yes, first-year students cannot participate, unless Nizu said. A hero recommends a student to take the exam. Don't tell me that, Best Jeanist said. That's right, please come in. Nizu said. At that moment someone enters the room. That someone is Endeavor, Best Jeanist said. Welcome, Endeavor-san, what brings you here? Nizu said. You know why I am here? Endeavor said. Yes, I just wanted to make conversation. Nizu said. Endeavor, meet Hakamata-kun, Best Jeanist, Midoriya-kun's homeroom teacher. I know you, you're gaining fame lately. Endeavor said. I bet you'll be in the top soon. I hope so, although right now I want to focus on teaching my students. Best Jeanist said. Good, now let's get to the point. Endeavor said. Did you receive the recommendation? Yes, all that's left is to send it to the commission along with the forms signed by the principal, me, the student's homeroom teacher, Hakamata-kun, and the hero who made the recommendation, you. Nizu said. So, it's true you recommended Midoriya for the provisional license exam. Best Jeanist said. Yes, he has so much potential to wait until his second year to try. Endeavor said. Well, you are right on that, Best Jeanist said. Well, I wouldn't be a good teacher if I didn't trust my students. So please sign here, name, hero's name and signature please. Nizu said. Best Jeanist fills out the form with the indicated information. Endeavor-san, please, name, hero name and signature please. Nizu said. Like Best Jeanist, Endeavor fills out the form with the requested information, then Nizu fills it out as well, and enters everything into a scanning machine. Okay, with this and the recommendation, everything is ready. I'll send it to the commission, and they'll make the final decision. Nizu said. Although taking into account who the recommendation is from, it is most likely that they will approve it. So, should I tell him right away? Best Jeanist asked. Let's wait for the commission to approve it. Nizu said. That'll be all for now. In that case I'm leaving. Endeavor said and then left. Me too, I have to see how my class is doing. Best Jeanist left and then also left. Izuku Midoriya, I knew you'd be someone interesting. Nizu thought. Chapter 16. The training begins. Alright, the exam results are in and I'm happy to say that you all passed. Best Jeanist said. Nobody will go to remedial courses. Everyone said. That's right, no one will be going to remedial classes, you can enjoy your vacation. Best Jeanist said and then surreptitiously looked at Izuku. Well, most of you. He thought. As the last day before the vacations, there really isn't much to do, so you'll have the rest of the day free, you're free to go home early if you like. Vacations. Best Jeanist smiles at his students' excitement. The vacations have begun and Izuku is doing nothing, he's really just been resting. Ouch. Come on, it doesn't hurt that much. Right now Izuku is at home, it's time to clean his wound, the interesting thing is who is with him, Fuyumi is helping him clean his wound. It hurts, Izuku said. You're attacked and hit with 1,000 things and you're complaining because I'm cleaning your wound, really? Fuyumi said. Adrenaline blocks pain, Izuku said. Right, Fuyumi said. Anyway, I'm almost done cleaning, stay still. Fuyumi cleaned the last of the wound and then putting clean bandages on Izuku. And we are done. Thanks. Izuku said. Anything for you. Fuyumi said. They both smile and then someone knocks on the bathroom door. Izuku. Your teachers are here. They've come to see you. Inko said from the other side. Izuku and Fuyumi leave the bathroom. My teachers? Izuku asked and then saw that besides his mother, Izumi, and Shoto, Best Jeanist was also in his house. Best Sensei? Everyone sits in the living room of the apartment. So you want to speak with me? Izuku asked. That's right, Midoriya. A voice said and from the neck of Best Jeanist's close comes out Nizu. We have news to share with you. At that, Nizu turns to see the other people present. And where are my manners? He said. I'm UA's principal Nizu, nice to meet you. Nizu said. You have a very large family. Actually, it's just my mom and younger sister, the others are my girlfriend and her younger brother. Izuku said. Nice to meet you. Nizu said. Nice to meet you, I'm Fuyumi Todoroki and this is my younger brother, Shoto. Fuyumi said. Oh, Endeavor's children? Nizu said. Have any of you decided to follow in your father's footsteps? Being a hero isn't for me, and my other brother, Natsuo, isn't interested either. Fuyumi said. But Shoto wants to be a hero and enter UA in the future. It will be an honor to have you at our school, well, as long as you pass the entrance exam or recommendation. Nizu said and then looked at Izumi. And what about you, miss? Do you plan to follow in your brother's footsteps? I will love to. Izumi said. But will UA accept someone like me? Someone like you in what sense? Nizu asked. You know, quirkless, Izumi said with fear. Nizu doesn't say anything, just stares at her but then smiles. Well, of course. Nizu said. At UA we accept everyone, well, as long as you pass the entrance exam. Really? Izumi asked with hope. Yes, at UA we have a zero-tolerance policy for bullying. Nizu said. You know, we never had a quirkless student before, who knows? You might be the first one. Yes. Nizu smiles and then looks at Izuku. Sorry, Midoriya-kun, I got distracted. Nizu said. That's okay. Izuku said. So what is it you wanted to talk about? Well, as I hope you already know, the provisional license exam will be held during these holidays. Nizu said. Yes, as the name suggests, it is to obtain a provisional license, but only students from the second year onwards can participate. Izuku said. That's right, a first-year student can't take the exam, unless Nizu said while Best Jeanist hands a folder to Izuku. Unless the student has been recommended by a professional hero. Upon hearing this, Izuku opens the folder and is speechless when he sees what it contains: a recommendation to take the provisional license exam. Congratulations, Izuku Midoriya, you have been recommended to take the provisional license exam. Nizu said. The commission approved the recommendation, but in the end, it's you who will make the final decision. Snapping out of his shock, Izuku replies. Me before answering who recommended me? Izuku asked. I have the slight idea of who. I think you already know who. Nizu said. It was Endeavor who recommended you. This surprises everyone. I knew it. Izuku said before standing up. I met Endeavor before entering UA, he helped me train for the entrance exam. Since then I consider him my mentor. I don't know if he thinks the same, but if he trusts me enough to recommend him, then I can't let him down. Izuku said. I accept. Well said. Nizu said. Hakamata-kun will give you your new instructions. You will need to come to UA from 2 to 4 Monday through Friday to practice for your provisional license exam. Best Jeanist said. You will be taking the exam with the third years. Third years? Wouldn't it be more logical to do it with the second year students? Izuku asked. Yes, but no. Nizu said. You see, the exams are held twice a year in 2 different stages at the same time. UA has 20 places secured in each one. That's why a student can only take the exam once a year, one for the third year and one for the second year. Since we only have 20 places secured, we cannot put you with the second years. Best Jeanist said. Meanwhile, as some third-year students pass the exam, we have places available for other students. I see that makes sense. Izuku said. As I said, starting Monday you have to come to UA from 2 to 4, this Monday come a little earlier, I'll be waiting to take you where you need to go the rest of the days. Best Jeanist said. Understood. Izuku said. Perfect, in that case we will be waiting for you. Nizu said. After this, and having some tea, Nizu and Best Jeanist leave. Izuku stares at the recommendation letter, still in disbelief. You okay? Fuyumi asked. Yes, I just can't quite believe it yet. Izuku said. Is that rare? Fuyumi asked. It's not that rare, it's not that common either, but what is difficult is passing the exam as a first year. Izuku said. I mean, the rest of the participants have at least a year's experience on me. That doesn't matter, the fact that they recommended you is already something, right? Fuyumi said. Yes, you are right. Izuku said. I believe you can do it, brother. Izumi said. As Fumikun said, being given the chance to try is a huge step. Inko said. I also think you're going to pass. Shoto said. Izuku smiles at the support of the others. I will do my best. He said. We'll see what happens on Monday. Blaze of Glory opening 3. Song Henayo no Yashaheim opening 2 burn. We're going higher. Endeavor raises his gaze towards the sky while having a completely serious look. Tsuyoki Nagai Ga. Burnin raises her gaze to the sky while smiling. Jidai no Habuta wa Katiku. Izuku crosses a hallway slowly heading towards the only illuminated exit. Nando Mo. Once Izuku crosses the exit he finds himself inside a stadium. Yabum Chaka. No matter what you are 10 Takaku burn the fire just set on the Hano, just let it burn. The stadium seems quiet and calm, but suddenly several explosions happen and a lot of debris fly away. Kotomuki na jashishoko dekuchu fuyu ima time to time. Izuku is seen training while in the background Izumi and Inko watch him with interest and happiness. Is Shinfuren and Ikennen Fubatsu alright? Warakuni I. The scene changes and now it is Burnin who is training in a gym, preparing for her biggest test yet. Hidori Janae Nda yo let's go, Tamaka Iranai. Endeavor is in his office looking at a photo that apparently is of him when he was younger with two other people. Somirai Hajimamasho. The Class 3A are seen in their classroom. Snipe is in front of everyone and is explaining several things to the students. Yamio and Isaku Hana no you. Izuku is lying in his room, he cannot sleep because of what is coming the next day. Enai Miyanaku tat Hikari wa aru. Burnin is sitting at the entrance of her house, just like Izuku she can't sleep. Inashiyori. Rumi is seen stretching while smiling at the sky. Yuketsugershi. Several other students from other schools are seen preparing for the exam. Mien Enai Namura Kimi no flame. Kigo looks down on several people from above several rocks, his feathers moving in the wind. Kanjite. Kotetsu opens his eyes which glow yellow. We're going higher Tsuyoki Nagai Gajidai no Habuta wa Katiku. Returning to the stadium, Izuku, in his hero suit, takes off as he advances through mountainous terrain, dodging rocks, destroying debris, and avoiding attacks from other people. Nando Mo. Burnin, being in the same place as Izuku, shoots a fire arrow at a girl with rabbit features. Bukiatat Kudekchit Mamada. Izuku and Burnin get up with difficulty while in the background several students from other schools are on top of several rocks ready to fight them. Yum, Tagurios. Izuku and Burnin manage to get up, do not give up and prepare to continue fighting. Guto Musunda Aiga Tsuneda Aiga. Endeavor tries to follow them but something stops him, some kind of vision or hallucination. Mata Minu Katachi no Hikari. In front of Endeavor there are two people, a girl and a boy, both do not seem to be over 18 years old, they both smile at him and extend their hands towards him but they begin to disappear. Wanateru. Endeavor tries to reach them while screaming in despair. Hi Nai Nat Imo Omwe Wateasuna. Izuku and Burnin are face to face against the other students, both groups are on top of a building ready to face each other. Just burn. Izuku smiles and gets ready to fight. Burn. Burnin smiles and prepares a fire attack. And burn. They both charge against their enemies. Koganiro no flame. The two join together and together they launch a strong fire attack. The scene changes to Izuku and Burnin watching the sunset after an arduous battle. Just burn and burn. Izuku and Burnin smile at each other and then bump their fists. Blaze of Glory Izuku Midoriya's Fire Hero Chronicles. UA High. Izuku arrives at UA, something rare when seeing vacations. Upon arrival he is greeted by Best Jeanist. Welcome back, Midoriya-kun. Best Jeanist said. I hope you're ready. Ready as I'll ever be. Izuku said. Great, now follow me please. Best Jeanist said. For the duration of your training you will be with Class 3A. Classroom 3A will be your classroom during this time. Their homeroom teacher will be your homeroom teacher during this time as well. Treat him as if he were me, okay? Yes, Best Sensei. Izuku said. The two continue on their way until they reach the doors of Class 3A. Best Jeanist knocks on the door and they are greeted by the hero Snipe. Jeanist? Snipe said and then noticed Izuku. You must be Midoriya, first year, right? Why yeah, Izuku said. Well, I guess you already know me, but let me introduce myself, I'm Snipe, and for this short period of time I'll be your homeroom teacher and help you train for the provisional license exam. Snipe said. Thanks. Izuku said. I'll leave him in your hands, Snipe. Best Jeanist said. Don't worry, by the time he returns to you your student will have his provisional license. Snipe said. I sure hope so. Best Jeanist said. Very well, Midoriya, come with me. Snipe said and both enter the classroom of Class 3A. Upon entering Izuku feels all eyes on him, he notices that there are 7 students, with him there would be 8, to his surprise someone recognizes him. Mummy boy? What are you doing here? Mo asked. Hi, Burnin-senpai. Izuku said. Kamiji, you know him? A student asked. Yes, he is a first year and did his internship with Endeavor. Mo said. Now that I remember, he was the one who won the first year sports festival, right? Another student asked. This boy is Izuku Midoriya, he is a first year. From now on, until the end of the holidays, he will join us to train for the provisional license exam. Snipe said. What? But he is a first year. He is a first year but was recommended by a pro hero. Snipe said. Don't tell me, Endeavor recommended you. Mo said. Yes, he recommended me. Izuku said. As you heard, Midoriya was recommended by Endeavor and has permission to take the exam. Snipe said. You're all grown up now, so you better treat him with respect, okay? Yes, Snipe Sensei. Okay, you can take a seat Midoriya, you can take any seat you want, that's free. Snipe said. Why wise? Izuku said and then took a seat at the table next to Mo. All of you, well, almost all of you already know what this is about. Snipe said. The training we will carry out is to develop new special techniques. Special techniques? Izuku asked. Yes, you know, like ignited arrow. Mo said. Oh, I see. Izuku said. For third-year students, you have to polish your old special techniques and create 2 new ones. Snipe said. Now, Midoriya, you will have to create at least 2 special techniques. I understand that special techniques are essential for heroes, but why do we have to create techniques specifically for the provisional license exam? Izuku asked. I'm just asking out of curiosity. There are many reasons, but the main one is due to the UA crushing. Snipe said. What's that? Izuku asked. UA is the only school that hosts a live event in which its students' skills are showcased, the sports festival. Snipe said. This is taken advantage of by other students from other schools to attack UA in the provisional license exams. That's where the special techniques come from, to have surprises. A student said. Exactly, although you may take the participants by surprise. Snipe said. No one expects a first-year student to take the provisional license exam, but you still need to develop your own special techniques. Understood, Snipe Sensei. Izuku said. Okay, you all know what to do, grab your suits, get changed, and meet at Alpha training camp. Snipe said. Midoriya, stay with me a few more minutes, there are some things I must explain to you. Listening to their teacher, everyone, including Izuku, takes their respective briefcases and goes to change while Izuku stays with Snipe. First of all, here is your hero costume. Snipe said, taking out Izuku's briefcase. Something I want to mention is that you are free to ask for changes and adjustments to your suit whenever you want. Power loader is in the workshop and I will gladly help you. It makes sense, I guess it's in case some special technique requires some modification to my suit or some support device. Izuku said. Exactly. Snipe said. Now, when you request any upgrades or changes to your suit, ask to be delivered to seat 12 in class 3A, which is the seat where you sat. Understood. Izuku said. Okay, you can go change, meet up with the rest at the Alpha training camp. Snipe said. Yes. Alpha training ground. Izuku meets up with the rest of class 3A at the Alpha training ground, where not only is Snipe there, but ectoplasm as well. You already know what this is about, but, for Midoriya, each of you will have your individual space to train. Ectoplasm will help with his quirk to monitor and give advice individually to each one. Snipe said. So, we have a first year, huh? Ectoplasm said. It's been a couple of years since that happened, and many more years since a first-year driver passed the provisional license exam. No pressure, huh? Another student said. I know, Izuku said. Okay guys, each of you go to the area you want, an ectoplasm clone will go with you to help you. Snipe said. Following the instructions, each student goes to the area they want to train. Izuku decided on a small area of rocks. So, Midoriya, do you have any idea what you want to do for your special techniques? Ectoplasm asked. Not really. What are special moves? Izuku asked. Good question. Special techniques are the signature techniques you use. They are not regular attacks, they are moves that heroes use in specific situations to ensure victory. Ectoplasm said. Like Endeavor's ignited arrow? Izuku asked. Exactly, but special techniques can not only be offensive, but they can also be defensive or mobility related. Defensive can be like Crust's great shield and mobility can be Ingenium's reciproburst. Ectoplasm said. Izuku thinks about ectoplasm's words. I could use a special mobility technique. Izuku said. Good idea, a special mobility technique is very useful. I would also recommend you have an offensive technique. Ectoplasm said. Actually, about that I can do this. Izuku said and then proceeded to do the movement that Endeavor taught him. Ignited arrow. You can do that? Ectoplasm said with surprise. So Endeavor taught you one of his techniques, huh? That explains why he recommended you. Yes, but still, if I have time, I want to create another offensive technique. Izuku said. Sounds good to me, but let's focus on your mobility technique first. Ectoplasm said. Understood. Izuku said. Izuku knocks on the door of the support workshop. He already has a few ideas on how to do his special techniques, but he needs to make some additions to his hero suit. When he knocks on the door, he is greeted by the hero power loader. You need something? Power loader asked. Yes, Izuku Midoriya, and I need to make some improvements to my hero suit. Izuku said and then handed his briefcase to Power Loader. Power Loader takes the briefcase and places it on the table, then opens it and puts some information into the computer to get Izuku's UA file. Izuku Midoriya, Class 1A, Seat 5, Quirk Inferno. Power Loader read. I don't know why you're here during the holidays, but sure, tell me, what do you need? It's a bit complicated to explain, but here are my notes on what I need. Izuku said, handing his notebook to Power Loader. Power Loader gives the notebook a quick read. Interesting. Yes, I can work with this. He said. Okay, I'll have it ready in a couple of days. I'll leave it in your living room when I'm done. In fact, I need you to send him to Seat 12 in Class 3A. Izuku said. 3A? Why? Oh. Power Loader said with surprise. You were recommended to take the Provisional license exam, right? Yes, Endeavor recommended me. Izuku said. Lucky you. Power Loader said. Very well, I will have your improvements ready as soon as I can. Good luck with your training and I hope you manage to pass the exam. Thanks. Izuku said and then left the workshop, where to his surprise he was greeted by one of his third-year classmates. Midoriya. The guy said. Keisuke. Izuku said. Do you need anything? Are you here to make upgrades to your suit? No, I'm here to invite you. Keisuke said. The 7 of us were thinking of getting together to talk about the Provisional license exam, and since you're technically part of the group too, we decided to invite you so we could get to know you better, and you could get to know us all. That sounds good. Izuku said. I like the idea, I'm in. Cool. Keisuke said. See you at the exit then. After this conversation, Izuku goes to the classroom to get his things and then meets with the students of 3A. Good to know you agreed to join us. Another third-year student said. If he's correct, his name is Takumi. Takumi is a boy of average height, medium-long brown hair and green eyes. Although he is now dressed in the UA male uniform, he usually wears yellow and black clothes. I told you he accepted. Keisuke said. So you're coming with us, mummy boy? Mo asked. Yes. Izuku said. And can you please stop with the mummy guy thing? As long as you have those bandages on your face, sorry but no. Mo said. Izuku sighs in defeat. So where are we going? Izuku asked. We're going to Kasumi's house. Keisuke said, pointing to one of the girls in the group. Kasumi is a tall girl, with long brown hair with white streaks, purple eyes and a mole on her jaw. Unlike the other girls, she is wearing the male UA uniform, this because she doesn't like skirts. My parents are away on vacation and they don't mind me bringing friends over, so don't worry. Kasumi said. Okay, Izuku said. Alright. Let's go. Keisuke said. So, the group of 8 people heads off towards Kasumi's house. Once everyone gets there, they start talking about trivial things. Kasumi offered drinks, nothing alcoholic of course, and the afternoon becomes calm and pleasant. Hey, Midoriya. Keisuke said. You have a fire quirk, right? Yes, it's simple, it's similar to Endeavor's in fact. Izuku said. Basically, I can generate fire. Oh really? Keisuke said. Why don't you show us? How would I do that? Izuku asked. I have some practice targets in the yard. Kasumi said. My grandparents were heroes and these things used to be theirs. That's cool. Izuku said. I guess I can show you. Izuku goes out to the courtyard while the others watch him, then creates a fireball and throws it at one of the targets, destroying them. Everyone applauds as Izuku steps on the fire debris to put it out and avoid an accident. Not bad. Keisuke said. And what about you, Keisuke? Kasumi said. Why don't you show us what you're capable of? Keisuke smiles and puts his drink on the table before standing up. Alright, step aside, it's my turn. Keisuke said as he steps out into the courtyard. I'll need something like this. When Keisuke said that, one of the pieces of the targets that Izuku destroyed began to float. Keisuke Mikami. Quirk Magneto. Keisuke's quirk allows him to control any ferrous metal at will. Using his quirk, Keisuke throws the piece of metal which sticks and pierces the target. And that's the simplest thing I can do. Keisuke said. So your quirk allows you to control metal? Izuku said. Only the ferrous ones, but yes. Keisuke said. Cool. Izuku said. If you think that's cool, then watch this. Kasumi said and then went out to the patio and took a poker card out of her pocket, an ace of clubs to be exact. The card begins to give off a purple glow and when Kasumi throws the card, when it makes contact with the target it explodes. Wow. What was that? Izuku asked. That, my friend, was my quirk, kinetic force. Kasumi said. Kasumi go to. Quirk kinetic force. Kasumi's quirk allows her to imbue objects, or herself, with kinetic energy, turning any object into a weapon, and she can also cause the object to explode in a burst of kinetic energy. That's great, but why cards? Izuku asked. Because it's cool and easy to transport. Kasumi said. Oh. Can I go now? Another girl said. The girl is blonde and blue-eyed, she is clearly a foreigner, her accent is from England, she is probably from there. Go ahead, I guess we're demonstrating our quirks now. Kasumi said. The girl smiles, she is a blonde girl with long hair tied in 2 pigtails, blue eyes, and freckles that go from cheek to cheek, her skin is pale and she is the only one in the entire group who is smaller in stature than Izuku. I'm Lucy, nice to meet you, my quirk is pocket dimension. The girl, Lucy, said as she pulls out a giant hammer from what appears to be a small portal. Lucy Lake. Quirk pocket dimension. Lucy's quirk allows her to store and retrieve objects within a personal pocket dimension. The dimension can only store a limited number of inanimate objects as well as having a size limit of no larger than that of a car in terms of the size of an object to be stored. Lucy swings her hammer and crushes one of the targets. Alright, what do you think? Lucy said while making a cute but at the same time suggestive pose, showing more than she should. That was cool, but does she really have to pose like that? Izuku asked as he turned to look at Keisuke and used his hand to cover himself so he couldn't see Lucy. You'll get used to it, like she said, she's a foreigner and she's a huge fan of anime and manga and yes, you can imagine super otaku. Kasumi said. Yeah, so anyone else wants to show their quirk? Keisuke asked. And so, one by one, they all began to show off their quirks. Sean Cassidy was the next to pass. Like Lucy, he is a foreign student, from Ireland. He is a thin, red-haired boy. His quirk is sonic voice, which allows him to manipulate the intensity, size, and volume of the sound waves from his mouth. Takumi's quirk is wasp. He has a pair of wasp wings on his back that allow him to fly at great speed. He can shrink his size until he is the size of a wasp and he can shoot rays from his hands called wasp stings. Next up is Mo, but we already know her. Finally there is Hitomi Yuzaki. No thanks, I don't want to get a rush of adrenaline. She said. Hitomi is a wild-looking girl thanks to her quirk, Honey Badger. Her quirk gives her some traits and abilities of the honey badgers. Her hands have claws and black fur down to her shoulders. She has honey badger paws instead of feet with fur down to her knees. The rest of her body is human and thin. Her hair is white and messy. She has a pair of honey badger ears on her head. Her teeth are sharp and have prominent fangs. Her eyes are honey-colored and wild-looking. The most notable thing is her clothing, or rather the lack of it. As soon as Hitomi arrived she stripped down to her underwear. due to her quirk clothes are uncomfortable for her. At UA she uses the minimum required for the uniform, she only wears the shirt without a tie, with only the first 2 buttons unbuttoned and the shirt untucked, and the uniform skirt. Other than that she wears nothing else. She is barefoot due to the shape of her feet. Yeah, that's a good idea, Keisuke said. After these demonstrations of quirks, everyone continued chatting pleasantly until it was time to return home. There are still several days left until the provisional license exam, so they have to keep training. Chapter 17. The exam begins. A new day has arrived and the training for the provisional license exam continues. This time Izuku is not practicing his new techniques. While his suit is ready, Izuku is doing the other part of the training, quirk strengthening. Izuku finds himself expelling as much fire as he can in as much time as he can. After a while Izuku falls to his knees with a lot of sweat and tiredness. Again, Best Jeanist said. Taking a deep breath, Izuku stands up and releases fire again. You will continue to breathe fire without stopping, no matter how tired and weak your body is, Best Jeanist said. With this your fire will not only become stronger, but you will also increase your overheat limit, a weakness that every user of a fire quirk has. The fire stops again and Izuku falls to his knees again, this time breathing heavily and with difficulty. Seeing this, Best Jeanist takes one of the buckets of cold water that he has next to him and pours the water over Izuku. With this Izuku manages to cool his body, catching his breath and standing up again. You lasted longer this time, looks like your overheat limit is increasing, Best Jeanist said. That's good, so I can stay on my feet longer and endure more even when I'm overheated, Izuku said. I'm surprised you're supervising me on this. This is an exercise just for you, the third years have already gone through this, Best Jeanist said. As your homeroom teacher, it is my duty to monitor your progress on this exercise, and I also wanted to see how you've been doing. Thanks, Izuku said. You're welcome. Now, let's get back to your training, Best Jeanist said. Yes, Best Sensei. Izuku said before resuming his training. Midoriya, are you okay? Sean asked as he watched Izuku drink a bottle of water like crazy. Yes, I'm just thirsty, Izuku said. It's because of quirk training, my quirk naturally makes me overheat and today I abused that limit a lot. Oh yeah, I remember those workouts, they were really tough, Keisuke said. Yes, it's hard, Izuku said and then left the changing rooms with the other boys and met up with the girls. So, you want to do something? Kasumi asked. Let's go to the karaoke, Lucy said. I like that idea, Keisuke said. I'm sorry, but those places are too noisy for me, Hitomi said. Yes, I'm not a big fan of those places either, Takumi said. I'm too tired, even thinking tires me out, Izuku said. We're all tired, the training has been tough, Sean said. Yeah, you're right, Lucy said. Still, we have to celebrate when we all pass, Keisuke said. Let's go to the barbecue the day we pass. I like the idea, Hitomi said. Sounds good to me, Kasumi said. I'm in, Sean said. Let's do it, Mo said. Yes, good idea, Takumi said. A spectacular idea, Lucy said. If you think it's okay, I'd like to join, Izuku said. Technically you're already part of us, of course you're invited, Kaisuke said. Izuku smiles and then everyone says goodbye to go to their respective homes. The days go by and the training every day is more tiring and hard, so much so that as soon as Izuku gets home after training he does nothing but take a shower and then throw himself into bed. The boys from class 3A seem cool to him, or at least the 7 he knows. Apart from Burnin Senpai, Izuku gets along better with Hitoma Senpai and Shin Senpai. That doesn't mean that he doesn't get along with anyone, just that he gets along better with them too, not counting Burnin Senpai obviously. Izuku arrives with the rest of class 3A. Hey, Midoriya, I see you made some adjustments to your suit, Sean said. Yes, I made some changes and improvements to be able to better use my special techniques, Izuku said. Indeed, Izuku's suit had some slight changes, although the suit remains the same. The wristbands are now larger, being the size of the entire forearm. His gloves now have metal knuckles. He also has a pair of metal shoulder pads, and on his calves there seem to be a pair of thrusters. And what are those techniques? Hitomi asked. Hitomi's costume, if you can call it that, is too basic, consisting only of shorts and a white top, nothing else. Sorry, but telling you would be spoilers. Izuku said. Really? Sean asked. Sean's suit is a black full-body suit with a yellow chest. On the sides he appears to have what look like parachute wings. Hey, if he wants to leave his techniques as a surprise, I say let him. Mo said. Okay guys, with this we finish the training. Snipe said. Tomorrow is the provisional license exam. I want you at the UA entrance first thing tomorrow morning. Yes, Snipe Sensei. They all said. Okay, since I love you tomorrow morning I'll let you take your hero costume home, bring them back tomorrow. If you don't bring them you won't be able to do the exam. Snipe said. That's all, see you tomorrow. Finally, I'm excited. Sean said. This time I won't fail. Mo said. Our last chance if we don't pass we'll have to wait until we graduate. Kasumi said. Now that I think about it, what was the reason why you failed? Izuku asked. Oh, I got eliminated in last year's UA crushing. Sean said. My quirk made me lose control. I still had to master my animal instinct and I was eliminated because of that. Hitomi said. Time ran out and I couldn't make it to the second round. Takumi said. I did make it to the second round but in this one I made too many risky decisions and that's why I failed. Keisuke said. Yeah, same here. Kasumi said. I got distracted by other things and lost a lot of points because of that. Lucy said. The last one left is Mo, she just looks away. I had an argument with another contestant and we both got disqualified. She said. Really? Izuku said. Yes, that happened, okay? Mo said. Alright, Izuku said. No need to get angry. After that, and changing, everyone goes home. Tomorrow is the day, the provisional license exam, the last chance for them and the opportunity for Izuku to prove that they did not recommend him in vain. Next day. Izuku and Class 3A get off the bus. Here we are, Takoba National Stadium. Snipe said. One of the two locations where the provisional license exam will be held. So it will be in Takoba. Izuku said. Okay, you know where to go, put on your suits and go to the meeting room. Snipe said. Okay, follow us, Midoriya. Kaisuke said. The group was about to leave but a voice stopped them. So you are from UA? Turning to look, they can see a boy descend from the skies. He is a blonde boy but without a recognizable school uniform, but his most notable feature is his red falcon wings sprouting from his back. I don't remember seeing you last year. Kasumi said. Oh, that's because it's my first time taking the exam. The boy said. My name is Kigo Takami by the way. You look my age. I'm 15, what about you? Izuku asked. I'm also 15. Kigo said. So you're a first year like me? Izuku asked. Yes, we could say that. Kigo said. That's cool. Izuku said. What hero recommended you? I was recommended by Endeavor. Hearing the name of the number 2 hero, Kigo's eyes lit up. Endeavor recommended you? That's cool. He's my favorite hero. He's the best, you know? Kigo said excited. So we have a first year, a guy said. You know, that seems unfair to me, one having to wait and then others are allowed to take the exam early. Oh, it's him, Sean said. Kotetsu. You know him? Izuku asked. Yes, he's just mad because he was the first to be eliminated from last year's exam. Hitomi said. That has nothing to do with it. Kotetsu said. It bothers me that one has to wait until their second year to attempt the exam and then there are those who can skip the whole procedure. We didn't skip the procedure, that would mean giving us the licenses without having taken the exam. Izuku said. We were only given the chance to try it a year before. That's exactly what I mean, but don't worry. Kotetsu said and then walked away from the group and entered the stadium. I will make sure that justice is served. Don't pay attention to him, Midoriya, you neither. Takami, he's just mad at himself. Keisuke said. Come on, we have to take the exam. If you don't have anyone to go with, do you want to join us, Takami? Yes, I guess I'll join you during the exam. Kigo said. The UA group, plus Kigo, enters the stadium, and after changing into their hero costumes they arrive at the meeting room. You know, now that we've run into Kotetsu, I'm surprised we haven't run into her. Mo said. Who are you referring to with that tone of voice, Kamiji? A female voice said. As the group turned around they found a tan-skinned girl of average height. She has narrow red eyes with long, defined eyelashes, and straight white hair reaching her thighs with bangs that extend to the left of her face. While slender and curvaceous in frame, she also sports a lean, athletic, and well-defined build, especially in her arms and legs. From her quirk, Rumi has long white rabbit ears pointing upwards above her head, along with a small and white round tail, giving her an overall resemblance to an albino rabbit. Usajiyama Mo said. Both women stare at each other. Lucy approaches Izuku to whisper to him. She's the one Mo-chan had a fight with last year. She said. I see, Izuku said while Kigo looks at his side curiously. The tension is broken by the sound of light tapping on a microphone. May I have your attention? The man said. Well, let's start with this. My name is Mara. I represent the Heroes Commission in this exam and I will be the main examiner of this exam. Oh, Marison will be the examiner. Kigo said. You know him? Izuku asked. We can say that. Kigo said. Okay, before we start I must give you the instructions. At this point, all of you will receive a belt with 2 devices. You must place the belt so that the device with the 3 pins is on your left. Mara explained. The objective is simple, you must take 3 pins from other participants and insert them into the device on your right, all while avoiding having your pins taken from you. In total you need to insert 3 pins into the device on your right to move on to the next part of the exam. Mara said. I think it's obvious to say that if you lose the 3 pins on the device on your left, it means you're disqualified. Well, sort of. Mara removes the 3 pins from the test device which lights up yellow. If you lose the 3 pins on your left, the device will light up yellow, meaning you have 1 minute to recover at least 1 pin to continue participating. If you fail to do so, the device will light up red, which means you are disqualified. They give us a minute to recover, Izuku thought. Why don't they disqualify us immediately? Finally, this year there is no time limit, the exercise will end when we have 100 approved. Mara said. Only 100 will pass. One person said. We are more than 500 people, it's not even 25%. I know, but that's how things are. Mara said. Well, with that the sermon ends, the expansion begins now. Expansion? Izuku thought. Here comes the good part. Keisuke said. The good part? Izuku asked. How exciting. Kigo said. The exam has already begun. Hitomi said. What Izuku said, but suddenly the whole place falls, revealing that they are now in the middle of the stadium. The stadium is divided into different zones, a city zone, a bridge zone, a mountain zone and an antenna zone. And now here comes the interesting part, Takumi said. At that moment, Izuku sees how all the other participants, except Kigo, launch themselves against them. The UA crushing. In the stands of the stadium, Snipe is observing things. Let's see how things go this year. He thought, and then a person sits next to him. You arrived just in time. My student is participating in this, I can't miss it. Best Jeanist said. I see there's someone else next to them. Apparently he is a first-year student from another school. Snipe said. Although I'm surprised he decided to team up with the UA students. He may be the only one in his school to take this exam. Best Jeanist said. So the commission now has its new guinea pig. Back with the UA students, and Kigo, everyone else rushed at them. I don't recognize the green-haired boy and the chicken boy. One of them said. They are first years. Kotetsu said. Let's see how much you've improved, Kamiji. The bunny girl, Rumi Usajiyama, said. Before the rest of the students could attack, everyone, except Kigo who took flight on his own, rose from the ground, as if something was pulling on their belts. The devices appear to be made of ferrous metal. Keisuke said. Hey, Keisuke, why don't you use your quirk to get pins for everyone? Kasumi asked. I tried, but the pins are not made of ferrous metal. Keisuke said. How convenient, Sean said. It's the guy that controls metal. A girl said. Let's see what you can do about this, another guy said, and then created a metal sphere and gave it to the girl. This is going to be interesting. The girl said, then give the ball to a third guy. The guy proceeds to put the ball in the hole of his hand and aim it at Keisuke. Hand cannon, shoot. The boy shoots the ball at Keisuke. Object multiplication. The boy said, and suddenly the ball multiplies into several. However, being made of metal, Keisuke stops them with his quirk. Final surprise, the boy who created the original ball said. Explosive ball. Suddenly, the balls release a glow and explode. The explosion was not that strong, but the combination of several along with the shock wave made Keisuke lose concentration, causing everyone to fall to the ground. However, before anyone could do anything, several feathers prevented the UA students from falling to the ground. I don't like this, UA crushing, Kiko said. Leaving them in the middle again would be putting them in danger. Using his feathers, Kiko drops off the UA members at different locations in the stadium. And now I'll keep these. Kiko said as his feathers brought him 3 pins. At that point, 3 participants realize that they are missing a pin each. Hey! They all said. Be grateful that I'm taking 1 from each of you and not just 3 from one. Kiko said, and then inserted the 3 pins into the device on his right, and it lit up green. It seems we have the first approved. That was fast. There are only 99 places left, Mara said. I'm surprised Kiko helped the UA guys, but it doesn't matter. As long as he does what needs to be done, he can do it however he wants. Well, looks like the chicken ruined this year's UA crushing, one participant said before lunging at another. Then the truce is over. And so, the chaos begins. The provisional license exam. The UA kids are scattered all over the stadium and the truce between the other schools is over. The real exam has begun. Chapter 18. Provisional license exam, first half. Izuku walks through the mountain scenery. This is the place where Kiko left him. Everything happened so fast that he didn't have time to react. I have to concentrate, things here are serious. He thought as he walked across the stage. I found you, first year. Kotetsu said upon finding Izuku. So many people, and you were looking for me specifically? Izuku said. I feel flattered. Don't get me wrong, I'm here to show you the harsh reality of the exam. Kotetsu said. It's not personal, it's just to show you the reality of the world. Kotetsu aims the cannon in his right hand and fires a projectile. The projectile is not lethal and will only knock down Izuku. Luckily, Izuku managed to evade the projectile. That was a close one, Izuku thought, and then looked at Kotetsu, in whom he noticed his eyes glow yellow and his pupil is now slanted, like that of a feline. You missed. I wouldn't be too confident if I were you. Kotetsu said. Hearing that, Izuku looks behind him and can see how the projectile is heading towards him again. Izuku quickly ducks to dodge the projectile, but as soon as this happens the projectile turns around and again towards him. Really? Izuku said, and then tried to escape from the projectile that chases him wherever he goes. As long as I have my eyes on you, Kotetsu said while aims his gun at Izuku. You won't be able to escape. Kotetsu Izumo. Quirk Hunter Vision. Kotetsu's quirk allows him to make any projectile fired by his weapon chase the target he is looking at. Kotetsu has to keep his eyes on the target that the projectiles must follow. If Kotetsu looks at something else, the projectiles will follow the new target. The effect ends when blinking. Kotetsu fires 3 more projectiles at Izuku which begin to chase him. Luckily Kotetsu's glasses are made to keep his eyes moist, so he doesn't blink for as long as he wants and thus keep his quirk activated as long as he needs. Izuku quickly fires a fireball at the projectile that is chasing him, destroying it. However, he sees how 3 others begin to chase him. Oh, great, Izuku thought before running again and trying to escape the projectiles. Well, this is unexpected. Lucy said while on top of a building. Lucy's outfit is basically a maid's outfit, the only extra is the mask on her face. At least UA crushing failed. Sean said before giving Lucy a thumbs up. I can say that I did better than last year. Good for you. Lucy said. Now how do we get down from here? Sean looks over the edge of the roof and sees that it is somewhat high and several people have arrived and are facing each other. What a dilemma, huh? Sean said. This is no time for jokes, Lucy said while kicking Sean in the head in a comical way. Right, sorry, Sean said. I have an idea, it's time to use my new special technique. Oh, that's interesting, but I don't see how a supersonic scream can help us get down, Lucy said. My screams are more than just supersonic screams, I can adjust their power, Sean said. I have trained for this. I guess we have no choice. I didn't bring anything to get off a building, Lucy said. I didn't expect to have to get off one to start with. Alright, let's do it, Sean said before bending down and turning his back on Lucy. Hop on. Okay, Lucy said as she climbed onto Sean's back. So what is this new special technique about? You'll see, Sean said. Hold on tight, because I won't be able to hold you. Hold on tight? What are you going to? Lucy doesn't finish speaking as Sean runs to the edge of the roof. Wait, you're not going to do what you're thinking you're going to do, are you? Sean throws himself off the roof. Are you crazy? Lucy holds on tightly to Sean, who looks unconcerned. Sean stretches his arms and legs to reveal that his suit has skydiving wings. Here we go. Sean lets out a supersonic scream that lifts him into the air and, thanks to his suit, he begins to fly. Is that guy from UA? A participant said with surprise. I thought only the metal controlling boy and the wasp boy could fly. You can fly? Lucy said. That's great. I told you, Sean said. I need a place to land. Leave it to me, Lucy said as she puts on some sunglasses and puts some on Sean as well. Let's land and get some pins to move on to the next round. From her pocket dimension, Lucy takes out a couple of objects. Are those flashbangs? Sean asked. Where did you got them from? Daddy is a retired police officer, Lucy said, throwing the flashbangs. Prepare to land. My eyes. Where did those things come from? Being close to the ground, Lucy gets off Sean's back and takes out a bat from her pocket dimension with which she knocks out several people who were disoriented by the flashbangs. My turn, Sean said, landing next to Lucy, who puts on some noise-canceling headphones. Sonic voice. Maximum power. Sean lets out a powerful scream which knocks down the rest of the people in the area. Sean and Lucy grab the pins needed to get through without eliminating anyone, and they high-five each other as their devices light up green. I'm pleased to announce that we have already approved 15 places, only 85 places left. Get moving, Mara announced. Among the top 15. Not bad, Lucy said. Last time I was one of the last to pass. Last time I didn't even pass, Sean said. Only 85 spots left, huh? Takumi said as he flies between the antennas while carrying Hitomi by the hands. And we haven't even been here for 10 minutes, Hitomi said. These exams are really intense. Do you think any of us have already passed? Takumi asked. Maybe, Hitomi said. Suddenly a metal sphere appears in front of them and explodes, knocking them down. Luckily, the antenna cables stopped their fall. Hitomi manages to grab onto them, but Takumi ends up getting his foot tangled between two cables. D*MN, that was a close one, the participant with the cannon hand said. Let's try again, the participant who created the bomb said as he created another metal sphere and gave it to the other guy. Fire. The guy shoots at Hitomi again, but before the sphere arrives it explodes thanks to Takumi shooting at it. That won't work again, Takumi said, then shoots at the cables to then shoot at the cables to free himself and then fly again. Hitomi lets go and Takumi grabs her arm. Here they come, the bomb guy said to give another sphere to the cannon boy, who proceeds to shoot. Takumi dodges the sphere and, consequently, the resulting explosion. The other two do not give up and continue attacking. One of the bombs hit Takumi, knocking him down. We got them, the boy said. Bomb, he said, however he notices that only Takumi was shot down. Wait, where is the badger girl? Suddenly, Hitomi falls from the sky and headbutts the boy with the cannon hand to the stomach, knocking him out. How? The bomb guy said. I'm a honey badger, I don't go down that easily, Hitomi said. Don't be arrogant, Bomb boy said, and then created another sphere and tried to throw it at Hitomi, but Takumi shoots it and it explodes in his hand. The good thing is that they are weak explosions and not much damage is caused. It's not arrogance, I just know everything I'm capable of. Hitomi said and then delivered a strong kick to the boy's face, knocking him out with a single blow. Good job. Takumi said. You too, good assist. Hitomi said. Without wasting time, Hitomi and Takumi take their opponent's pins, putting them at risk of elimination, and thus passing the first round. As they say, the second time's the charm. Takumi said. Exactly. Hitomi said. Back with Izuku, he destroys the projectiles with fireballs, but Kotetsu simply fires more. There are only 60 places left, you better hurry. Mara said. Only 60, this is going too fast. Izuku thought as he hides behind a rock. To his surprise the projectiles stop following him. He hid from my sight, Kotetsu thought as he closes his eyes. The projectiles stop following Izuku. It's okay, I have measures for that. By pressing a button on their glasses they now switch to heat-sensing vision. People with a fire quirk have a higher than average body temperature. Kotetsu fires several new projectiles. This time the projectiles evade the rock and chase Izuku again. Not again. Izuku thought while dodging the projectiles without knowing that Kotetsu is approaching him. Izuku climbs a small mound of rocks, turns around, and with a burst of fire destroys the projectiles fired at him. I was waiting for this moment. Kotetsu said as he suddenly appears behind Izuku's back. The moment you turned your back on me. With a quick movement, Kotetsu takes the 3 pins from Izuku's belt. Izuku tries to get his pins back but Kotetsu jumps back to get away from him. No, this can't be, Izuku thought in despair as he sees his devices light up yellow, meaning he is at risk of elimination. What a shame, tell me what will you do now, first year? Kotetsu said. Only 50 places left, hurry up, there are only half of the places left. Mara's voice sounds increasing Izuku's despair. You know, I could use these pins to get through, but that would be too easy. I want to make sure you learn your lesson. Kotetsu said. What do you have against me? Izuku asked. It's not against you, it's against the first years. Kotetsu said. I can't stand to see other people skip the procedure. When the rest of us don't have the same opportunities, you'll have up to 3 opportunities, I only have 2. You're just doing it on a whim. Izuku said. Yes, maybe, but I don't care. Kotetsu said and then looked at another random participant. Hey you, here you go, you're welcome. Kotetsu gives the pins to the participant. Hey, thanks. The guy said and then approved using the pins. That's fine, Izuku said and then charged at Kotetsu. I still have time to recover some pins and those will be yours. Well, Kotetsu said while smiling. You're a conceited person. Midoriya is in danger of elimination. Best Jeanist said. He has 1 minute to recover or he will be eliminated. That kid put him between a rock and a hard place. Snipe said. But it seems he decided to focus on Midoriya. You noticed that too, huh? Best Jeanist said. This seems personal. It seems so, we'll see what will happen. Snipe said. Besides that, 4 have already passed, half of your kids remain. Best Jeanist said. Yes, Takumi, Sean, Hitomi and Lucy. Snipe said. Kasumi, Keisuke, Mo and, of course, Izuku remain. Only half the places are left and they are going fast. Best Jeanist said. Every year these exams surpass themselves. 45 places left. Mara announced. Only 45 places, do you think any of us have already passed? Keisuke asked while protecting himself with 2 pieces of metal. Yes, no, maybe, I don't know. Kasumi said as she throws 2 cards to the ground below 2 participants, causing them to explode and knock down their opponents. At least this time we all survived this year's UA crushing. We'll thank Takami for that later. Keisuke said as he uses his quirk to pull a participant's belt so that when he is close to him he can remove a pin. That makes 2, do you need help? Nah. Kasumi said as she hits a card against another participant, knocking her down, then she approaches her and takes a pin from her. 2 out of 3. She said. Is it just me or have people gotten more aggressive? Keisuke asked. Well, there are 45 places left, less than half, Kasumi said as she blocks another contestant's blow and knocks him down to take a pin and place it in her device, which lights up green. Sorry, 44 places, it's obvious that people are getting desperate. Yeah, I guess you're right. Kisuke said as he stops a metal-covered guy with his quirk and takes a pin to place it in his device. It lights up green. Okay, one step closer to a provisional license. That's what we said last year. Kasumi said. But this year will be different. Keisuke said. Come on, we have to go to the break room. I'm hungry. Kasumi said as they both head to the break room. I don't want to alarm you, but there are only 30 spots left. Mara announced. 30 places, huh? Mo said as she attacks her rival with a fire whip. What do you think about that, Usajiyama? The brunette girl easily dodges Mo's attacks. I think it will be another year where you fail. She said and then got close to Mo and attacked her with an axe kick. Rumi Usajiyama. Quirk Rabbit. Rumi's quirk gives her the attributes and abilities of a rabbit. This grants her incredible leg strength, allowing her to jump and kick with extreme force. She can even destroy large chunks of the ground by thumping her foot. She also has excellent hearing thanks to her rabbit-like ears and possesses animal instincts that alert her to nearby danger. Mo jumps back to avoid Rumi's kick. I didn't know you had a sense of humor. Mo counterattacks with several fire lashes. Rumi again uses her agility to dodge the fire and attack Mo, but Mo dodges her again. They've been like this since the exam started. One participant said as he and other participants looked at both girls. We have to take advantage, they are distracted fighting among themselves, let's take them by surprise and take their pins. Another participant said. I don't know, they look tough. A third participant said. Don't be a coward. We outnumber them, 6-2, and each of us is only missing one pin, and they have what we need. The second participant said. Besides, there aren't too many places left. We're almost done, only 20 spots left. Mara said. See? We can do it. Let's go. The first participant said and the six come out of their hiding place to attack Mo and Rumi. Both girls stop fighting for a moment to see several people approach them. You both said at the same time and then attacked the group together. Don't interfere. Mo attacks them with a burst of fire and Rumi with several kicks. Damn nuisances, Mo said as she puts the necessary pins into her device. They had to meddle where they weren't called. Rumi also said putting pins on her device. Well, I guess it doesn't matter. Both devices light up green. Without saying anything they both go to the break room. Only 15 spots left, better hurry. Mara said. 15 places, this is bad. Izuku thought as he destroys Kotetsu's projectiles with a burst of fire. I have to get my pins back and then get 3 more to pass. What's up, first year? Kotetsu said. Are you going to fail? Izuku looks in despair, he only has a few seconds to recover. 10 places left. Mara said. 10 places, huh? Kotetsu said and then started to walk away. I'd better find the pins I need, you're no longer a threat. This isn't good, Izuku thought. I have to catch him. Izuku puts his hands together and points towards Kotetsu through the holes. 9 places left. Here I come, Izuku thought as he begins to gather fire in his arms and legs. The thrusters in his calves also begin to gather fire. 8 places left. Full speed, Izuku said and then shot off like a rocket in Kotetsu's direction. Jet kindling. 7 places left. Izuku shoots out at such speed that by the time Kotetsu realizes it, Izuku has already caught up with him and managed to grab his pins. What? Kotetsu barely said. 5 places left. Those are mine. Kotetsu said. Well, Izuku said. Not anymore. Only 4 places left. This is bad, I won't have time for, Izuku thought, but then he remembers Mara's words. In total you need to insert 3 pins into the right device to pass. He never said that to pass we needed to have left pins. Izuku thought. 3 places left. Give them back. Kotetsu said and then charged against Izuku. 2 places left. Here goes nothing, Izuku thought as he inserts the pins into the right device. Only 1 place left. First year. Kotetsu shouted angrily, but it was too late. Izuku's device lights up green. It's over, Mara said. And our last approved is Izuku Midoriya, congratulations. Izuku is in disbelief, he really did it. No. Kotetsu said, falling to his knees. This was my last chance. Izuku looks at Kotetsu, he feels sorry for him, but at the same time, maybe instead of trying to make me fail, you should have focused on passing the exam. Izuku said, and then went to the break room. First test passed, only one more to go. Izuku managed to pass the first test, but the exam isn't over yet. Chapter 19. Provisional License Exam, Second Half. Izuku enters the break room. The first part of the exam has concluded. The 100 participants who passed will now have about 15 minutes of rest. Hey Midoriya. His third-year friends call him. Well done, a little close but you did it. Izuku approaches them. Kigo is also there, he high-fives Mo. I almost didn't pass, that boy, Kotetsu, focused on me and made it difficult for me. The important thing is that you managed to pass. Keisuke said. And on your first try, it's not something that all of us can say. Takumi said. And being a first year. Hitomi said. I've done some research and only you and Takami are first years. Kigo smiles. I guess it is, but while it's good that we've passed the first part, there's still the second part of the exam. He said. Yes, but passing the first part is something to be proud of. Lucy said. In the end, only we made it out of more than 500 people. Yes, I guess you are right. Kigo said. Speaking of the test, Sean said. Midoriya, what was that move? Oh, that is my special move that I developed. Izuku said. It's called jet kindling. With this movement I can move at high speed but only in a straight line. Interesting. Sean said. It seems that everyone managed to pass. Snipe said. Even Midoriya. A very close call, but he made it. Best Jeanist said. And knowing the next part, I'm sure he'll make it through. His personality is just right. We'll see, anything can happen in this test. Snipe said. Who do you think will appear? I have no idea. Best Jeanist said. After the 15-minute break, Mara enters the break room. Okay, first of all, congratulations on passing the first part of the exam. He said. Now, in a few moments we'll begin the second part, please look at the screens. Everyone turns to their screens, which show the different test scenarios. Now, it's time for a change of scenery. Mara presses a button and suddenly several explosions collapse all the stages, now being only rubble of what used to be. What's happening? Why is everything exploding? What's going on? Izuku asks the person next to him. You'll see, Kasumi said. Yes, I still remember this part. Mo said. It's time for the rescue part. Kigo thought. The second part of the exam is about rescue. Mara said. For that, they will help. Wait, there are people in the rubble. Someone said it, and indeed there are people among the rubble. What are they doing? They are the Help Us company. Kigo said. They are a company that simulates being victims of disasters. They help in this type of exercises. Exactly, the Help Us company will help us with this exercise. Mara said. They are trained to pretend to be victims without endangering anyone. Wow, that's great. Izuku said. This next part of the exam is about evacuation and rescue. Mara said. You have to rescue every civilian who is in danger. I won't tell you how many civilians there are, but the exercise will end when all civilians are rescued. So we have to rescue several people, but this second part can be failed. Izuku said to himself. What dictates failure? Good question. Mara said. All of you will be monitored by a person in the stands individually. Here's the thing, you will all start with a score of 100, but depending on your actions that score can be reduced but not increased, meaning you can lose points but not gain them. Isn't that unfair? A participant asked. We are punished for doing things wrong, which is understandable, but doing things right will not reward us. I'll answer your question with another question. Mara said. When you become a professional, you aren't going to save someone if there's no prize or reward for you. And no, the participant said. Exactly, what is expected of you is that you do it well, that's why points are not added, but if you do something wrong that's why points are deducted. Mara said. You will fail if your scores drop below 60. Basically this is due to treating it as a real situation and not a test. Izuku said. I was thinking the same thing. Kigo said. Yes, any mistake, no matter how small and minuscule, can, or rather, will reduce your points. Keisuke said. Even if you save someone but you do it in a dangerous way, they deduct points. That's how I failed. I see, Izuku said. It seems that the advice Endeavor gave me for the UA entrance exam will also apply here. Oh yeah? And what would that advice be? Kigo asked. Don't treat the exam as if it were just that, an exam, treat it as if it were a real situation. Izuku said. A great advice. Kigo said. Okay, if there are no more questions, it's time to start the exam. Mara said, and just like the previous part, the room opens. Good luck. Izuku looks around, now all the stages are destroyed, only rubble remains with people trapped in it. We have to save them all. He thought. Okay, time to get started. Kigo said and then took flight. Do you want to join me, Midoriya? Sure. Izuku said as he and Kigo head towards the rubble, ready to rescue people. Several other participants also go out in search of people to rescue. An area must be secured to treat the wounded. Another participant said. I can help with that. Lucy said as she takes out a couple of first aid kits from her pocket dimension. I bring enough to treat several people. Good. We need to clear this area of debris, this will be the first aid area. Takumi said. Back with Izuku and Kigo, Izuku walks through the rubble while Kigo flies over it. Izuku manages to see what appears to be a child. I found someone. Izuku said as he approaches the boy. Kigo lands next to him. Are you okay? Izuku asked. The child appears to be bleeding from the head. My head hurts but my dad, the boy points to a mountain of rubble. He's trapped in there. Oh no, that's BA, Izuku said, but Kigo covers his mouth with his wings. Don't worry little friend, we'll make sure your father is safe. Kigo said. But you need help too, my partner will take you to a safe place. Thank you, the boy said as Izuku takes him in his arms. I heard our fellow heroes secured a first aid area. Kigo said. Izuku looks at Kigo for a few moments. I see we have to act like it's real, they are actors but they are raiding us. Izuku thought. Don't worry, I'll take him to a safe area. Izuku takes the boy to the safe zone. You almost lose points. The boy said, this time his voice was serious. Really? Izuku asked. Oh no. That's bad. That's what you were going to say, weren't you? The kid asked. With that you were only going to worry the victim more than he already was. I see, Izuku said. Kigo saved me from losing points. Izuku approaches the starting area. Apparently several people have secured the place as a first aid area. Midoriya. Over here. Someone calls him. It's Lucy, who apparently now has a nurse's tiara. What's up, little guy? He has a head injury, but it's not serious, he can still talk and walk. Izuku said. Understood. Lucy said. Don't worry, your Wunchin will take care of you. The boy blushes slightly. It's a little embarrassing, but it won't necessarily cost you points. In fact, it makes the victim forget about the pain. He thought. I'm going to look for more people. Izuku said before leaving again. Good luck. Gambate. Lucy said. Elsewhere, Mo is carrying 2 people in her arms. I'll take you somewhere safe. She said. At that point she notices that there are more people trapped in some rubble. Help. Don't worry, I'll help you in a moment. Mo said. I have to get these people to a safe place first. Just then, Rumi arrives on the scene. Hey, what's going on here? She asked. Just in time, Usajiyama. Mo said. Take these people and get them to a safe place. I have to get these others out of there. Huh? Who put you in charge? Rumi asked. Don't be a winner and do what I tell you. Mo said. You're not my boss, fire girl. Rumi said. You're frustrating. Bunny. Mo said. Are they starting to fight each other? That'll lose them a lot of points. One of the examiners thought. Why don't you do what you are told to do? Mo said. I give the orders, I don't follow them, princess. Rumi said. You are infuriating. Mo said. And you are annoying. Rumi said. They both look at each other angrily, sparks are seen coming out between their eyes, everything seems to be going worse but a small stone hits them on the head, drawing their attention. You two, do you really have to start fighting right now? Kasumi said. Isn't this why you failed last time? It's not my fault, it's hers. They both said. I don't care who's to blame. Kasumi said. Put aside your UAL tension for a moment and focus on finishing the exam. What did you say? Rumi asked, blushing. We don't say stupid things. Mo said. Unfortunately for them, Kasumi has already left, leaving an awkward silence. Rumi turns to look at Mo. Give me those two, I'll take them to the safe zone. She said, still with a slight blush. Why's you're faster than me, you'll get there faster. Mo said as she hands the two people over to Rumi. If you can, I might need your help to bring these people to safety just like Rumi. She is also blushing. Sure, Rumi said. Mera is looking at the participants' scores. Some have already failed, others are close to failing, others are fine. There hasn't been that much of a point reduction compared to other years. Mera thought and then turned on a radio. It is time. The exam continues normally until one of the walls explodes. What's going on? Izuku asked. A villain attack, Keisuke said. This is the second phase of the second part of the exam. A villain attack? Izuku asked as he saw several people coming in from a distance. One of them was pro-hero Shashido. Shashido resembles a lion, with long, spiky, brown hair that appears like the mane of a lion. His hero costume consists of a large amount of golden fur, with several spikes both in front and on his back, positioned so that they resemble fangs, and a black mouth with exposed teeth that resembles a lion's maw. Obstruct the work of the heroes, don't let them rescue civilians. Shashido said / ordered. Oh. So it's Shashido, huh? Snipe said. Why do they always choose heroes from the ranking of heroes who look like villains? Best Jeanist said. He ranks 4th, right? Yes, last year it was Gang Orca. Snipe said. Gang Orca, huh? Best Jeanist said. He and Shashido are rivals. Interesting. Snipe said. A villain attacks in the middle of the rescue maneuvers. Mera said. What will you do, heroes? Well, we'll hold them while the others finish the rescue. Kasumi said as she throws several cards at Shashido's lackeys, knocking them down with small blasts of kinetic energy. Finally, some action. Hitomi said and then ran on all fours, dodging the lackeys and going straight towards Shashido. Dibs on the biggest one. Hitomi attacks Shashido, who knocks her down with a blow, although she lands on her hands and feet on the ground. The animal that is famous for not being afraid of anything, the honey badger. Shashido said. Hitomi smiles, showing her fangs. That's me. She said. Shishida smiles. Well, let's see how you do against the king of the savannah. He said, and Hitomi launches to attack him. Shashido lets out a roar and knocks her down again with a kick. Shashido. Quirk lion. Shashido's quirk gives him the power and speed of a lion. In addition, it allows him to unsheath sharp claws from his hands, reminiscent of a lion's own claws. You'll see what happens when you mess with the king. Shashido says, but Hitomi doesn't listen and attacks him with her claws, however Shashido dodges her easily. She's fast. After Shashido dodges another attack from Hitomi, she takes him by surprise by biting his right forearm. Shashido lets out a roar upon being bitten, which made him lower his guard, which Hitomi takes advantage of to jump forward and kick him in the face. Despite receiving a kick to the face, Shashido is unaffected and punches Hitomi in the stomach, knocking the wind out of her, followed by a second punch to the face, sending her flying. You're good, but you still have a long way to go to be at my level. Shashido said. At that moment Sean arrives in the air and attacks Shashido with a sonic scream which makes the hero cover his ears and close his eyes. Felinos are more susceptible to high-frequency sounds. Sean thought. Shashidito falls to his knees at the sound but manages to grab a rock and throw it at Sean, knocking him out of the air. That hurt, Shashidito thought, and then began to advance but was stopped by a fire whip. Looking in the direction of the whip he could see that it was Mo. "Oh no, you are not going anywhere," Mo said. "That is not going to stop me," Shashidito said. "I'm not trying to stop you, I'm just distracting you," Mo said. Shashidito could barely make a sound before receiving a kick in the stomach from Rumi. She came out of nowhere, however. Shashidito immediately recovers and catches a second kick from Rumi and throws it at Mo, both of them falling to the ground. "I see what they're doing, they're keeping me here, they won't let me near the civilians," Shashidito thought as he watched his lackeys being held back as well, and those who managed to get there were quickly stopped by some students, including Lucy, who hit them with a bat. Shashidito knocks down two other contestants who wanted to attack him and begins to advance, however he stops when several feathers begin to surround him and spin around him. Feathers? Shashidito looks up at the sky and notices Kiko looking at him as he uses more feathers to bring more people to the safe zone. What is he planning? Shashidito thought as he tries to remove the feathers around him. They are blocking his view. By the time the feathers move from his sight, in front of him is Izuku with an ignited arrow ready. "Nice assistance, Kiko," Izuku said, and then fired the ignited arrow, and, although Shashidito dodges it, when it explodes, the fire manages to reach Shashidito and cause slight burns. "I failed, but managed to damage him." Even so, this doesn't stop Shashidito, who appears in front of Izuku and hits him in the stomach, knocking the wind out of him. Before Shashidito hits him a second time, Mo throws several fireballs at him that distract him and give Kiko time to get Izuku off Shashidito. "Are you okay, Midoriya?" Kiko asked. "Yes, I just need to catch my breath," Izuku said. "You guys are way below my level," Shashidito said, and then threw a large rock at Mo. Luckily Rumi protects her by destroying the rock with a kick, but it's not just them. Hitomi and Sean recover and return. Shashidito is surrounded by 6 people: Izuku, Mo, Kiko, Rumi, Hitomi, and Sean. The fight is about to continue, but the exam is over, Mara announced. All civilians have been rescued. Everyone turns to look at the first aid area, seeing Keisuke land with 2 people in his arms, the last 2 civilians. "Please gather in the center, we will reveal in a moment who passed and who did not," Mara said. Once everyone is gathered, in front of them is Mara, who has several screens behind him. "Well, after 2 exhaustive exercises, the most important moment has arrived," Mara said. "We don't want to keep you in suspense. You'll see several names on the screen. If your name is on the screen, it means you passed." Several names appear on the screen. Everyone starts searching for their respective names. Some find them. "There it is. Lucy," Lucy said. Another one doesn't find its name. "It's not there," the participant said. "My name is there," Takumi said. "Mine too," Sean said. "All right, I approved," Kasumi said. "I did it, second is the charm," Kaisuke said. "Huh. There it is," Hitomi said. "All right. I did it," Mo said. Izuku continues searching for his name and Izuku Midoriya. "It can't be I did it," Izuku said excitedly. "That means we all pass," Lucy said. "We must celebrate as we agreed, let's go to the barbecue," Keisuke said. Izuku smiles and then turns to Kiko. "What about you?" he asked. "Oh, I approved," Kiko said. "Great. We did it as a first year," Izuku said while fist bumping Kiko, who smiles. "Yes, we did it," Kiko said. "Although I couldn't fail, me taking the exams was nothing more than pure cordiality on the part of the commission." After this, everyone gathers outside the stadium, all now dressed in their uniforms and with their temporary licenses. "This is amazing. I got my provisional license as a first year," Izuku said. "I have to show this to my mom and Endeavor and Fuyumi. Congratulations everyone," Snipe said as he arrived alongside Best Jeanist. "Especially you, Midoriya." "Thanks," Izuku said. "Best Sensei, what are you doing here? You are my student, I had to come see how you performed. Best Jeanist said. Congratulations, by the way. It's rare for a first-year student to be recommended for the exam, and passing it is very rare. Thanks. Izuku said. Alright, time to go. Snipe said. Actually, Keisuke said. Since we all approved, we decided to go to the barbecue to celebrate. There is one near here. Oh, that's a great idea. Best Jeanist said. You do deserve a reward, we'll go with you, Snipe and I are treating. What? Snipe said, but Best Jeanist gives him a look. Fine, just because they deserve it. Everyone is celebrating, and then Keisuke notices someone. Yo, Takami. He waves at Kiko from afar. We're going to the barbecue to celebrate passing, are you coming with us? Well, Kiko said, and then saw a man in a suit who nods at him. Yes, I would love to join you. Great. Let's go then. Keisuke said, and so everyone, now with Kiko too, are going to celebrate having passed. Well, I guess we can add one more. Best Jeanist said. Come on, Snipe, the food won't pay for itself. Snipe just sighs and then follows the students. That's it. Thanks for listening.